Chapter 1234. Ancient Void Battlefield. Burning one's soul was a painful process. The thing that every martial artist feared the most was nothing more than burning their soul. Some martial artists had no choice but to resort to such methods in order to escape. However, Fang Chun was burning his soul. If people from the outside world were to find out about this, they would definitely call him a madman. However, those who knew the pinnacle level would not think so. The gatekeeper was like this. His eyes became brighter and brighter. He stared at Fang Chun. A Heaven Dipper realm cultivator's soul had actually reached purple level. It was very likely that he had reached the primordial spirit realm before reaching the heavenly body realm. This was a qualitative leap. Purple level souls were already extremely domineering. During the burning process, it was even more difficult. There were a few times when Fang Chun directly fainted. However, his recovery ability was very strong, and he continued to burn when he woke up. Fang Chun gritted his teeth and tried his best to persevere. Again and again, miserable cries rang out. He persevered again and again. In just half a month, 2/3 of his purple level soul had been burned. The remaining 1/3 could be reborn after the burning. Fight! Fang Chun burned his soul while the golden heart nourished it. After all, if he burned his soul using ordinary methods, it would be impossible to survive. The method Fang Chun used was taught to him by the golden heart. This method could ensure that he maintained a trace of rationality under the powerful pressure. Burn. In his soul, a raging fire burned continuously. Fang Chun was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His head was splitting. However, he still persevered. For his wife, for his mother, he had to persevere. He still had many things to do. He could not die like this. The gatekeeper was outside, ready to act at any time. At Fang Chun's level, he could not bear to watch such a genius die. Please don't. The gatekeeper was very nervous. Every time Fang Chun was about to collapse, there seemed to be a tyrannical force injected into his soul, allowing him to successfully survive. Just like this, he was on tenterhooks again and again. Fang Chun's soul finally finished burning. Buzz! A strange aura came from the golden heart and instantly enveloped the newborn soul. Fang Chun was extremely weak and fell into a coma. The speed at which souls are reborn is very fast. This is truly a miracle. The gatekeeper was shocked. Fang Chun's soul was reborn too fast. In the blink of an eye, the rebirth was complete. This, the gatekeeper couldn't understand. However, he knew that a Lammeter genius was about to be born. Burning one's soul was the most important step. Once it was passed, it would be equivalent to breaking through the extreme realm. After being unconscious for an unknown amount of time, Fang Chun finally woke up. His soul was somewhat weak. However, he was very energetic. A newborn soul, Fang Chun said softly. At that instant, the auras of the 3,980 meridians, the 785 golden bones, and the newborn soul merged together. Then, the power of will descended. This was already the 3rd time the power of will had descended. Being enveloped by the power of will, Fang Chun felt that his soul had received sufficient nourishment and was growing very quickly. Something's not right. Suddenly, Fang Chun felt that something was wrong. He vaguely felt that an invisible pressure was drilling into his body. In an instant, he felt as if he had an epiphany and understood a lot of things. The golden heart was beating rapidly, absorbing the willpower. How is this possible? Fang Chun almost cried out. The willpower was baptizing him, and the golden heart was absorbing the willpower. What was going on? What was the origin of the golden heart? It could even absorb the willpower. This was too overbearing. Fang Chun's heart was in turmoil. The baptism of the willpower quickly retreated. The golden heart slowed down as if it hadn't had enough. Fang Chun thought of the Sky Swordmanship Master's original body. He intended to refine the willpower of Scar Island, which went against the rules of heaven and earth and was suppressed here forever. Now, the golden heart was absorbing the willpower, which was even more terrifying than refining it. There's no movement. Fang Chun was very surprised. Why didn't the willpower have any movement and quietly retreat? Could it be that even the willpower couldn't do anything to the golden heart? Thinking of this, Fang Chun thought of a place that the Zongjian emperor had once mentioned. It was also the place where his wife lived, the place where the gods lived. Could it be that the golden heart came from the place where the gods lived? This was the only explanation that could calm Fang Chun's restlessness. Buzz! The newly born soul had completely matured, and it let out a buzzing sound. It interrupted Fang Chun's thoughts. He raised his head and revealed a bright smile. "Boss, how is it?" the little mouse asked. Fang Chun nodded heavily and was overjoyed. Over the past few years, he had gone through inhuman training. Now, he had finally reached the final step. Soon, we'll be able to return to Scar Island soon. Fang Chun's pitch-black eyes looked through the ancient void battlefield and said softly. Next, he just needed to shatter the 9 strands of vital essence to break through the extreme state. According to the Golden Heart, it was not as simple as shattering the vital essence. The 9 strands of vital essence complemented each other. Each strand of vital essence was made up of a vast amount of vital essence. Once the 9 strands of vital essence were shattered, the terrifying vital essence would explode his sea of qi. Therefore, he needed to suck the vital essence dry in his sea of qi before shattering the vital essence. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be stuck at this step. However, Fang Chun had already tempered his meridians and polished his black bones. He already had a countermeasure in his heart, the Golden Heart. It was because of the Golden Heart that he was able to break through the extreme state. As the saying went, the one who started the trouble needed to untie it. The Golden Heart was the key. Although Fang Chun had never truly understood the Golden Heart, he had learned some methods to control it. Let's begin. Fang Chun spread out his hands and stood quietly. The sound of bones cracking was like a deafening bell. Under Fang Chun's control, the Golden Heart crazily absorbed the vital essence in his sea of qi. The ocean-like vital essence dried up in the blink of an eye. With his sea of qi dried up, Fang Chun became extremely weak. At this moment, Fang Chun activated the perfect sword body. 3,980 meridians shook and 785 golden bones flashed. A powerful force instantly gathered in his sea of qi. The 9 strands of vital essence floating above his sea of qi were squeezed by the external force. Crack! The first strand of vital essence was shattered by the strong impact. Then, the second strand of vital essence. Under Fang Chun's gaze, all 9 strands of vital essence shattered. Crash! Wild vital essence gushed out in an instant. Fang Chun's face was extremely pale. The slightest carelessness would lead to death. Without vital essence, a Heaven Realm martial artist was equivalent to a martial artist losing his soul. However, a martial artist who had broken through the extreme state would naturally not take the ordinary path. Fang Chun's body was burning with flames. Meridians, golden bones, and soul. The 3 complemented each other. Fang Chun was transforming. He had broken through the extreme state. Every corner of his body, every cell, was undergoing an earth-shaking transformation. Bang! As for him, he had lost consciousness and fainted. Outside, the gatekeeper was so excited that he almost jumped up. He had really succeeded. His body was trembling. He was so lucky to witness the birth of a genius martial artist who had broken through the extreme state in his lifetime. Ha! A genius who has broken through the extreme state. The gatekeeper was too shocked. His eyes were fixed on Fang Chun. He also wanted to know how strong a genius who had broken through the extreme state was. In the entire Old Hua Islands, there were less than 5 people who had broken through the extreme state. There was actually one on the small Scar Island. Buzz! At the same time, the precepts of heaven and earth descended and shrouded Fang Chun's soul. In an instant, a strange scene occurred in the entire meteorite valley. A dazzling golden sword appeared high up in the sky. This battle sword was like a peerless powerhouse descending to the world, inserted in the void. The sword trembled, and the sword's cry resounded through the sky. Heaven and earth anomaly. breaking through the extreme state had caused heaven and earth anomaly. After being unconscious for a long time, Fang Chen woke up. "Boss, are you okay?" Little Mouse asked worriedly. Fang Chen shook his head and hurriedly checked his body. His sea of qi had expanded several times, and his vital essence was mixed with the power of stars. His body seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. In his mind, there was a trace of the power of will. His soul was getting stronger. Yes, Fang Chen noticed that his soul was changing. He was confused. "Kid, you have broken through the extreme state, and your body has undergone an incredible change. Your soul is transforming into a primordial spirit." The gatekeeper's excited voice sounded. Oh, hearing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. Immediately, he stood up and clenched his fist, tearing the space apart. "My body is filled with power." Fang Chen wanted to release it. He walked out of the yellow circle. Whoosh! A shadow appeared. Fang Chen punched. Crack! The shadow shattered. So powerful. The gatekeeper was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the ninth shadow appeared. This was the last shadow, and its combat power was comparable to a Heaven Star border powerhouse who had broken through the extreme state. Whoosh! Fang Chen punched again. This time, he used all his strength. Buzz! When he punched, his fist seemed to contain the laws of heaven and earth, and the entire ancient void battlefield was distorted. Wherever Fang Chen's fist passed, the space shattered. The ninth shadow did not resist and was blasted away. Dong! After the shadow was blasted away, Fang Chen's fist smashed into the ancient void battlefield. The ancient void battlefield, which was known to be indestructible, was instantly shattered. Oh my God, is this the combat power of a genius who has broken through the extreme state? The gatekeeper's shock could no longer be described with words. He was too shocked. Chapter 1235. The pinnacle level was a path for peerless elites. Any cultivator who could break through the pinnacle level was destined to become a top-notch existence in this world. The number of geniuses who could break through the pinnacle level in the Old Hua Islands could be counted on one hand. Yet, there was one on the tiny Scar Island. There were 36 islands like Scar Island in the Old Hua Islands. And this was only the Old Hua Islands. In the vast universe, there were countless islands like the Old Hua Islands. There were trillions of cultivators, but very few could break through the pinnacle level. It could be said that only geniuses who could break through the pinnacle level could be called true geniuses. They were recognized by heaven and earth and protected by the rules. They were the true giants among men. The gatekeeper's body was trembling. He had witnessed the process of Fang Chen breaking through the pinnacle level with his own eyes. The gatekeeper's scalp went numb. Even he might not have been able to hold on. He really did it. The gatekeeper was shocked. The so-called indestructible ancient void battlefield had been shattered by a single punch. It was too shocking. Princess Xin, who had been waiting for Fang Chen, had an excited smile on her face when she saw him. Fang Chen stood in the void. There was a hint of enlightenment on his face. Just now, he had suddenly felt a hint of the rules of heaven and earth. It was not easy for him to feel it at his cultivation level. Is this the battle prowess of a pinnacle-level genius? Fang Chen murmured. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Fang Chen landed on the ground. Now, he had been reborn. His perfect sword body had truly reached the most perfect level. Seeing this, Princess Xin immediately rushed into Fang Chen's embrace. It's been so long. I was so worried. Princess Xin whispered. Fang Chen gently stroked Princess Xion's long hair and said with a smile, "Aren't we out now?" After entering Meteor Valley for a few years, Fang Chen had undergone earth-shattering changes. Although he had not reached the heavenly body tier, he had surpassed heavenly body tier elites in a certain aspect. The power of his punch could easily kill low-level heavenly body tier cultivators. Of course, this was because the energy in his Qi Si was the energy of vital spirit, not the energy of stars. Therefore, he was still unable to unleash the full power of a Lammeter. If he advanced to the heavenly body tier, he would definitely shock everyone. Congratulations, young friend. The gatekeeper smiled and cupped his fists at Fong Chun to congratulate him. "Senior, did I pass the 9th trial?" Fong Chun asked. The gatekeeper quickly nodded. "If this didn't count as passing, then who else could?" "Of course I passed." "Ha ha." The gatekeeper laughed loudly. Fong Chun was also the first genius to break through the extreme realm on Scar Island in recent years. "Little friend, how is it? How does it feel to break through?" asked the gatekeeper. As for martial artists who had broken through the extreme realm, he had only heard of them and had never seen one with his own eyes. At this moment, of course, he had to ask about it. "It feels great." Fong Chun only said 4 words. In fact, the feeling of breaking through the extreme realm could not be described with words. Unknowingly, Fong Chun had already walked down a path that no one before him had been able to walk down. In the future, he was destined to become a supreme elite. Star and Moon, mother, wait for me. I will find you soon, Fong Chun thought to himself. After chatting with Princess Xin for a while, Fong Chun looked at the gatekeeper. "Senior, can I leave Meteor Valley now?" Fong Chun asked. The gatekeeper nodded and waved his hand. Instantly, the 9th palace opened. As soon as the palace opened, roars could be heard. Fong Chun frowned and was stunned. He knew where the roars were coming from. He glanced at the gatekeeper, and the latter nodded at him. "The Heavenly Sword Mansion Master's main body?" Fong Chun asked. "That's right. The Heavenly Sword Mansion Master's main body is suppressed here," said the gatekeeper. Hearing this, Fong Chun's heart trembled slightly. The Heavenly Sword Mansion Master had a grudge with him. If he could kill both his main body and clone, that would be great. Although he was suppressed by the power of will, there was no telling when he would be able to escape. Seeming to see through Fong Chun's thoughts, the gatekeeper chuckled. "Little friend, you've broken through to the peak realm and are protected by the laws of heaven and earth. Even if you attack, the power of will won't do anything to you." "Oh, there's such a good thing?" Fong Chun grinned. "But little friend, I have to remind you that this person's main body is an expert who has surpassed the creation realm. He's practically undying. With your current strength, it'll be too difficult for you to completely destroy him." When Fong Chun heard this, he was in a dilemma. At this moment, the little mouse appeared. "Boss, let me devour him," said the little mouse. Hearing this, Fong Chun's expression changed, and he said, "You can try." The little mouse took the lead and entered the palace. At this moment, the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master was sitting cross-legged at the center of the palace. Invisible laws were suppressing him. "Fong Chun, let me go," said the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master. Fong Chun sneered, but didn't say anything. The little mouse took a step forward and used its innate ability to devour. The Heavenly Sword Mansion Master hastily shouted, "Fong Chun, if you let me go, I'm willing to be your servant forever." "I don't dare to accept a servant like you," said Fong Chun. The Heavenly Sword Mansion Master also knew that he had broken through to the peak realm and wanted his help. But why would he help him? If he let him go, he would definitely be attacked by him. Fong Chun didn't dare to do such a thing. Seeing that Fong Chun wasn't willing to let him go, the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master hastily said, "Fong Chun, if you help me, I can give you an army." Fong Chun's heart trembled slightly when he heard that. Then he waved his hand and stopped the little mouse from attacking. "You only have 1 minute," Fong Chun said calmly. Although the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master was an elite that surpassed the creation tier, he didn't dare to put on airs in front of Fong Chun at this moment. "I have an army under my command. They were all manifestation realm practitioners in the past, but I was suppressed. As time passed, their cultivation base gradually dissipated. However, even so, their cultivation level has reached the heavenly body tier," the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master said. "Oh, an army of heavenly body tier?" A hint of curiosity appeared in Fong Chun's heart when he heard the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master's words. "How many people do you have in your army?" Fong Chun asked. The Heavenly Sword Mansion Master shook his head and said, 100 people. Fong Chun's heart trembled. 100 heavenly body tier elites. If he could obtain them, wouldn't he be able to sweep through the entire Scar Island? What do the mere clan count for? Thinking of this, a brilliant smile appeared on Fong Chun's face. "Take out your army and let me see it." Maybe I can help you, Fong Chen said. The gatekeeper stood at the side and watched everything with a smile. After breaking through to the pinnacle level, one would be protected by the laws of heaven and earth. If he was determined to save the heavenly sword mansion master, the willpower of Scar Island wouldn't stop him. Voila! The heavenly sword mansion master willed, and 100 figures appeared in the main hall. However, what surprised Fong Chen was there wasn't a trace of life in these 100 people. These are puppets. The heavenly sword mansion master shook his head and said, "These aren't puppets. I used a special method to make the dead cultivators obey my orders. However, they can't fight for a long time. Once the battle reaches a certain level, they will disappear." Fong Chen's eyes lit up. As expected, there were all kinds of strange things in the vast universe. The puppets of the heaven puppet race were already exquisite enough. He didn't expect the heavenly sword mansion master to have such a method. "How do you control them?" Fong Chen asked. "I'll only tell you if you save me first," the heavenly sword mansion master said. "You don't have the right to discuss with me." Fong Chen's attitude was very unyielding. The heavenly sword mansion master was furious, but he still gave in the end. He had been suppressed here for many years. It had been so long that even he couldn't remember. He really wanted to get out. With his strength, he could be considered a peak elite in the old Hua Islands. No one dared to disobey his orders. Now, he was suppressed here, worse than a pig or a dog. He really hated his current life, and he really wanted to get out. That was why he wanted Fong Chen's help by hook or by crook. The heavenly sword mansion master regretted his decision. In order to increase his strength, he actually tried to refine the power of intent. How ridiculous! The heavenly sword mansion master waved his hand, and the method to control these 100 people was instantly transmitted into Fong Chen's mind. Fong Chen closed his eyes, and the aura around him flickered. In a short while, he mastered the method. Then, he gave a try. He could really control them. "I'm suppressed by the power of intent, and these 100 people are also suppressed. Although they can still maintain the battle prowess of the heavenly body tier, they will dissipate after one full battle," the heavenly sword mansion master explained. Fong Chen nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you for your gift." Then, Fong Chen waved his hand, and the little mouse smiled knowingly and walked up to the heavenly sword mansion master. Then it used its innate mystical power, engulfing. "Fong Chen, you deceived me." The heavenly sword mansion master roared furiously. "What a fool." Fong Chen sneered. "I'm going to kill you." The heavenly sword mansion master wanted to tear Fong Chen into pieces when he learned that he had been deceived. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Suppressed by the power of intent, his body couldn't move at all. He allowed the little mouse's engulfing power to envelop him. "Boss, the power of intent is suppressing him." "I'm not strong enough," the little mouse said. Fong Chen closed his eyes and tried to communicate with the power of intent. In a short while, the power of intent weakened, and the heavenly sword mansion master's body was sucked into Fong Chen's stomach. "I don't accept this." The heavenly sword mansion master roared furiously. An elite of a generation had become a meal in the little mouse's stomach. "Young friend, do you see the stone door at the back of the hall? Open it, and you can leave," the gatekeeper said with a smile. "Thank you, senior." Fong Chen gently pushed open the stone door with Princess Exen, the little mouse, the demon armor bug, and the Dark Knight Queen Mother, and left Meteor Valley. Perhaps the O Clan's patriarch would never have dreamed that he would personally force Fong Chen into the Meteorite Valley. However, he had never imagined that he would give Fong Chen such a great fortune. After Fong Chen left, Meteor Valley shook. Chapter 1236. Scar Island, Scar Province, Scar Residence. 8 reading. 23 The current Scar residence was completely under the control of the O Clan. This was the headquarters of the O Clan. Recently, the O Clan had gradually strengthened their cooperation with the Demon Blood race, constantly clearing out obstacles. Any cultivator who dared to speak ill of the O Clan would be killed. No matter what cultivation level they would all be suppressed. The heavenly body tier elites of the Demon Blood race had been busy setting up a certain formation. It was said that once this formation was set up, It would envelop the entire Scar Island, isolating it from the vast universe and completely turning it into the demon blood race's back garden. At that time, even if the old Hua Island's reinforcements arrived, it would be useless. Even a creation realm expert would not be able to destroy such a formation. This was a formation unique to the demon blood race, passed down from generation to generation, and its power was boundless. Under violence, chaos broke out. Under the strong suppression of the O clan, Scar Island was still in chaos. Recently, many heavenly body tier elites, including the O clan, had died tragically. This scene successfully attracted the attention of the O clan. On this day, in the headquarters of the O clan, the peak heavenly body tier elite of the demon blood race had a gloomy expression. Clan leader O, I don't see the slightest bit of sincerity from the O clan. Our O clan is already doing our best to eliminate the rebels, the clan leader of the O clan said in a low voice. The demon blood race was very powerful, and the O clan couldn't afford to offend them. To put it bluntly, the current O clan was only a puppet of the demon blood race, a puppet to confuse people. Hearing this, the demon blood race elite's expression was still solemn, and he said in a low voice, Clan leader O, I don't care what method your O clan uses, but you must completely eliminate the hidden rebels within half a month. Otherwise, your O clan won't be able to bear the consequences. After saying this, the demon blood race elite turned and left. The O clan leader's heart was very complicated. In the end, he waved his hand, and a subordinate quickly ran in. Pass down my order. 3 days later, I will go to the Poison Dragon Peak and eliminate Viper. Scar Island Master, Medicine Master Yao Gui, and Viper. After these 3 people gathered together, they continuously killed the heavenly body tier elites of the O clan and demon blood race in the dark. On this day, after the 3 of them completed their respective missions, they gathered together. In a mountain range, I killed 3 heavenly body tier cultivators of the O clan, the Viper said with a grin. His poison Dao cultivation technique was becoming more and more domineering. Heavenly body tier cultivators were nothing in front of him. If he wasn't worried about being discovered by the demonic blood clan, he would have definitely started a massacre. I killed 2 from the demon blood clan, said Divine Master Yao Gui. Compared to the venomous snake, Divine Healer Yao Gui's attack was softer. It was not as domineering as a poisonous snake. Finally, Island Master Lu Hen said in a deep voice, I killed one, but I was discovered by the O clan. The 3 of them looked at each other. Recently, the 3 of them were able to kill enemies almost every day, so they were very happy. Just as the 3 of them were talking, Divine Master Yao Gui was taken aback. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. Yao Gui, what's the matter? Viper asked anxiously. The informant I left in Scar Manor sent me a message, said Divine Master Yao Gui. What news? Island Master Lu Hen asked. The old man of the O clan will personally head to the Poison Dragon Peak in 3 days to kill the traitor Viper. Viper's expression turned even gloomier. As for Island Master Lu Hen, his eyes brightened. Did your informant find out the specifics? Asked Island Master Lu Hen. For some unknown reason, the Demon Blood Clan has already withdrawn from Scar Province, said Divine Master Yao Gui. The 3 of them looked at each other with smiles on their faces. If that's really the case, then the 3 of us will go to the Poison Dragon Peak in 3 days to deal with that old man, said Viper. Is there a trap? Divine Master Yao Gui was more cautious. So what if there's a trap? Without the help of the Demon Blood Clan, the 3 of us are more than enough to deal with a Miro clan. The 3 of them quickly came to a decision. On the plains in front of Meteor Valley, with a flash of white light, Fang Chun and Princess Xin appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! Fang Chun took a deep breath of fresh air, a brilliant smile on his face. We're finally out, said Princess Xin. Fang Chun looked at Princess Xion's face and recalled the situation when they had been forced into Meteor Valley. "Oh, clan, you and I cannot live under the same sky," said Fang Chun. They had just come out of Meteor Valley, so they didn't know anything about the outside world. Fang Chun brought Princess Xion out of Meteor Valley. On the way to Scar Mansion, they met a Heavenly Dipper Realm cultivator. From his cultivator, They learned about what had happened on Scar Island in the past few years. "Father!" cried Princess Xin. According to the news circulating on Scar Island, the island master, Divine Master Yao Gui, and Viper's whereabouts were still unknown. Damn it! Fong Chen clenched his fists. His face was filled with resentment. The O Clan had gone too far. They had actually colluded with the Demon Blood Clan. "Boss, what should we do?" asked the little mouse. Fong Chen raised his head. Killing intent surged from his body. "We'll settle our grudges on the Poison Dragon Peak in 3 days." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, all the O Clan's experts moved out. The large group left the Scar Mansion and headed towards the Poison Dragon Peak. On the way, the O Clan's patriarch thought to himself, "I wonder if they will come." The Poison Dragon Peak wasn't far from Scar Mansion. Soon they arrived. The O Clan's patriarch led many experts up the Poison Dragon Peak and wantonly destroyed the buildings. In the blink of an eye, the Poison Dragon Peak was in ruins. "Patriarch, Viper is no longer here," said many cultivators. The O Clan's patriarch stood on the peak. His eyes flickered as he looked down. He was waiting. At this time, Viper, who was hiding in the dark, was furious. "Old man," cursed Viper. The island master persisted for a while. There didn't seem to be any experts from the demonic blood race hiding in the surroundings. After confirming that there were only people from the O Clan, he finally made his move. "Old man, today will be the day you die." Suddenly, a furious voice resounded throughout the Poison Dragon Peak. Viper took the initiative to attack. A fierce and tyrannical attack whistled through the air. "I was afraid that you wouldn't come." The O Clan's patriarch punched out and blocked Viper's attack. At the same time, Viper released a terrifying poisonous gas. Some of the weaker cultivators instantly foamed at the mouth. Whoosh! Divine Master Yao Gui and the Island Master also appeared. The three of them stood side by side. Killing intent surged from their bodies as they stared at the O Clan's patriarch. Contrary to their expectations, the O Clan's patriarch didn't have any panic on his face. Instead, there was a trace of excitement. "Old man, you betrayed the human race. You deserve death," said Divine Master Yao Gui. "Today, the three of us will take your dog head," said the Island Master. The O Clan's patriarch sneered. "Since I dared to come here, I wasn't afraid that you would attack me. Originally, I only planned to lure out one of you and kill him. I didn't expect all three of you to come. Today, all of you can die." As soon as the O Clan's patriarch finished speaking, the entire Poison Dragon Peak was instantly enveloped by a bloody array. "Ha, 3 old men die." After saying that, the O Clan's patriarch drilled into the array and launched a fierce and tyrannical attack on the three. Behind him, the demonic blood race's ancestor also attacked. "Not good. This array is absorbing my star energy." Divine Master Yao Gui discovered the abnormality and his face changed. "What array is this?" Viper was shocked. He had never seen or heard of such an array. Demonic blood race. The Island Master's face was gloomy as he said coldly, "This array was able to trap the three of them. It definitely didn't come from the O Clan. There was only one explanation, and that was the demonic blood race. Don't panic. The three of us will work together to attack the array." Under the command of the Island Master, the three of them worked together to attack the array. However, the might of this formation exceeded the three people's expectations. The star energy in their bodies was constantly flowing away. "Ha, you're all dead." On the other hand, they still had to resist the attacks of the demonic blood race's ancestor and the O Clan's patriarch. Bang! Viper and the demonic blood race's ancestor exchanged a punch and retreated a few steps. On the other side, the O Clan's patriarch appeared and disappeared mysteriously as he launched a sneak attack on Divine Master Yao Gui. "Don't separate. Back to back." The Island Master roared. The three of them leaned against each other as they vigilantly looked around. The O Clan's patriarch was full of confidence. Before he thought of this method, he had already thought of countless countermeasures. Today, the three of them would die. At this moment, on a plain not far from Poison Dragon Peak, Fong Chun and Princess Xin hurried on with all their might. "Poison Dragon Peak is ahead," the little mouse said. Princess Xian's beautiful eyes looked at Poison Dragon Peak, very worried. The battle has begun. Fang Chun had already discovered the situation on Poison Dragon Peak. He used the true meaning of time and space, and his speed increased explosively. Soon, Fang Chun and Princess Xian arrived at the foot of Poison Dragon Peak. Kill. Ascending the peak, Fang Chun didn't say a word and started a massacre. Bang! He killed one person with a punch. Fang Chun was like a life harvester, and no one could get close to him. A human-shaped demonic beast? In the blink of an eye, the heavenly body tier martial artists of the O clan suffered heavy casualties. Everyone's hearts were filled with fear as they shouted loudly. With the isolation of the array, the O clan's patriarch didn't know what was happening outside. Fang Chen's strength was limited. Facing middle and high-level heavenly body tier martial artists, he was powerless to fight. He could only rely on the army given to him by the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master. Voila, the army appeared. 100 high-level heavenly body tier elites, under the control of Fang Chun, started a massacre of the O clan. Miserable cries continued to ring out. The O clan's elites died with their eyes wide open. An hour later, the Poison Dragon Peak was full of casualties. Other than the O clan's patriarch and the Demon Cloud ancestor, the elites that the O clan had brought this time were all dead. Among them, there were 30 high-level heavenly body tier martial artists, 70 middle-level martial artists, and countless low-level martial artists. This was almost two-thirds of the O clan's wealth. After the army killed these martial artists, their bodies emitted a bright light as if they would collapse at any time. Boss! Fang Chun glanced at the little mouse and then said, I can still hold on. Fang Chun guessed that the army's martial artists would at most dissipate after one more battle. However, this was already enough. The destruction of the O clan was close at hand. Chapter 1237. At this moment, the heavenly body tier elites of the O clan were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of Fang Chun. Not worth mentioning. Princess Xian, who was watching from behind, had a tender expression on her face. Not long ago, he was still her sparring partner. At that time, she only had a kind of indifference toward him. After sparring for a month, she gradually had a new understanding of him. And at this time, her mentality changed greatly. She was full of curiosity and affection toward him. Later, at the Genius Exchange, he killed O Ruachin in anger. In the end, it even led to a battle between peak stage heavenly body tier elites. She vaguely remembered that imposing voice clasped his hands at Viper and said, Senior, please help. When everyone else gave up, he didn't give up. For his own sake, he had to kill 10 of them. At that moment, her heart began to melt. Later, the O clan leader forced him to enter Meteor Valley, and she followed him without hesitation. And now, he had grown to such an extent. Princess Xian was very gratified. Her vision was not wrong. Fang Chun was destined to become an elite of heaven and earth. As they spoke, Fang Chun sat down cross-legged and began to break the formation. The Demon Blood Clan's formation could not be measured by the level of the human race. As soon as he came into contact with this formation, Fang Chun discovered its extraordinariness. Breaking it was not something that could be done in a day. However, Fang Chun was confident that he could break this formation. His soul shrouded the formation, and he instantly saw every corner of the formation. He even saw the core of the formation clearly. The soul of an elite of the pinnacle stage was extremely powerful, only one step away from transforming into a primordial spirit. Time passed bit by bit, and Fang Chun kept breaking the formation. And inside the formation, the O clan leader kept using the formation to sneak attack Divine Healer Yao Gui and the others. Bang! After the O clan leader succeeded in his sneak attack, he quickly retreated. He left behind a furious Viper. At this moment, he was in a sorry state. Looking at Divine Master Yao Gui and Island Master Lu Hin, they weren't any better. They were originally at a disadvantage in the formation, and the O clan leader could control the formation, hide in it, and use the advantage of the formation to sneak attack them. Moreover, The array formation was rapidly absorbing the power of their stars. If this continued, they would definitely die. "We can't go on like this," Viper said with a gloomy face. "There's no need to pay attention to that old bastard from the O clan. Let's attack the formation together," Island Master Lu Hen said. Soon after, the three of them joined hands and unleashed their fiercest attacks. They heavily bombarded the formation. The formation shook as if it was about to shatter, but it held on in the end. "As I said, the three of you are dead meat." The O clan's patriarch smiled sinisterly. Then he attacked again. His opponent was Yao Gui's Shun. This was because among the three of them, Divine Master Yao Gui's combat power was slightly weaker. Pucci, the O clan patriarch's fist landed on Divine, Sovereign Yao Gui's body. The latter couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying. At the same time, the Demon Cloud Ancestor was sneakily attacking Viper. For a time, the three of them once again fell into battle. As the power of the stars dissipated, their attacks became weaker and weaker. "Let's work together and kill the Demon Cloud Ancestor." After a fierce battle, Island Master Lu Hen roared loudly. At this time, the Demon Cloud Ancestor was preparing to sneak attack Viper. Suddenly, the three of them erupted with their strongest power and bombarded the Demon Cloud Ancestor. "Three old fellows, go to hell." The Demon Cloud Ancestor's face was full of disdain. In his view, with the protection of the array formation, he didn't fear the three of them at all. The Demon Cloud Ancestor didn't dodge and was very confident. He stretched out his big hand and directly grabbed the three of them. This attack contained his strongest attack. If it hit the three of them, they would definitely be injured. Bang! However, something unexpected happened. When the attacks of Island Master Lu Hen and the other two came in contact with the Demon Cloud Ancestor, the latter's mind moved and wanted to use the array formation to resist. However, he was horrified to find that he couldn't control the array formation. "O clan Patriarch!" The Demon Cloud Ancestor immediately roared. Seeing this, the O clan Patriarch hurriedly supported the Demon Cloud Ancestor. But it was too late. The attacks of Island Master Lu Hen and the other two fiercely bombarded the Demon Cloud Ancestor. Bang! The three powerful attacks directly penetrated the Demon Cloud Ancestor's body. Then he directly exploded, completely shattering along with his soul. The Demon Cloud Ancestor fell. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the O clan Patriarch angrily roared. As for Island Master Lu Hen and the other two, they were somewhat surprised. They knew how terrifying the array formation was. They never thought that they would be able to kill the Demon Cloud Ancestor. This Divine Master Yao Gui was the first to discover that the array formation's speed of absorbing the star power in their body had slowed down. Ha ha ha! A loophole has appeared in the array formation. The opportunity to counterattack has come. Viper laughed wildly. The three of them stood side by side, ready to fight the O clan Patriarch. "Old man, what other moves do you have? Don't hesitate to use them," Viper said coldly. "If the three of us don't die today, the O clan will be exterminated," Divine Master Yao Gui threatened. "It seems that your array formation isn't as good as imagined." Island Master Lu Hen spread out his hands and smiled. The O clan Patriarch's face was ashen as he stood in front of the three. The power of the stars circled around him. "You're about to die, and you still dare to say such big words. Ridiculous." The O clan Patriarch sneered. Soon after, he waved his hand and urged the array formation with all his strength, wanting to launch the final attack against the three. However, at this moment, the array formation shattered with a cracking sound. The O clan Patriarch, who was about to attack, sensed this scene and his expression changed. He shouted unwillingly, "No!" The array formation was his greatest reliance. Without it, how could he resist the three's attack? The array formation has shattered. The three of them looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Crash! The array formation shattered, and the Poison Dragon Peak was right in front of them. The O clan Patriarch, who was crazily shouting, became even crazier when he saw the corpses of the O clan's experts. "Who is it?" The O clan Patriarch roared. Fong Chen slowly stood up and brought Princess Xian over to Island Master Lu Hen's group. Fong Chen, you came out alive. Island Master Lu Hen couldn't believe his eyes. It was too shocking to be able to escape unscathed after entering Meteor Valley. Brother Fong, I knew it. You won't die. Ha ha. Seeing this, Poison Snake laughed wildly. Divine Master Yao Gui was also very gratified when he saw Princess Xian. Only the O Clan Patriarch went crazy. Why? Why? The O Clan Patriarch roared. I don't believe it. Not a single O Clan's expert was alive. They were all dead. He was greatly shocked. Island Master, Divine Master Yao Gui, Brother Viper. Fong Chun greeted the three of them. Ha ha, it's good that you're back. Princess Xian's eyes reddened when she saw her father, and she directly jumped into Island Master Lu Hen's arms. The hearts of the three heavenly body tier elites trembled, waves of shock surging through them. However, this wasn't the time to be shocked. The O Clan Patriarch was still there. Kill. Viper and Divine Master Yao Gui looked at each other, and the two of them attacked together, directly suppressing the O Clan Patriarch. I can't accept this. The O Clan Patriarch screamed miserably. Without the protection of the array formation, he couldn't resist the attacks of the two. Pucci. In the blink of an eye, the O Clan Patriarch was dead. The atmosphere on the Poison Dragon Peak was heavy. The corpses of the O Clan's cultivators were everywhere, who, after killing the O Clan Patriarch, Viper and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They arrived in front of Fong Chun. Brother Fong, how did you get out of Meteor Valley? Viper asked curiously. It's a long story. Fong Chun chuckled and gave a simple explanation. After listening to Fong Chen's story, the three elites felt that it was inconceivable. They looked at Fong Chun dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts didn't dissipate for a long time. Fong Chun is much more powerful than you think. Princess Xian's beautiful eyes flickered, and she smiled. She was very happy to see her father safe and sound. Ha! Hearing his daughter praise Fong Chun, Island Master Lu Hen was also very happy. After the shock, the three of them thought about the O Clan's cultivators on the Poison Dragon Peak. What was going on? Could it be that Fong Chun was the one who did it? Brother Fong, don't tell me that you killed all these people. Viper looked at Fong Chun in shock and asked hurriedly. Fong Chun shook his head and said, I obtained an army of zombies in Meteor Valley. There were a total of 100 heavenly body tier cultivators. The O Clan's cultivators were killed by them. What 100 heavenly body tier cultivators? Viper exclaimed. Their strength can only last 1 or 2 battles. After that, they will collapse. Fong Chun spread out his hands. Even so, it was still quite shocking. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. This was the three people's evaluation of Fong Chun. The battle on the Poison Dragon Peak was originally a plot by the O Clan Patriarch to lure Island Master Lu Hen and the others, wanting to capture them all in one fell swoop. However, a variable like Fong Chun appeared. He died with everlasting regret. He would probably regret his decision even after he went to the Yellow Springs of the Underworld. If it weren't for his decision, Fong Chun wouldn't have broken through to the pinnacle level, and the O Clan wouldn't have been destroyed. This was the cycle of karma. Everything in the world couldn't avoid karma. Fong Chun and Princess Xian returned safely, and even helped them destroy most of the O Clan's cultivators. This made Island Master Lu Hen very happy. Immediately, they spread the news of the battle on the Poison Dragon Peak. Then, the three people killed their way back to Lu Hen residence. With lightning speed, they slaughtered all the O Clan's cultivators and reoccupied Lu Hen residence. Over the countless years, many super forces appeared on Lu Hen Island, and the O Clan was the most miserable one. In a mere day, the O Clan was annihilated. After hearing this news, the Demon Blood Race was also very angry. They quickly activated emergency measures to prevent Island Master Lu Hen and the others from destroying the Demon Blood Race's plans. Island Master Lu Hen regained his position, and with a wave of his arm, countless experts hidden in the dark appeared one after another, seeking refuge under him. In a short few days, Island Master Lu Hin's power skyrocketed. During this time, the demon blood race didn't make any response. Their attitude was quite surprising. However, Island Master Lu Hin and the others didn't dare to relax. At the same time, Island Master Lu Hin received a piece of good news. Chapter 1238. For a time, the flames of war rose on Scar Island. War broke out again, but this time there were many supporters of Scar Island. The disciples of the Heavenly Marks sect who had fled all over the place returned to Scar Manor. The Heavenly Marks sect was rebuilt, but regrettably, there was still a considerable number of people who were willing to be the lackeys of the demonic blood race and betrayed the human race. However, this did not affect the power of the Heavenly Marks sect. Scar Island stood on the side of justice, so he had many supporters. On a certain day, Heavenly Marks sect's conference hall, Scar Island, Divine Master Yao Gui, Viper, and Fong Chun. Only the four of them were in the conference hall. Their faces were a little gloomy. It seemed to be about the demonic blood race. The atmosphere in the conference hall was also very solemn. After a long time, Scar Island spoke first. According to the reports of our spies, the demonic blood race occupied the other 23 states. Most of the states aren't strong, so we can attack them. Only the demonic cloud state. After the demonic blood race occupied the 23 states, they set up their headquarters in the demonic cloud state. This surprised Island Master Lu Hin. We destroyed the O family. Did the demonic blood race make any moves? Divine Master Yao Gui asked. He did not want to go all out against the demonic blood race. Even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory and they would have to pay a heavy price. It would be good if they could hold on until reinforcements arrived. Not only did the demonic blood race not make any moves, but they also recalled most of their forces back to the demonic cloud state after learning that the O family was destroyed. Scar Island continued. They must be plotting something. We must stop them. Viper said solemnly. From the beginning to the end, Fong Chun did not speak. He was listening to the opinions of the three people. The Luhin Island Master and the other two were the three strongest people on the Luhin Island. Originally, Fong Chun was not qualified to participate in a meeting of this level. However, Fong Chun's status was different. If it wasn't for Fong Chun, they might have died in the hands of the O family patriarch, let alone take revenge. In a way, Fong Chun had saved Scar Island. Although his cultivation was in the Heaven Star border realm, the three of them already regarded him as a martial artist on the same level as them. Moreover, Viper was Fong Chun's elder brother. On the other hand, Luhin Island Master subconsciously treated Fong Chun as his son-in-law. Most importantly, his daughter was also interested in Fong Chun. Once the battle was over and the demonic blood race was completely wiped out, he would take care of their marriage. Island Master Lu Hin nodded and looked at Fong Chun. Fong Chun, what do you think? Perhaps Fong Chun would have a unique view. Hearing Yuan's question, Fong Chun said, the demon blood race has transferred all their forces back to the Demon Cloud Prefecture. They probably have some sort of scheme in the Demon Cloud Prefecture. As for the situation of the Demon Cloud State, we are very clear about it. The only explanation is that they want to resurrect some powerful beings of the Demon Blood Clan who had died in battle. Fong Chun's words caused their expressions to change greatly. Venomous Snake said directly, if that's the case, once the Almighty is successfully summoned, it will be a disaster for Scar Island. Island Master, how long will it take for the reinforcements to arrive? Divine Master Yao Gui asked. The reinforcements still need 2 months. During this time, we will first recover the other prefectures. Once the reinforcements arrive, we will immediately launch an all-out attack, Luhin Island Master said. From this day onwards, the people of the Heaven Mark sect all headed to the other prefectures to fight the demon blood race. As for Fong Chun, he was sent to the Azure Sky Prefecture. I want to go too. Princess Xin wanted to follow Fong Chun, but she was rejected by Fong Chun. Although the information sent back by the spies said that the demon blood race cultivators stationed in the Azure Sky Prefecture weren't strong, and apart from a few mid-level heavenly body tier cultivators, the rest were all low-level heavenly body tier cultivators. However, just in case, Fong Chun wasn't willing to let Princess Xin take the risk. All right, Then I will wait for your return at the heaven-marked sect, Princess Exine said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded and prepared to leave with the little mouse. However, at this moment, a vast light suddenly soared into the sky from the back mountain of the heaven-marked sect. Immediately after, the power of the stars in the heaven and earth surged wildly. Someone is breaking through. Princess Exine was a little surprised. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's face revealed a brilliant smile. He leaped and arrived at the back mountain of the heaven-marked sect. In the next moment, a figure walked out. Brother Qing Ho. Fang Chen landed on the ground with a whoosh and hugged Qing Ho. After cultivating in seclusion for a few years, Qing Ho finally broke through to the heavenly body tier. At this moment, Qing Ho's temperament had undergone a great change. Originally, his face was filled with coldness. During these years of seclusion, he didn't know what happened in the outside world. However, when he saw Fang Chen, he instantly became excited. Brother Shui, you're out. Qing Ho shouted excitedly. The relationship between the two brothers was needless to say. Fang Chen told Qing Ho about his experiences in these years. When the latter heard this, he was very surprised. Especially after knowing that the O clan had betrayed the human race, he was very angry. He immediately said that he wanted to go to the Blue Sky Continent with Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and agreed. Blue Sky Continent. This place was very important to Fang Chen. The reason why he said this was because the ancient race, the Heaven Puppet race, was here. However, although he agreed to join the Heaven Puppet race, strictly speaking, he wasn't a true member of the Heaven Puppet race. Qing Ho was different. He was the hope of the Heaven Puppet race. A few days later, Fang Chen, Qing Ho, and the others arrived at the Blue Sky Continent. In the Blue Sky Continent, it was still as usual. In the prefecture, there were martial artists of the Demon Blood race. Boss, if the humans attack, what should we do? A Demon Blood race martial artist asked in a low voice. The martial artist, who was called Boss, frowned and said, the humans can't even take care of themselves now, and they still dare to attack us. What a joke. This boss was a mid-level heavenly body tier martial artist. He was very strong. However, just as his voice fell, earth-shattering sounds of fighting could be heard in the prefecture. The humans are attacking. Immediately after, someone shouted. Instantly, the boss's face darkened, and he led everyone to the square of the mansion. Puchi, Qing Ho, and Fang Chen quickly killed the weaker members of the Demon Blood race. You two are really audacious. You actually dare to intrude into the important place of the Demon Blood race. You should be killed, the boss said coldly. Hearing this, Fang Chen sneered and said, what a joke. This is originally an important place of the human race. Today, I'll destroy your Demon Blood race. You're courting death. The boss of the Demon Blood race was furious and attacked like lightning. Seeing this, the little mouse, Demon Armorbug, and Dark Knight Mother attacked. Instantly, the three of them trapped the boss of the Demon Blood race. Kill them. The boss of the Demon Blood race shouted as he attacked. Immediately, many martial artists of the Demon Blood race came to a realization and attacked. However, the Dark Knight Mother's attack wasn't necessarily too strong, but her trapping technique was unparalleled. It unleashed tens of thousands of subsidiary bodies of darkness, trapping the few middle-level heavenly body tier cultivators that were present. The rest were all low-level heavenly body tier martial artists. Brother Qing Ho, you deal with the first-level heavenly body tier martial artists. Leave the rest to me. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he activated his perfect sword body and clenched his fists, charging into the midst of the Demon Blood race members. Bang! His fist was very domineering. With one punch, the members of the Demon Blood race were instantly killed. In the blink of an eye, several members of the Demon Blood race died in battle. Qing Ho took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. After not seeing him for a few years, had Sanguinati become so powerful? Killing low-level heavenly body tier martial artists with one punch was too exciting. The chaotic battle lasted for 15 minutes before it finally ended. In the mansion, the Demon Blood race martial artists suffered heavy casualties. Bang! After Fang Chen killed the Demon Blood race member with one last punch, He turned to look at the trapped mid-level heavenly body tier martial artists. Then he took out the star concealing sword. Xiao. The third layer of the mysterious sky sealing technique was used. After breaking through the pinnacle level, Fang Chen's battle prowess couldn't be judged by common sense. He was too strong. Low-level heavenly body tier martial artists were completely no match for him. However, facing mid-level heavenly body tier martial artists, due to the difference in cultivation level, he had to go all out. When Fang Chen attacked, the little mouse used extreme piercing, instantly piercing through the Demon Blood Race member's defense. Peng, the leader of the Demon Blood Race, was hit, and his body kept retreating. Ah! He roared angrily. A mid-level heavenly body tier martial artist was actually suppressed by a Heaven Dipper tier trash. He couldn't accept this. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen frowned. This leader of the Demon Blood Race seemed to have some ability. Voila! With a thought, the heavenly body tier army appeared. Under his control, they instantly killed the leader of the Demon Blood Race. Then, the few mid-level heavenly body tier martial artists of the Demon Blood Race all died. Phew! Qing Ho breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. Brother Blood, are these puppets? Qing Ho was very obsessed with puppets. When he saw the heavenly body tier army, he directly asked. Fang Chen shook his head and introduced them to him. Although this army's battle prowess is strong, their energy is about to run out. When they just killed the Demon Blood Race member, one of them collapsed, Fang Chen said. Now, there were 99 left. If they faced a high-level 9th-level heavenly body tier martial artist, they would definitely all collapse after one battle. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he couldn't use them. This was his trump card, reserved to deal with the Demon Blood Race elites of the Demon Cloud Continent. It was unexpectedly easy. Qing Ho sighed with emotion as he quickly recovered the Blue Sky Continent. Little Mouse, Demon Armorbug, and Dark Knight, Mother Empress. He was very envious. How good would it be if he had such a domineering spirit pet? After saying a few words to Fang Chen, he hurriedly entered the old site of the Heaven Puppet Race. Fang Chen stayed behind to deal with the aftermath. After all, other than the Demon Blood Race in the prefecture capital, there were definitely Demon Blood Race martial artists scattered all over the Blue Sky Continent. He had to eliminate them all. In the following time, Fang Chen traveled through the Blue Sky Continent. After 7 days, peace finally returned to the Blue Sky Continent. Chapter 1239. At the same time that Fang Chen reclaimed the Azure Sky Continent, the other elites also sent in reports of success. In a short few days, aside from the Demon Cloud Continent, the other 20-plus continents were all reclaimed. This was something worth celebrating for the humans of Scar Island. However, Scar Island and the others didn't have it easy. They led many elites and gathered in the Sky Thunder Continent, preparing to attack the Demon Cloud Continent. In the Sky Thunder Continent, the previous Sky Thunder Continent Lord had already died in battle. The current Sky Thunder Continent Lord was Fang Chen's elder brother, Thunder Freer. In order to save him, Fang Chen was forced into Meteor Valley. Thunder Freer was disheartened, thinking that he had harmed Fang Chen. Thus, after recovering from his injuries, he returned to the Sky Thunder Continent. The Demon Blood Race occupied the Sky Thunder Continent, and he hid in the dark, appearing at the right time. A month later, the strongest forces of Scar Island gathered in the Sky Thunder Continent. The atmosphere in the Sky Thunder Continent was very solemn. This was a crucial battle of life and death. If they lost, they would lose everything. Many high-level heavenly body tier elites, including Divine Master Yao Gui and Viper, wore solemn expressions. Fang Chen and Qing Ho were the last to arrive. What's the situation? Fang Chen asked. Our people found that the Demon Blood Race seems to be setting up a formation, Viper said. This formation is very powerful. My spirit tried to explore it, but it was discovered when it was 100 miles away, Divine Master Yao Gui said. Formation. Scar Island nodded and said, I have a feeling that the formation seems to be at its final stage, about to succeed. Reinforcements will arrive in a month, but we can't wait any longer, Scar Island Lord continued. This was also the main reason why he gathered the troops in the Sky Thunder Continent. The final battle? Fong Chen asked. Make preparations. The final battle will begin in 3 days. Scar Island Lord left these words and turned to leave. In the Demon Cloud continent, the Demon Blood race also noticed the reaction of the humans, and they were also preparing for war. Elder Mo, the humans are gathering in the Sky Thunder continent. How should we deal with them? An elder asked. When the humans attack, our formation will be complete. At that time, we won't be afraid of mere humans, said Elder Mo. Hearing that, the elder nodded and began to make arrangements. These 3 days felt like years. Finally, after 3 days, everything was ready. The mighty army of the human race finally began to move. Hum in the sky, one heavenly body tier elite after another flew past. Normally, such a spectacular scene would not be seen in the Demon Cloud continent. The terrifying aura exuded by the numerous heavenly body tier elites made the entire Demon Cloud continent feel extremely oppressive. Hoha Magic Cloud Plain. That place was the headquarters of the Demon Blood Clan. The spirit formation that they had set up was also there. With Island Lord Lu Hin in the lead, the humans landed on the demonic cloud plain. On the other side, the members of the demonic blood race were a black mass. Lu and Island Master, back then, you fled like a stray dog. Now, you actually dare to come here? Elder Mo sneered in disdain. Behind him, the experts of the demonic blood race were preparing for battle. The demonic blood clan is the enemy of the human race. They should be killed, Island Master Lu Hin said in a deep voice. Today, we will learn from the demonic blood clan. Kill. Viper took the lead and charged directly into the crowd of demonic blood clan members. Instantly, the humans and the demonic blood clan began to fight. A chaotic battle was about to break out. High level against high level, middle level against middle level, and low level against low level. As for the Heaven Dipper tier, besides Fong Chun, no one was qualified to participate. The destructive power of heavenly body tier elites was very strong. On the entire demonic cloud plane, the sounds of killing shook the sky. Puchi Fong Chun was in the area of low-level heavenly body tier elites. Facing low-level heavenly body tier elites, he killed one with a punch. Kill him. The demonic blood clan cultivators finally realized how terrifying Fong Chun was and shouted loudly. Instantly, several low-level heavenly body tier demonic blood clan members rushed toward Fong Chun. However, what they received in response was still a pair of iron fists. 3,980 meridians were completely refined, and 785 black bones were polished into golden bones. Fong Chen's physical body had undergone earth-shattering changes. The power of his punch could explode the head of a martial artist at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier. Every punch was in place, and killing intent filled the air. Kill the demonic blood clan members. Fong Chen's powerful battle prowess boosted everyone's morale. The low-level heavenly body tier human cultivators' morale was greatly boosted, and the demonic blood clan cultivators fled one after another. In the area of low-level cultivators, there were countless corpses as far as the eye could see. There were human and demonic blood clan cultivators. The battle lasted about 2 hours. The low-level heavenly body tier cultivators of the demonic blood clan were all slaughtered. Fong Chun, go and break the formation. Island Master Lu Hin transmitted a message to Fong Chun. The latter understood and left the area, coming to the formation. Kill him. The demonic blood clan elder also noticed Fong Chun and shouted crazily. Instantly, several middle-level heavenly body tier cultivators rushed toward Fong Chun. Protect Fong Chun. The human cultivators fell into a frenzy of killing to protect Fong Chun. The formation that was in the process of being completed was destroyed by Fong Chun, and cracks appeared. Seeing this, the elites of the demonic blood clan were completely enraged. Some high-level heavenly body tier cultivators moved, wanting to kill Fong Chun. Fong Chun no longer held back and released the heavenly body tier army. Boom! A terrifying aura engulfed the entire earth. As soon as the heavenly body tier army appeared, they destroyed several demonic blood clan members near Fong Chun. Then, Under Fong Chen's control, they entered the area of high-level cultivators. Kill. Island Master Lu Hen and the others knew about Fong Chen's Heavenly Body Tier army. Seeing this, their morale was greatly boosted, and they launched an all-out counterattack against the demonic blood clan. Pucci. One after another, the high-level Heavenly Body Tier cultivators of the demonic blood clan died at the hands of the army. However, in the process, the Heavenly Body Tier army members were also rapidly defeated. After an hour, there were only 30 people left in the army. However, these 30 people were still reaping the lives of the demonic blood clan members. Their battle prowess was too strong, and every move was fatal. The demonic blood clan members couldn't resist at all. Block them. Elder Demon was furious and wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Island Master Lu Hen. The peak battle prowess of both sides tangled with each other. Apart from them, the others couldn't stop the army's attack at all. Kill! Shouts shook the sky, and the army members were also rapidly defeated. In the end, for every demonic blood clan member killed, the army lost one person. After killing more than 30 demonic blood clan members, the army was completely annihilated. Voila! The last member of the army completely disappeared. Seeing this, Elder Demon roared toward the sky. Kill all the humans for me. The demonic blood clan launched a counterattack. However, too many demonic blood clan members were killed by the army. The current occupation was gradually in the humans' favor. Dying. Poisonous mist spewed out of Viper's body, and he found an opportunity to kill the enemy in one strike. Then, he helped Divine Master Yao Gui kill the enemy. Finally, the three-peak battle prowess joined forces to fight Elder Demon. The end of the demonic blood clan has arrived. Elder Demon retreated step by step. He was furious, and with a punch, he directly rushed into the array with the help of the recoil. Not good. As if sensing something, the three cried out. Sure enough, after Elder Demon rushed into the array, the star power between heaven and earth crazily surged. The array was shattered, and a terrifying aura directly drilled into Elder Demon's body. Fong Chun was sent flying by the recoil. You forced me to do this. Elder Demon's voice was hoarse, and his body was filled with terrifying killing intent. The star power between heaven and earth was constantly being absorbed by him, and the aura around him was crazily rising. How is this possible? Island Master Lu Hen and the other two turned pale with fright. Elder Demon actually had the aura of a manifestation realm. Hiss! Elder Demon's aura rose to the extreme. He took a step forward, and the demonic cloud plane trembled. Half-step manifestation realm. Viper shouted. Everyone retreated. Island Master Lu Hen's eyes were filled with a complicated look. Seeing that victory was in sight, who would have thought that Elder Demon actually had such a move? Humans all deserve to die. Elder Demon said in a deep voice. In front of a half-step manifestation realm, Heavenly Body Realm was just an ant. Even if Island Master Lu Hen and the other two joined forces, they could not possibly be Elder Demon's match. The human race went from having the upper hand to being at a disadvantage, and the situation was very dangerous. What should we do? Divine Master Yao Gui asked. Half-step manifestation realm. We can't beat him, Viper said. For a moment, everyone's heart was very complicated. Elder Demon's body skyrocketed several times, as if he was a giant. His scarlet eyes looked at Fong Chun. Die! Elder Demon's big hand covered the sky and swooped down, wanting to suppress Fong Chun. Fong Chun, be careful. Island Master Lu Hen and the other two moved, desperately resisting. Bang! Before the three of them could get close to Elder Demon's big hand, they were sent flying. No! Viper shouted. Everyone thought that Fong Chun would definitely die. Elder Demon's big hand came crashing down. Brother Fong. Viper was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Island Master Lu Hen and the others were livid. However, at this moment, Elder Demon made a sound of surprise and raised his big hand. Voila! A ripple appeared in the void somewhere, and Fong Chen's body appeared. Seeing this scene, everyone on the plane cheered. What? Island Master Liu Hin and the other two looked at Fong Chun in disbelief. Even the three of them could not block this attack, but Fong Chun blocked it easily. What an unexpected guy to actually have such a profound, true intent of space. I can't let you live. Elder Demon's big hand came crashing down again. Fong Chun used the true intent of space and time to dodge. However, this time, Elder Demon used his half-step manifestation realm aura to lock down the space. The true intent of space and time could not be used. Fong Chen's heart tightened, and his face was livid. Attack! Island Master Liu Hin roared, and the human race members surrounded Elder Demon. At the moment of life and death for the human race on Island Master Liu Hin, in the sea of void, a very high-grade flying ship was rapidly approaching. Chapter 1240. An expert like Elder Mo could naturally tell that Fong Chun was extraordinary at a glance. His potential was too strong. If he was not killed, he would definitely become a strong enemy of the demonic blood tribe in the future. Therefore, Elder Mo targeted Fong Chun and locked the void so that the latter could not pass through. His giant hand covered the sky. Once Fong Chun was suppressed, he would definitely die. Stop! Viper's eyes were scarlet red. He bared his teeth and roared loudly. At the same time, he used all his strength to block the powerful attack for Fong Chun. Island Lord Liu Hin and Divine Master Yao Gui looked at each other and immediately launched an extremely powerful attack. The three top experts were not afraid and attacked again. In that case, all of you will die together. Elder Mo looked down at the crowd and said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant hand instantly slapped the bodies of the three top powerhouses. The three of them were sent flying like kites. They vomited blood, and their faces were pale. After the giant hand slapped the three of them, it did not stop. It carried a suffocating aura and whizzed over. A look of despair appeared on Fong Chen's face. At this moment, he did not have the strength to dodge, even if he wanted to. Boss! Little Mouse was in a frenzy. He used both of his special abilities, but it only made the giant hand pause for a moment. As for the Demon Beetle and the Dark Knight Queen, they were instantly sent flying. No one could stop Elder Mo's attack. A half-step to the Manifestation Realm expert was too powerful. In an instant, everyone's faces were filled with sadness. They watched Elder Mo kill in all directions, but they could not do anything. Ha. He was very happy to be able to kill the human race's genius. Whoosh whoosh. However, when the giant hand was about to touch Fong Chun, a furious roar suddenly came from afar. After that, a strange scene appeared. Elder Mo's overbearing giant hand instantly froze in the void, as though it had been imprisoned. Elder Mo frowned, and his expression changed. He looked up into the distance. Suddenly, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. Whoosh whoosh. Two figures could be seen flying over from the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the dilapidated Devil Cloud Plain. The two of them did not emit any aura fluctuations, but they gave off a feeling of Mount Tide bearing down on them. Reinforcements have arrived. Seeing this, Island Master Liu Hin laughed loudly. The demonic blood clan should be exterminated. One of them looked at Elder Mo and lightly tapped his finger. No! Elder Mo's face was filled with fear. He was unwilling to accept this. Just as they were about to wipe out the entire human race, they did not expect that two creation realm experts would appear. In front of a true manifestation stage practitioner, a half-step to manifestation stage practitioner like him was nothing to be afraid of. Bastard stopped struggling. The creation realm elite was too powerful. With just a few casual flicks of his fingers, Elder Mo's body exploded. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. The powerful Elder Mo was killed just like that. Fong Chun was shocked when he saw this. Is this the strength of a manifestation realm expert? Fong Chun looked at the two manifestation realm experts with a burning gaze. The other manifestation realm expert waved his hand. Immediately, a powerful aura shot into the sky. In the next moment, all the demonic blood clan on the Devil Cloud Plain died. It's over. The manifestation realm expert smiled. Thank you for your help, seniors. Island Master Lu Hin cupped his hands at the two. Although the two of them looked young, they were actually old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. Are you the current Island Master Lu Hin? The green-robed creation realm expert who had killed Elder Mo asked. Yes. We ran into some trouble in the Void Ocean, but we didn't come too late. The person said. The two of them are mighty seniors who came from Lu Hin Island. They had once said that if Lu Hin Island was in trouble, he could inform them. Now they had fulfilled their promise. All right, the demonic blood clan on Lu Hin Island has been completely wiped out. We should leave. The other person said. Farewell, seniors. Island Master Lu Hin said loudly. Whoosh. The two manifestation realm experts disappeared into the sky. Everyone looked at each other with smiles on their faces. The battle was finally over. Thinking back, it was too terrifying. If the two manifestation realm experts from the old Hua Islands hadn't arrived in time, they would have all died. After Lu Hin Island was reclaimed, many experts led by Lu Hin Island's Island Master began to rebuild Lu Hin Island. At the same time, they searched every corner of Lu Hin Island, afraid that there would be any survivors. In just half a month, all the demonic blood clan hiding in the dark were wiped out. During this time, Fong Chun also found the whereabouts of Sky Sword Mansion's Island Master's clone. After finding him, he killed him directly. He didn't want to leave behind a disaster. The battle that had lasted for several years was finally over. Heaven Mark's sect rose again and became the only superpower on Lu Hin Island. Lu Hin Island's Island Master was still the sect master of Heaven Mark sect, and Princess Xian was the strongest among the younger generation of Heaven Mark sect. Under Lu Hin Island's Island Master's leadership, Heaven Mark sect developed rapidly. On this day, Lu Hin Island's Island Master found Fong Chun. Fong Chun, I have something to discuss with you. Lu Hin Island's Island Master smiled. What is it? Your marriage with my daughter. Fong Chun was stunned when he heard this. He immediately lowered his head. He did have a good impression of Princess Xian, but it was only a little. In his eyes, Princess Xian was like his little sister. Furthermore, he was already married, and his wife's whereabouts were still unknown. How could he find a new lover? Island Master, I already have a wife, Fong Chun said in a low voice. The path of the martial path is incomparably lonely. It's normal for a cultivator to have multiple wives. Lu Hin Island's Island Master was quite open-minded, but my wife's whereabouts are unknown. This is my obsession. Before I find my wife, I don't want to talk about love, Fong Chun said bluntly. Oh, Lu Hin Island's Island Master didn't understand. Fong Chun told Lu Hin Island's Island Master about his wife's situation. Lu Hin Island's Island Master sighed. What a pity. If Fong Chun was such an outstanding genius, how great would it be if he could become his son-in-law? However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. Since Fong Chun didn't have any intentions, he couldn't force him. After the battle with the demonic blood tribe, Lu Hin Island's Island Master could see that Fong Chun wasn't a fish in a pond. Sooner or later, he would become a dragon. Fong Chun left the Heavenly Mark Sect's conference hall and returned to his courtyard. However, a voice came from behind him. This voice was filled with determination. Fong Chun, I will always wait for you. Unknowingly, Princess Xian appeared behind Fong Chun. Her eyes were filled with tears. She didn't know when it started, but her heart had been occupied by Fong Chun. She had heard the conversation between her father and Fong Chun. She didn't want to force Fong Chun. Hearing this, Fong Chun's body trembled. He paused for a moment before leaving. Although he wanted to turn back and comfort Princess Xian, he knew that he couldn't. That night, Fong Chun couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about what had happened in these years. From a small cultivator in the ancient Sword Continent, he had walked all the way to where he was today. He had sacrificed a lot, but he had also gained a lot. Until now, he still didn't know where his mother and wife were. He had asked many people, but no one knew where the immortals lived. Even Big Brother Viper hadn't heard of it. However, Big Brother Viper said that the elites on the old Hua Islands should know. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper tier. He was only one step away from the Heavenly Body tier. For others, stepping into the Heavenly Body tier was a hurdle, but for him, it was only a matter of time. In his chi sea, 9 layers of astral essence had been shattered. The rich astral essence power was spreading throughout his chi sea. Once this astral origin power filled his entire sea of chi, he would naturally advance to the heavenly body tier. After the war, it was peaceful. The entire Scar Island was still as lively as before. As for Fong Chun, he had been cultivating. The more he lived like this, the more bored Fong Chun felt. Finally, after a month, Fong Chun made a decision. He wanted to go to the Old Hua Islands and pursue a bigger stage. Although there were many people stronger than him on the Scar Island, he was invincible in the same cultivation level. There was almost no challenge. On the path of martial arts, it was very difficult to increase one's cultivation level if everything went smoothly. Only under pressure could one grow quickly. Moreover, Fong Chun still had many things to do. He had to find his mother and wife. Therefore, he urgently wanted to increase his strength. After making this decision, Fong Chun told Viper and the others. Viper supported his decision. The Old Hua Islands was Fong Chen's stage. The Scar Island was too small. Divine Teacher Yao Gui and the Scar Island Master also supported him. As for Princess Xian, she hadn't shown up since that day. Fong Chun asked Qing Ho if he wanted to go to the Old Hua Islands. Qing Ho thought for a while and finally refused. He was still very weak now. Moreover, he had to help the Heaven Puppet race rise. Therefore, he decided to stay on the Scar Island. The Old Hua Islands was very far from the Scar Island. With Fong Chun's speed, it would take at least half a year. Fong Chun, there are many dangers on the Void Ocean. You must be careful, Viper reminded. Here are some level 5 pills. Take them. Divine Teacher Yao Gui handed some pills to Fong Chun. They were all healing pills. Thank you. This was the second time he left the Scar Island. However, it was the opposite of the last time. The 3 top experts escorted Fong Chun into the Void Ocean until they disappeared. I have a feeling that Fong Chun will rise in a few years, Divine Teacher Yao Gui said. It won't be long before Brother Fong's name spreads across the Old Hua Islands. Viper was very confident in Fong Chun. Beside him, Island Master Lu Hin also nodded slightly. At the edge of the Scar Island, in a secluded place, Princess Xin, dressed in green, stared at the void ocean with tears on her face. Fong Chun, I believe in you. You will come back. Chapter 1241. The vast universe was boundless and boundless. There were 36 archipelagos in the vast universe. The shortest distance between each archipelagos was billions of miles. The Old Hua Archipelagos was one of 36 archipelagos. Each archipelagos had a different number of islands. The Old Hua Archipelagos had 72 islands. The Old Hua Archipelagos was one of the 72 islands. It was also the core of the Old Hua Archipelagos. It was many times more powerful than the other 71 islands. It was also the place where the elites of the Old Hua Archipelagos gathered. The Old Hua Archipelagos was located in the center of the Old Hua Archipelagos. It was very far from the Old Hua Archipelagos. Fong Chun was on a very high-grade starfield flying ship. This kind of flying ship was priceless. There were only 2 starfield flying ships in the vast Old Hua Archipelagos. The archipelagos gave Fong Chun one. It was enough to show how much he valued Fong Chun. The starfield flying ship was very fast. It was even faster than ordinary heavenly body tier elites. However, it would take more than half a year to reach the Old Hua Archipelagos. Fong Chun sat on the starfield flying ship leisurely. He was not afraid of the pirates in the Void Ocean at all. Unless they were creation tier pirates, heavenly body tier pirates would not be able to break through the defense of the starfield flying ship. Would an almighty in the blessed realm go underwater and become a pirate? That was clearly impossible. Creation tier elites could be considered as giants in the Old Hua Archipelagos. In the blink of an eye, it had been more than a month since they left the Old Hua Archipelagos. Fong Chun sat cross-legged and looked at the sea demons in the void ocean quietly. Beside him were Little Mouse, Demon Armor Bug, and Dark Knight Queen. These 3 battle partners had been following Fong Chun. Although the Dark Knight Queen was Little Mouse's subordinate. There was no difference. Boss, are there many elites in the old Hua archipelagos? Little Mouse asked curiously. Do you think there are many elites in the core of the old Hua archipelagos? Fong Chen asked. Little Mouse laughed. Boss, you should hurry up and cultivate. With your current strength, you will definitely be tortured if you go to the old Hua archipelagos. Fong Chen shook his head. How hard is it to improve? Along the way, from time to time, they would encounter some king's ships. When they saw Fong Chen's Starfield flying ship, they consciously avoided them. Those who could ride the Starfield flying ship were either powerhouses or martial artists from large factions. They could not afford to offend them. At a certain moment, Fong Chen was talking to Little Mouse when he suddenly heard a piece of news. Not far from Fong Chen's Starfield flying ship, there was a ship with some explorers on board. They were chatting. Recently, Heavenspan Island has been embroiled in constant warfare. Us explorers are really suffering. That's right. I don't know what's gotten into the Xia Emperor, but he just has to stir up trouble on Skyspan Island. It said that Emperor Xia wants to unify Tongtian Island. The Flamewing Palace, Dallas Palace, and Green Spirit Sect have all submitted to the Xia clan. Only the Pill View Palace and Black Heaven Sect are still resisting. I'm afraid that Pill View Temple and Black Heaven Sect alone won't be able to hold them off for long. Several explorers were chatting with each other. To them, there was no way they could interfere in such a battle. I think the Black Heaven Sect is in danger. On the Starfield flying ship, Fong Chen's soul was very strong. He opened his eyes slightly and heard these people's conversation. There's war on Tongtian Island. Fong Chen frowned slightly as he thought to himself. I'll pass by Tongtian Island on my way to Skyspan Island. He steered the Starfield flying ship and quickly flew in the direction of Tongtian Island. 3 days later, Fong Chen was infinitely close to Tongtian Island. At this time, he communicated with the Tongtian Island's willpower. He clearly remembered that the willpower had promised to help him once during the baptism at the Tongtian Divine Pool. Now it was time for the willpower to act. Tongtian Island. The chaos of war continued. With the Xia clan at the helm, the Flamewing Palace, Dallas Palace, Green Spirit Sect, and other super sects had joined forces to besiege the Black Heaven Sect and the Pill View Palace. Today was the day of the final battle. Emperor Xia floated in the sky and looked down with a sneer on his face. Beside him were Dallas Palace Master, Flamewing Palace Master, and Ancestor Green Spirit. Emperor Xia, the Pill View Palace, and the Black Heaven Sect will definitely be destroyed today. Dallas Palace Master laughed loudly. How dare these two old farts, Pill View Palace Master and the Black Heaven Sect Master, resist? They're really looking for death, Flamewing Palace Master said. Ancestor Green Spirit's eyes flickered as he looked across. Opposite them, Pill View Palace Master and the Black Heaven Sect Master stood side by side. Their faces were full of gloominess. Emperor Xia, you're the Lord of Tongtian Island, and you're actually doing such a cruel thing, Pill View Palace Master rebuked. Emperor Xia, Tongtian Island doesn't belong to the Xia clan. It's not your place to run amok, the Black Heaven Sect Master said coldly. Below, the battle was very intense. On the battlefield, one could vaguely see some familiar faces. For example, the young genius of the Pill View Palace, Dan Bishuan, had already stepped into the heavenly body tier and was killing everyone. Lu Li, whom Fong Chen thought highly of, had also reached the peak of the Heaven Dipper tier. Dan Bishuan worked together to kill the enemies. As for Tian Xian, he was too weak and didn't come out from the Black Heaven Sect. On the battlefield, cultivators died from time to time. At the end, Lu Li and Dan Bishuan's bodies were covered in wounds. This battle was too tragic, and the casualties were heavy. In the void, the Black Heaven Sect Master and Pill View Palace Master finally couldn't hold back. Emperor Xia, if you dare, fight me one-on-one, Pill View Palace Master roared angrily. Hearing this, Emperor Xia sneered and looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Are you an idiot? Then, Emperor Xia waved his hand, and Pill View Palace Master and Palace Master Wu Dao attacked Pill View Palace Master. They were elites at the peak of the heavenly body tier, and in a one-on-two situation, Pill View Palace Master was instantly at a disadvantage. Pill View Palace Master, today is the day you die. Flames spread around Pill View Palace Master as he reached out his hand and whistled. Back then, he, the great Pill View Palace Master, had begged Pill View Palace Master to refine a pill for him, but the latter had directly refused. Ever since then, Flamewing Palace Lord hated Temple Lord Danjing's guts. Now that there was such a good opportunity, how could he let it go? With Palace Master Wu Dao's help, he suppressed Pill View Palace Master. Die! The Flamewing Palace Master shouted. However, at this moment, Black Heaven Sect Master attacked. Bang! Black Heaven Sect Master punched Pill View Palace Master's back, forcing him to stop attacking Pill View Palace Master. Old man, your opponent is me. Emperor Xia and Ancestor Qing Ling attacked Black Heaven Sect Master together. For a moment, the two big shots were pincered by 4 people, and they were forced to retreat. Are we going to die? The two of them exchanged a look, and there was a hint of determination in their eyes. Even if we die, we'll take one of them with us. Black Heaven Sect Master and Pillview Palace Master launched a fierce counterattack, wanting to take one of them with them. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for them to be severely injured. Bang! Emperor Xia sent them flying with a kick. Dong! The two of them were like meteors as they smashed into the battlefield. Immediately, the chaotic battle on the battlefield stopped. The elites of Black Heaven Sect and Pillview Palace all retreated to protect the two of them. Clear Sky Island will be between Black Heaven Sect and Pillview Palace, Emperor Xia said. Emperor Xia said. Soon after, attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth instantly descended. Pillview Palace Master and Black Heaven Sect Master looked at each other and smiled. They closed their eyes and waited for death. Buzz! Just as Emperor Xia was laughing wildly, all of a sudden, a ripple appeared in the void. Then, the Island Master's token floated out from Emperor Xia's chest. What's going on? Emperor Xia was stunned. He immediately tried to grab it, but he couldn't. His face was filled with astonishment. No one knew better than him the function of the Island Master's token. If he lost it, he would no longer be the Island Master. No! Emperor Xia gave up on attacking and desperately tried to grab the Island Master's token. Buzz! The precepts of heaven and earth revolved, and the power of will spread. Suddenly, everyone was imprisoned in the void. In the next moment, the power of will crushed Emperor Xia. Bang! The number 1 elite of Sky Passage Island turned into a cloud of blood mist. This scene shocked everyone. Who did it? Is it the power of will? Someone finally realized that something was wrong and was terrified. Then, the power of will attacked again, and some of the Xia clan's elites were killed. In the blink of an eye, the Xia clan collapsed. Whoosh! The power of will enveloped Ancestor Green Spirit and the others, and their cultivation dropped to the middle level of the heavenly body tier. No! Everyone shouted in horror, but it was useless. On the other hand, the Black Heaven Sect Master and Palace Master Danjing were full of excited smiles. Is the power of will eliminating the traitors? Buzz! The power of will quickly retreated, and the Island Master's token fell into the Black Heaven Sect Master's hand. Then a drop of blood was quickly absorbed. In an instant, all kinds of information appeared in the Black Heaven Sect Master's mind. From now on, he was the Island Master of Sky Passage Island. Is the power of will punishing us? The Flamewing Palace Master and the others were terrified. The power of will was everywhere. It was too strong. Ha ha! Laughter could be heard from the battlefield. The battle was over. The upper echelons of the Xia clan, including Emperor Xia, were all dead. The few weak martial artists left behind could not stir up any waves either. As for the Flamewing Palace Master and the others, they were punished by the power of will, and their cultivation dropped greatly. They were no longer a threat. As the Island Master of Sky Passage Island, the Black Heaven Sect Master began to clean up Sky Passage Island on a large scale. In fact, the power of will didn't act recklessly. Those he killed were all related to the evil sect. As for the others, it was just a small punishment. The final result was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the Black Heaven sect master didn't know that the power of will acted because of Fong Chun. In the void ocean not far from Sky Passage Island, Fong Chun stood on the starfield flying ship and felt the message from the power of will. His face was full of smiles. The calamity of Sky Passage Island had been resolved. In the future, the Black Heaven sect and Palace Master Danjing would dominate Sky Passage Island. However, the more this was the case, the more curious Fong Chun was. What was the iron piece he obtained on the 99th step of the Sky Passage stone steps? If it wasn't for the iron piece, why would the power of will act for him? The power of will didn't have any emotions. It was just a division of the laws of heaven and earth to manage Sky Passage Island. The war started because of me, and it ended because of me. Chapter 1242. The starfield flying ship sped through the boundless void ocean. Fong Chun smiled faintly as he watched Tongtian Island gradually disappear into the distance. Once upon a time on Heavenspan Island, there had been both joy and sorrow. In short, it was just a passerby in his life. Maybe one day, when he reached the peak, he would return. The starfield flying ship went further and further away until the clear sky island could no longer be seen. At this time, Fong Chun turned around and looked ahead. The clear sky island incident was just a small interlude to him. In the following days, he had to travel at full speed. While Fong Chun was communicating with his will, a strange scene occurred at the decapitation cliff outside the sealed sky city. The decapitation cliff, which was usually very quiet, suddenly shook on this day. The demon sword at the bottom of the decapitation cliff started to move. It seemed to have sensed Fong Chun's arrival. Buzz! The sound of the sword resonated in the sky, but no one could hear it. Above the decapitation cliff, there were many cultivators who came to communicate with the demon sword. The sudden movement caused them to be extremely frightened. After the shock, some of them were ecstatic. The demon sword is vibrating. Am I going to communicate with the demon sword? After saying that, the cultivator sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to communicate with the demon sword. The other cultivators also sat down on the ground, wanting to communicate with the demon sword. After all, the legend of the demon sword was very attractive. If they could gain the demon sword's recognition, their battle strength would soar. All the cultivators had the same thought in their hearts, and that was to obtain the demon sword. However, the demon sword moved at the bottom of the decapitation cliff. The demon sword that was buried deep underground slowly broke out of the ground. At the bottom of the decapitation cliff, a resplendent light appeared and shot up into the sky. The cultivators above thought that the demon sword was manifesting its spirit and were extremely excited. Breaking through the extreme realm, the demon sword vibrated and a faint voice came out. Shortly after, the demon sword turned into a ray of light and directly pierced through the sky, shooting towards the void ocean. Look, what's that? A cultivator saw the ray of light in the sky and shouted. Instantly, it attracted the attention of many cultivators. Many people caught sight of the fast-flowing light and were very curious. What is it? Why is the demon sword not vibrating anymore? Could it be that the demon sword has already recognized its master? It didn't take long for news of the demon sword to spread throughout the entire Tongtian Island. In the end, even the Black Heaven sect leader and the others were shocked. However, no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to sense the presence of the demon sword. In the end, they could only give up. As for the ordinary martial artists, they all thought that the demon sword was still at the bottom of the Severhead Cliff. In just one day, countless martial artists had gathered in the sky above the decapitation cliff. At a glance, it was a sea of black. They were all attracted by the demon sword. However, what no one knew was that the demon sword was no longer on the clear sky island. Swoosh with a dazzling light, the demon sword cut through the void ocean and chased after Fong Chun's starfield flying ship. At this moment, Fong Chun, who was moving swiftly, suddenly felt a powerful force approaching. Danger is approaching. Fong Chun's face was solemn as he stood behind the starfield flying ship, gazing at the void sea. he realized that the void ocean was very quiet. There was nothing strange about it. Why is that? Just as he was deep in thought, a dazzling stream of light suddenly cut through the void and shot toward him in an instant. His golden heart started to beat rapidly. Just as he was about to control the starfield flying ship to dodge, he suddenly felt a familiar aura. Long time no see. An ancient voice could be heard coming from the light. Immediately, Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. Is this the demon sword? Whoosh! The light instantly approached the starfield flying ship. At this moment, Fang Chen was even more certain that the light in front of him was the demon's sword. With a thought, he opened the protective cover of the starfield flying ship and placed the demon's sword in front of his chest. Demon's sword. Seeing the demon's sword, Fang Chen's heart trembled. In the past, he had communicated with the demon's sword twice, but the latter thought that he was not strong enough to take it away. But now, the demon's sword had chased after him. Why are you here? Fang Chen carefully observed the demon's sword. The demon's sword was different from ordinary weapons. It was about 3 meters long, and the blade was pitch black. There were complicated patterns on it. The hilt was scarlet, and the tip was extremely sharp. A terrifying aura was emitted from the demon's sword. The demon's sword did not answer Fang Chen's question and muttered to itself, "Someone who broke through the extreme realm is worthy of my follower." Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he laughed. The demon's sword had acknowledged him and chased after him. He stretched out his hand and lightly grasped the hilt of the demon's sword. Beezes immediately, streams of sword principle aura drilled into his mind. In an instant, Fang Chen knew that the demon's sword was not ordinary. What's your origin? Fang Chen asked in shock. The demon's sword sighed. I was once heavily injured and I've already forgotten some of my memories. Hearing this, Fang Chen did not ask any more questions. It seemed like the demon's sword had a great origin. What grade of divine weapon are you now? Fang Chen asked. Divine weapon? The demon's sword faintly replied. With your current strength, if you use all your strength, you can at most unleash the power of a 5th-rank divine weapon. The demon's sword did not specify what grade it was, but it said this to Fang Chen. Fang Chen's heart trembled. What's the origin of this demon's sword? Why is it so strong? Fang Chen held the demon's sword in his hand, his heart filled with joy. With the demon's sword, his combat strength would definitely skyrocket. But right at this moment, the demon's sword spoke. I won't act casually. I will only act when your life is at stake. The demon's sword replied. Fang Chen had an awkward expression on his face as he nodded. Good. Since you've chosen to follow me, I will definitely not bring shame to your name. Fang Chen nodded heavily. Buzz. The demon's sword was replying to Fang Chen. After that, the demon's sword shrunk to the size of the star-concealing sword and was kept into Fang Chen's interspatial ring. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect the demon's sword to take the initiative to follow him. The more he interacted with the demon's sword, the more he realized that the demon's sword's origin was too great. Obtaining the demon's sword was a pleasant surprise. Fang Chen was extremely happy. After pondering for a moment, he continued forward. On the clear sky island, the trembling of the demon's sword caused a huge commotion. None of the martial artists knew what was going on. Only one person had guessed the truth of the matter. He was Tian Xin, Fang Chen's only disciple. Black Heaven Sect, Sword Palace. Tian Xin stood at the peak, looking down at the vast scenery below. His mind was filled with thoughts. Below the decapitation cliff, a streak of light pierced through the void. It must be the demon sword breaking out from the ground. Tian Xin thought to himself. His eyes were filled with determination. It must be my master. Only his master had the right to do so. Suddenly, Luli arrived at the peak. Tian Xin, what are you thinking about? Luli asked. Tian Xin shook his head without saying anything. Luli looked at Tian Xion's faint figure, and his pitch-black eyes looked toward the sky. Would the powerful warrior who once dominated the younger generation of the Clear Sky Island appear again? After leaving the Clear Sky Island, Fang Chen's starfield ship flew at a fast speed. During this time, Fong Chun would cultivate in seclusion whenever he was free, sensing the energy fluctuations in the sea. Before he knew it, the Starfield ship was approaching the Clear Sky Island. The Clear Sky Island was one of the 72 islands of the old China Islands. However, the overall strength of the Clear Sky Island was stronger than that of the Clear Sky Island. The Clear Sky Island and the Scar Island were located at the border of the old China Islands. The Clear Sky Island was slightly closer to the Sky Island. "Boss, we will pass by the Clear Sky Island in one day," Little Mouse said. Hearing the words Clear Sky Island, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. Bai Qingqing's crying face appeared in his mind. "I wonder how she is now," Fong Chen said. "Boss, do you want to go up and take a look?" "It's on the way anyway," Little Mouse asked. Fong Chen was hesitant. Bai Qingqing liked him, but he only had his wife, the star and moon in his heart. However, Fong Chen was worried when he thought of how Bai Qingqing was taken away by her family. Bai Qingqing had once said that in order to consolidate her position as the #1 family on Clear Isle, her family had arranged for her to marry one of the young elites of Clear Isle. She did not want to do so, so she left home and came to the Clear Sky Island. "Boss," Little Mouse called. Fong Chun woke up from his thoughts. He looked at Little Mouse and nodded. "Let's go and take a look. It's on the way anyway." Fong Chun controlled the Starfield flying ship and quickly flew to the Clear Sky Island. The Clear Sky Island was one of the more powerful islands among the 72 islands of the old China Islands. Recently, the Clear Sky Island had been very lively because a grand event was being held. This event had affected the entire Clear Sky Island. Countless young geniuses were extremely excited. Not long ago, the leader of the Bai family, the #1 family on the Clear Sky Island, announced that they would be recruiting a son-in-law for Bai Qingqing. Every young person could participate, and the person who came in first would be the son-in-law of the Bai family. Once this news was released, it caused a sensation on the Clear Sky Island. However, many ordinary martial artists did not know about this. Although it seemed that everyone could participate, the son-in-law of the Bai family had already been decided. He was the second most powerful force on the Clear Sky Island, Zhou Hong of the Zhou family. Zhou Hong was undoubtedly the most powerful martial artist among the young generation on the Clear Sky Island. Although there were many competitors, Zhou Hong was confident that he could win first place. When that time came, he would gather all the glory and marry Bai Qingqing. This would be a wonderful thing. At this stage, every city could sign up and fight together. The top martial artists in every city would be able to enter the final. If they could win first place, their future would be bright. Clear Sky Island by family. In Bai Qingqing's boudoir, there was a faintly discernible fragrance. There were tears on Bai Qingqing's face. Beside her was a graceful and elegant middle-aged woman. She was Bai Qingqing's mother. "Qingqing, your father is doing this for your own good. Don't resist," Bai Qingqing's mother said. Chapter 1243. Qingyi Island was much larger than Scar Island. There were 36 cities on Clear Divergence Island, and each city had countless cultivators. After Fong Chun arrived at Qingyi Island, he entered the nearest city. This city was called Shuhai City. Not long after, Fong Chun heard news about Bai Qingqing. "Boss, how is it?" Little Mouse asked. Fong Chen's face turned cold as he said, "The Bai clan is indeed trying to force Qingqing into a marriage alliance. What should we do?" "Boss, why don't you participate in the competition and take first place?" Little Mouse laughed mischievously. Fong Chun shook his head. If he participated and took first place, should he marry Bai Qingqing or not? Clearly, deep in his heart, he only wanted to help Bai Qingqing. For a moment, Fong Chun was in a dilemma. "Boss, why don't we go to Qingyi City and see Bai Qingqing?" Little Mouse asked. He knew his boss well. He was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. He couldn't just watch as his good friend fell into a desperate situation. Hearing this, Fong Chun nodded. Shuhai City had a transportation array. After Fong Chun paid some violet crystals, he was transported to Qingyi City. After arriving at Qingyi City, Fong Chun sent a message to Bai Qingqing. At this time, Bai Qingqing was in her room in the Bai family estate. Her face was very gloomy. Her mother had just left, so she let out a sigh of relief. She was most afraid of her mother, trying to reason with her. Suddenly, her jade transmission pendant vibrated. Bai Qingqing was a bit surprised. Who had sent her a message? When she opened the jade transmission pendant, the voice that came out made her feel stupefied. Qingqing, if you have time, come to the Heavenly Fortune Inn. Hearing this voice, Bai Qingqing's face was filled with excitement. He really came to find me. Bai Qingqing quickly packed up and hurriedly left the Bai family estate. She arrived at the Heavenly Fortune Inn. In a certain independent courtyard of the Heavenly Fortune Inn, she saw the Fong Chun that she had been thinking about day and night. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Bai Qingqing threw herself into Fong Chen's arms. Sanguinati, you're finally here. At this moment, Bai Qingqing's temperament as a little girl was fully revealed. Fong Chun gently stroked Bai Qingqing's shoulder and said, I came to see you on the way. Bai Qingqing left Fong Chen's arms with a blush on her face. Where are you going? Bai Qingqing asked. I'm going to the Old Hua Islands, Fong Chen said. What are we going to do? Looking for a wife. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Bai Qingqing was absent-minded for a moment. Then, she forced a smile. Sanguinati, can you help me? Bai Qingqing said gently. But, don't worry. After you get first place, we'll just pretend to get married. My parents will do. Then you'll leave the Qingyi Island and go to the Old Hua Islands, Bai Qingqing said. Now, only Fong Chun could help him. After a long silence, Fong Chun nodded his head and agreed. Wait for me. After that, Fong Chun left and returned to the Void Sea City. After seeing Fong Chun, Bai Qingqing's face was full of smiles. Void Sea City. Fong Chun asked around and found the registration place. There were 36 cities and 36 battle zones. When he arrived at the registration place, Fong Chun said, I want to register. Name and cultivation level. The martial artist in charge of registration said lazily. Fong Chun, Heaven Star Border Realm, level 9. After thinking for a while, Fong Chun decided to use his life force. The reason why he hid his name was that he was afraid of being discovered by the Demon Cloud Patriarch. Now, he didn't have to worry anymore. Yes. Hearing this, the martial artist in charge of registration looked up and looked at Fong Chun in surprise. This is your token. The martial artist handed Fong Chun a token. The token had the word Void written on it, representing the martial artist of the Void Sea City Battle Zone. 3 days later, there will be a selection. Remember to be on time, the martial artist said. Fong Chun nodded and turned to leave. In the independent courtyard, Fong Chun sat on a stone bench. On the stone table next to him, there were several files. The contents of these files were almost all the outstanding young people of the Void Sea City. There were also some popular candidates this time. This information was released by the city lord's residents. They were favored by all the great geniuses. Almost all of them would buy a copy and go back to study it. Maybe they would meet an elite in the selection. It would be good to study the strength and moves of the elite in advance. As for Fong Chun, there was really no one in the younger generation of the Void Sea City that could catch his eye. His eyes fell on another file. This file was dark red, and the contents were the young prodigies of the Clear Isle. There were 8 great prodigies of the Clear Isle. Among them, 5 had reached the heavenly body tier. Among them, the strongest had reached the second layer of the heavenly body tier. The Clear Isle is indeed more powerful than Scar Island and Clear Sky Island. Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. Just by looking at the battle prowess of these prodigies, he could feel the difference. Not to mention that there were 3 great creation tier elites on the Clear Isle. One of them was a lone cultivator. One was the ancestor of the Bai clan, and the other was the ancestor of the Zhou clan. However, although they were all in the creation tier, Zhou clan's ancestor was the weakest. This was why the Zhou clan was inferior to the Bai clan as a whole. On Scar Island, there was no creation tier elite. On Clear Sky Island, there was only the black Indao ancestor. And on the Clear Isle, there were a total of 3. Fong Chun glanced at the information in the dark red file and finally put it down lightly. The strongest is only at the second layer of the heavenly body tier. Fong Chun muttered to himself. The little mouse jumped onto the stone table and said with a smile, Boss, the prodigies of the Clear Isle are too weak. Even the strongest can't withstand a punch from you. Fangshan nodded. He had broken through the pinnacle level, and his battle prowess had soared. Low-level heavenly body tier cultivators could easily defeat him. There is no suspense for you in this competition. The little mouse continued. Fortunately, we passed by the clear isle. Otherwise, Bai Qingqing would really have been married by that guy. In Void Sea City, countless cultivators were discussing. In the selection 3 days later, Sha Xian will definitely enter the top 3. Not necessarily. This time, the young prodigies have all come out of seclusion. There are many who are stronger than Sha Xian. However, one thing is certain. The first place will definitely be Yuan Tianhe. I've seen Yuan Tianhe fight once. His battle prowess has reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Heaven Dipper tier. He is almost invincible under the Heavenly Body tier. The 8 great prodigies live up to their reputation. In these few days, wherever they went, they could hear the discussions of these cultivators. Of course, their short-sightedness was only limited to Void Sea City. Yuan Tianhe, the strongest cultivator of the younger generation in Void Sea City. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Heaven Dipper tier, and he had taken the 3rd step. His battle prowess was very strong, and he was among the 8 great prodigies. However, he was ranked last. Even so, it was enough for everyone to brag about. On the streets, people came and went. There was an endless stream of cultivators entering Void Sea City. Among the 36 cities, the overall strength of Void Sea City could be considered average. Everyone was waiting for the selection 3 days later, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. In a certain mansion in Void Sea City, there was an elegant garden. A black-robed man sat quietly in the pavilion. He had a pair of sword-like eyebrows and an imposing aura. Beside him sat a cultivator with fluffy hair. This person was the rumored Sha Xian. The atmosphere in the air was very peaceful. The fish in the water played happily. Suddenly, Sha Xian broke the silence of the garden. Wei Zhangkong has come out of seclusion. Sha Xian grinned. The black-robed cultivator opposite him was expressionless, as if he had not heard anything. Aren't you worried that he will squeeze you out of the 8 great prodigies? Sha Xian continued to ask. At this moment, the black-robed cultivator said, "He is no match for me." Sha Xian chuckled. Only one of the 8 great prodigies, Yuan Tianhe, would dare to say such arrogant words. In his heart, he was also looking forward to the selection 3 days later. In Void Sea City, some monstrous geniuses came out of seclusion. Even Sha Xian did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to enter the top 3. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Today, Void Sea City was crowded with people, and it was very lively. The Void Sea Square was also the place for the selection. By the time Fangshan arrived, it was already packed with people. There were countless warriors in the periphery. Even the streets were jammed. They were only here to watch the exciting battles. Every time a top genius appeared, it would cause a cheer. Fangshan did not even lift his eyelids. He was too lazy to waste time. Look, Sha Xian has appeared. Sha Xian's aura is so strong. Beside Sha Xian should be Yuan Tianhe. Yuan Tianhe overshadowed everyone's brilliance. He was in the square, enjoying the attention of everyone. Isn't he just a Heaven Star border stage 9 martial artist? What's there to be proud of? Little Mouse, who was standing on Fangshan, said unhappily, "What did you say? How dare you speak ill of Yuan Tianhe? Humph, where did this wild rat come from? How dare you doubt Yuan Tianhe's strength? Are you tired of living? Brother, please keep your spiritual pet and don't speak nonsense. We don't welcome you here." Because of Little Mouse's words, it caused the crowd to be angry. It's true. If my boss meets Yuan Tianhe, he can finish the battle with 1 punch, Little Mouse continued. Hearing this, the crowd widened their eyes. If it wasn't for the City Lord's Mansion's guards, they would have already attacked. Humph, you look like a country bumpkin. You don't know how powerful Yuan Tianhe is. Why bother arguing with him? Idiot. The crowd looked at Fangshan with disgust. Little Mouse was angry and wanted to retort, but Fangshan stopped it. Why bother with your words? Hearing that, the Little Mouse stopped talking and looked ahead. Fangshan closed his eyes and continued to rest. What's with the act? A martial artist at the side whispered, His tone was filled with disdain. Yuan Tianhe was a godlike existence in their hearts. They would not allow anyone to humiliate him. Seeing Fang Chen's appearance, they were even more disgusted. Wei Zhongkong is here. All of a sudden, a shout attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 1244. Wei Zhongkong was no less dazzling than Yuan Tianhe. Many cultivators stared fervently at Wei Zhongkong and Yuan Tianhe, these two outstanding talents. At the front of the square, Wei Zhongkong looked at Yuan Tianhe meaningfully. Yuan Tianhe closed his eyes and did not open them, as if he did not want to talk to Wei Zhongkong. Seeing this, Wei Zhongkong spread his hands and grinned. However, there was a hint of malevolence in his smile. After all the registered martial artists had arrived, the Void Sea City Lord stood on the martial arts stage. Everyone, today is the day of the Void Sea City selection. There are a total of 30,000 martial artists who signed up, but only 30 can enter the final battle. Therefore, the competition is extremely fierce. The City Lord's words caused an uproar. Countless martial artists who were watching the show were shocked. There were a total of 30,000 martial artists who signed up, but only 30 could advance. This elimination was too cruel. However, this was the reality. Wei Zhongkong and the others stood in the front row with indifferent looks on their faces. To them, entering the top 30 was already a foregone conclusion. As for the other martial artists, they had to sharpen their brains to fight for it. City Lord, may I ask what the rules of the selection are? Someone asked. Everyone looked at the City Lord and waited for his reply. The City Lord waved his hand and motioned for everyone to be quiet. Then, he said, as there are many martial artists participating, the first round is a free-for-all. However, the top 10 on the C roll of Void Sea City do not need to participate in the first round of free-for-all. They can advance directly. The City Lord's words caused a stir in the crowd. Many martial artists' eyes were filled with envy. The top 10 on the C roll do not need to participate in the free-for-all. I'm really envious. Even if they participate in the free-for-all, they can still enter the top 10. Anyone in the top 10 on the C roll can suppress the crowd. Everyone in the crowd was discussing spiritedly. Fang Chen still had his eyes closed and did not pay attention to the crowd. The C roll was a list of the young geniuses in Void Sea City. Those who could enter the C roll were all geniuses. No one objected to the City Lord's words, and the free-for-all began. The City Lord's mansion had already prepared the location for the free-for-all. There was a wasteland north of Void Sea City. There was a circle in the wasteland. All the warriors had entered the circle. If any warrior was killed or forced out of the circle, they would be eliminated. Such a simple and crude method would quickly eliminate most of the martial artists. The mighty crowd arrived at the wasteland. Everyone, enter the circle. Void Ocean City's City Lord explained the rules. They were not allowed to kill. No more than 10 people were allowed to gang up on one person. If they didn't stop it, 30,000 people would gang up on one person. No matter how strong they were, they would still be eliminated. The City Lord knew that there were many people who were trying to take advantage of the situation. There were less than 100 true experts. Therefore, the elimination round would automatically end when there were only 100 people left in the circle. Wei Zhongkong and the others stood outside the circle with indifferent expressions. They didn't care about the so-called elimination round at all. Battle begin. Following the City Lord's command, an intense battle broke out on the wasteland. Die! Someone roared and threw a punch at the martial artist beside him. Before he could send this person flying, he was attacked. Bung as soon as it began, there were already martial artists who were sent flying out of the circle. Some warriors felt the cruelty of the battle and took the initiative to admit defeat. I admit defeat. Some warriors were unwilling to admit defeat and went on a killing spree. However, they were too dazzling and could easily be surrounded. Fang Chen, a warrior that no one noticed, came to the edge of the circle. Ordinary warriors wouldn't come here because it was easy to be eliminated here. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, an array appeared around him. The battle in the wasteland was incomparably intense. After fighting for about 15 minutes, 20,000 people had been eliminated. It was enough to see the intensity of the battle. At this time, someone finally noticed Fong Chun. Seeing Fong Chun sitting cross-legged, he smiled sinisterly and approached Fong Chun, preparing to launch a sneak attack. However, before his fist could touch Fong Chun, he was sent flying by the array. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the other warriors in the circle. Is this kid crazy? He actually sat there. He's too arrogant. Let's attack together and destroy him. Several warriors near Fong Chun joined forces and attacked Fong Chun. The result was obvious. They were all sent flying. The situation here finally attracted the attention of the people outside. Yes, that's an array. Wei Changkong and the others frowned slightly. They discovered that Fong Chun was an array master. I didn't expect there to be an array master, said Shaxian. Yuan Tianhe also nodded. These warriors couldn't break the array. Sure enough, many warriors tried to break the array, but they returned without success. In the end, everyone no longer paid attention to Fong Chun and fell into a chaotic battle. After 6 hours, there were only 1,000 warriors left in the circle. More than 28,000 people had been eliminated. The battle was still ongoing. However, no one had the intention to deal with Fong Chun. In the outside world, the warriors who had previously mocked Fong Chun felt uncomfortable when they saw this scene. This kid is really lucky. He actually passed like this. Damn it. Why didn't anyone deal with him? A few warriors hated Fong Chun. They were a little angry when they saw him sitting on the ground and scathed. When there were only 300 warriors left in the circle. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and wanted to attack Fong Chun. Kid, you're too arrogant. The person who attacked was an expert ranked 50th on the C roll. This kid is dead. The 50th on the C roll has attacked. Yes, an expert on the C roll is extraordinary. From the beginning to the end, Fong Chun didn't move at all. The expert ranked 50th on the C roll launched a fierce and domineering attack, bombarding the array fiercely. Buzz. A layer of ripples appeared on the array. In the next moment, a tyrannical rebounding force instantly broke the array. How is this possible? The expert ranked 50th on the C roll was eliminated just like that. There was an uproar in the wilderness. The city lord and the others nodded slightly at Fong Chun. With such an array, it was very easy to advance. Although the other warriors were very strong and believed that they could defeat Fong Chun, they didn't dare to act rashly. In the end, after 10 hours of fighting, the first round of the battle royale finally came to an end. The remaining warriors heaved a sigh of relief and smiled brightly. It's finally over. Everyone sighed. The intensity of the battle royale was greater than ever before. In just 10 hours, nearly 1,000 people died. However, those who died were weak, so the city lord's mansion didn't care at all. The first round is over. Congratulations on entering the next round. The Void Sea City Lord smiled brightly. In the second round of the competition, everyone returned to the Void Sea Square. 110 people fought in pairs. The loser was eliminated directly. Due to the great disparity in the strength of the participants, the competition progressed very quickly. In just 2 hours, the second round of the competition was about to end. Fong Chun was the last warrior to enter the ring. His opponent was a Heaven Dipper Realm Level 8 martial artist. Kid, you took advantage of me in the first round of the Battle Royale. I will defeat you in this battle, his opponent said in a cold voice. Before Fong Chun could speak, his opponent made a move. Obviously, he was afraid of Fong Chun's formation. In this regard, Fong Chun also shook his head helplessly. Immediately, he punched out and ended the battle directly. Fong Chun's strength shocked everyone. However, the top 10 of the C list still disdained him. After the second round of the competition, it was the third round. 55 people were eliminated, leaving 55 people to advance. To everyone's surprise, Fong Chun drew a blank in this round. Countless warriors were envious. Seeing the blank lot, Fong Chun stood aside and closed his eyes. Yuan Tianhe frowned slightly. This kid is a little arrogant. The third round of the competition took 4 hours. 27 people were eliminated. Including Fong Chun, there were a total of 28 people to advance. There were still 2 people short of the quota of 30 people. The 27 people who were eliminated took turns to fight. Finally, 2 people were selected to make up the list of 30 people. The Void Sea City Lord's face was full of smiles. The more powerful the younger generation of Void Sea City was, the happier he was. Now, he was grinning from ear to ear. In particular, the top 10 warriors on the sea list were so powerful that they shocked him. Moreover, there was a Dark Horse Formation Master who was worthy of being seriously injured. In one day, Void Sea City finished the selection. These 30 people would represent Void Sea City and go to Qingyi City to compete with the geniuses of the other 35 cities. The 30 of you are the strongest of the younger generation of Void Sea City. In 3 days, I will personally take you to Qingyi City. At that time, countless geniuses from all over Qingyi Island will gather. I hope you can be incomparably dazzling in the final battle. After saying that, the Void Sea City Lord left the square. The crowd gradually dispersed. Wei Zhangkong looked thoughtfully at Fang Chun and turned to leave. Fang Chun was also ready to leave. However, at this moment, a figure walked over. Fang Chun, right? This person had a scar on his face and exuded a fierce aura. What's the matter? Fang Chun looked up and asked. Sui is my younger brother. The person said calmly. I don't know him. You sent him flying with a punch and broke one of his arms. I don't remember. Fang Chun still shook his head. Seeing Fang Chun's indifferent attitude, Su Fei smiled eerily. My name is Su Fei. I hope we can meet in the final battle. After saying that, Su Fei turned and left. Fang Chun didn't take Su Fei seriously at all. Boss, why don't you show them a few moves to intimidate them? Do they really think you're a pushover? Especially that idiot Su Fei. I want him to smash his head into a wall and die. Little Mouse jumped out and said unhappily. Chapter 1245. Indeed, with Fang Chun's current strength, he really didn't need to care about these clowns. Breaking through the pinnacle level wasn't something they could compare to. Void Sea City selection ended, causing a commotion. In the huge Void Sea City, countless martialists were discussing the top 30 martialists. Some people were even analyzing how far the top 30 cultivators could go in the final battle. The biggest dark horse was Fang Chun. Although he didn't reveal much of his strength, his attainments and formations were really impressive. Many martial artists were wary of his attainments in array formations. However, there are also some people who directly looked down on Fang Chun, thinking that he was only slightly better in formations. His true battle prowess was too weak. The cultivators who could reach Clear Leisure City were all geniuses. Fighting with them wouldn't give Fang Chun time to set up formations. Once he couldn't set up formations, he would be completely at a disadvantage. Among the top 30, everyone thought the most highly of Yuan Tianhe and Wei Changkong. Both of them were very strong. They were strong contenders for the top 10. Of course, Sha Xian couldn't be excluded. He was also very strong. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Void Sea City Lord personally led 30 people to Clear Leisure Island. Through the transportation formation, Fang Chun once again arrived at Clear Leisure City. Clear Leisure City was the core city of Clear Leisure Island. It was very prosperous, and the headquarters of Clear Leisure Island's #1 clan, the Bai clan, was also on Clear Leisure Island. Moreover, the current clan leader of the Bai clan was also the island lord of Clear Leisure Island. This time, Bai Qingqing's son-in-law selection attracted all the younger generation of Clear Leisure Island. However, after 3 days of selection, there were a total of 30 cultivators in each of the 36 cities. There were close to 1,000 cultivators in total. These young cultivators were all the best of the younger generation of Clear Leisure Island. Needless to say, the following battles would definitely be very cruel and fierce. The Bai clan sent many heavenly body tier elders to welcome the younger generation of the other 35 cities. Haha, Void Sea City Lord, how have you been? The people of Void Sea City had just walked out of the transportation formation when they heard hearty laughter. Fang Chun raised his head and shockingly discovered that this person was a heavenly body tier elder of the Bai clan. Thank you, Elder Bai. The Void Sea City Lord was very respectful to the Bai clan. This way, after a while, Elder Bai brought Fang Chun and the others to a mansion. This mansion was specially used to receive guests from Void Sea City. Every city had one of the same mansions. City Lord Su Hai, please help them settle down. Then, follow me to the clan to discuss this matter, Elderby said. The Void Sea City Master reminded everyone to wait for news in his mansion before leaving. Everyone found their own residences and rested. Just as Fong Chun returned to his residence to rest, there was a sudden whooshing sound as a shadow quietly entered his courtyard. Fong Chun was very vigilant. He instantly opened his eyes and looked around. After that, he shook his head helplessly. It turned out that the person who came was Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing, dressed in green, was very beautiful. She had been waiting for Fong Chun ever since she found out that he had come to Clear Isle. She had just received news that the cultivators of Void Sea City had arrived, so she couldn't wait to see Fong Chun. Why are you here? Fong Chun asked. I wanted to see you, Bai Qingqing said with a bright smile. After Fong Chun came to Clear Sky Island, the smile on her face also became more pronounced. You're looking for a son-in-law now. If others see you here, they'll gossip, Fong Chun said softly. Bai Qingqing shook her head and said, I don't care about that. All right, are you confident? Fong Chun knew that Bai Qingqing was asking him if he was confident of getting first place. Confident? Fong Chun didn't answer directly. Bai Qingqing saw this and thought that Fong Chun didn't have much confidence. Then, there was a hint of anxiety on her face, and she said, Actually, with your strength, aside from Zhou Hong, no one is a match for you. This Zhou Hong is a well-known figure in the younger generation of the Zhou clan, and also the leader of the 8 great prodigies. His strength is stronger than mine, and he reached the 2nd level of the heavenly body tier many years ago. There are rumors that Zhou Hong has reached the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier long ago, but the Zhou clan has been hiding his strength. So, if you meet Zhou Hong, Bai Qingqing was indeed a little worried. Zhou Hong was too dazzling, reaching such a cultivation level at such a young age. The leader of the 8 great prodigies of Clear Isle, even she, a prodigy who was known as a prodigy, didn't have the confidence to win against Zhou Hong. It was too difficult for Fong Chun to snatch first place from Zhou Hong's hands. Seeing Fong Chun fall silent, Bai Qingqing said softly, If you really meet Zhou Hong in the competition, don't force yourself. Once you can't hold on, immediately admit defeat. Saying this, Bai Qingqing's eyes reddened, and she said in a small voice, I don't want to see you hurt. Fong Chun sighed and raised his head to look at Bai Qingqing. Being looked directly at by Fong Chun like this, the latter's face instantly flushed red, and she lowered her head, feeling a little shy. Qingqing, you go back first. I know what I'm doing, Fong Chun said. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing didn't say anything else. Before she left, she was reluctant to part, and kept turning her head to look at Fong Chun. Bai Qingqing left the mansion in Void Sea City and returned to the Bai clan. At this time, in a certain 99-story pavilion in Clear Isle City, on the 99th floor, a black-robed cultivator stood quietly by the window, looking down. Beside him, there was a cultivator exuding an evil aura. In his hands, he was playing with 2 beads. Creak the beads in his hands kept making this kind of sound. And the black-robed cultivator standing by the window was also motionless. His pitch-black eyes were looking down, as if he was looking at something. Young Master Zhou, the cultivator playing with the beads, called softly. Instantly, the black-robed cultivator came back to his senses. She went to the mansion in Void Sea City, the black-robed cultivator asked. According to the servant's report, Bai Qingqing did go to the mansion in Void Sea City, but we don't know who she went to find for the time being, the cultivator playing with the beads said. The black-robed cultivator nodded, and then waved his hand, indicating that he should leave first. After the cultivator playing with the beads left, the black-robed cultivator revealed a trace of an evil smile and muttered to himself, Is she a genius of Void Sea City? At this moment, Zhou Hong's killing intent had already been aroused. No matter who Bai Qingqing went to find, he had already made up his mind. In the competition, if he encountered a cultivator from Void Sea City, he would definitely kill them. When geniuses gathered together, it was inevitable to compare them. In the mansion in Void Sea City, what was originally incomparably quiet suddenly became incomparably noisy at a certain moment. In the square, Wei Zhongkong and Yuan Tianhe were fighting each other, their faces incomparably gloomy. Wei Zhongkong, are you sure you want to make a move now? Yuan Tianhe asked coldly. Yuan Tianhe, you are one of the 8 great prodigies of Clear Escape Island. If I defeat you, I can become one of the 8 great prodigies. Wei Zhongkong's hair fluttered, his face full of a confident smile. I want to participate in the final competition as one of the 8 great prodigies. Wei Zhongkong's attitude was very clear. He had to fight. Moreover, he was very confident in his own strength. Around the square, numerous cultivators were discussing in low voices. Although Wei Zhongkong was a rising star, Yuan Tianhe was also a veteran elite, after all. His strength could shake heaven and earth, and he was just a step away from reaching the heavenly body tier. Moreover, being able to become one of the 8 great prodigies was not an exaggeration. The title of the 8 great prodigies was obtained through countless bloody battles. Hearing Wei Zhongkong's words, Yuan Tianhe sneered, and then said, "Looks like I haven't fought for a long time, and everyone has already forgotten me." Thinking back, when Yuan Tianhe had just obtained the title of one of the 8 great prodigies, his decisiveness and lightning-fast attacks made everyone's hearts palpitate. At that time, as long as Yuan Tianhe was mentioned in Void Sea City, the expressions of the younger generation cultivators would change. The name Yuan Tianhe became the nightmare of the younger generation. However, things had changed with the passage of time, and now there was actually someone who wanted to challenge him. How laughable! Although Yuan Tianhe had a smile on his face, he was extremely furious in his heart. He clenched his fists, and the power of astral essence around him surged, ready to attack at any time. Voila! Wei Zhongkong's robes fluttered, and an iron spear appeared in his hand. Come, Yuan Tianhe, let me see what level your strength has reached. Wei Zhongkong roared in a low voice. Suddenly, the power of astral essence in his Qi Si surged wildly into the iron spear, launching a fierce and domineering attack. What exquisite spear techniques! Just as Wei Zhongkong attacked, everyone exclaimed. Wei Zhongkong's spear techniques were too exquisite. Xiao! Dazzling spear rays filled the sky, carrying destructive power, and ruthlessly pierced toward Yuan Tianhe. You're courting death. Seeing this, Yuan Tianhe growled, clenched his fists, and suddenly blasted out. Instantly, countless fist shadows appeared in the sky. Fang Chun was in the courtyard. His powerful soul spread out, and he instantly saw the battle between Yuan Tianhe and Wei Zhongkong. This Wei Zhongkong is quite interesting. Fang Chun found that Wei Zhongkong's spear techniques were very exquisite, and he should have been taught by an almighty. On the other hand, Yuan Tianhe's fist techniques were not very good. The reason why it was so powerful was entirely because of Yuan Tianhe's explosive power. Looks like there's no suspense in this battle. After taking a look, Fang Chun withdrew his soul power and smiled. Sure enough, after 15 minutes, an earth-shattering sound rang out in the square. The onlookers were shocked, and there was an uproar. Wei Zhongkong's spear pierced through Yuan Tianhe's fist. Drip! Drops of blood continuously dripped from Yuan Tianhe's fist to the ground. All the martial artists held their breaths. Was Yuan Tianhe defeated? Was Wei Zhongkong going to replace him and enter the ranks of the 8 geniuses? Voila! Wei Zhongkong exerted a little force and withdrew his iron spear. The blood on Yuan Tianhe's fist instantly gushed out. Yuan Tianhe, you're only a so-so. After Wei Zhongkong finished speaking, he stopped attacking and turned to leave. Wei Zhongkong, I haven't lost yet. Chapter 1246. Wei Zhongkong defeated Yuan Tianhe and became one of the 8 prodigies. This news spread from the residents in Void Sea City and instantly caused a huge uproar on Clear Isle. Many cultivators were trying to find out more about Wei Zhongkong. This was because they had never heard of this name before. Now, he had suddenly appeared and defeated Yuan Tianhe. One had to know that as one of the 8 prodigies, Yuan Tianhe was a seeded contestant this time. The outside world unanimously believed that Yuan Tianhe was very likely to enter the top 5 in this battle. But now, Yuan Tianhe was defeated by an unknown martial artist. The entire Clear Isle was in an uproar. The prodigies in the other 35 cities were discussing this. Only the other 7 prodigies did not care at all. This was because, in their opinion, Yuan Tianhe was just barely able to become one of the 8 prodigies. There was still a huge gap between them and him. Even if this guy called Wei Zhongkong could defeat Yuan Tianhe, it did not mean anything. The next day, the Bai clan leader personally announced the selection rules. Because this was the Bai clan's son-in-law selection, the Bai clan was the core. The other 35 city lords were only there to provide their opinions. The rules of the competition were an elimination system. There were a total of 1,080 prodigies in the 36 cities. Apart from the 8 prodigies, there were 1,072 prodigies. The first round of the competition would eliminate 300 people. As for the first round of the competition, it would not be a battle between cultivators. Instead, it would be held in a mountain range outside Clear Isle City. This mountain range was known as the training ground for prodigies. There were Heaven Dipper tier and even Heavenly Body tier demonic beasts here. These demonic beasts were just right for the prodigies to train. It was not bad to train while eliminating the prodigies. Once the news was announced, it caused a huge uproar. The 8 prodigies could directly advance to the finals, while the other prodigies would have to do their best to advance. Then, the Bai clan announced the names of the 8 prodigies. The other 7 did not change. Only Yuan Tianhe was replaced by Wei Zhongkong. After hearing this news, Yuan Tianhe was filled with rage. He wanted nothing more than to tear Wei Zhongkong into pieces. Fang Qin was also a little surprised. If I knew that the 8 prodigies could skip these tedious elimination rounds, I would have challenged a prodigy. Fang Qin curled his lips. Boss, you should be able to do it now. Do you want to challenge it? Little Mouse asked. Fang Qin nodded. He left the mansion in Void Ocean City and arrived in front of the Bai family. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter the Bai family's residence. Before he could even get close to the entrance of the Bai family's mansion, he was reprimanded by the guards. I don't have any other intentions for coming here. I just want to challenge the 8 elites, said Fang Qin. I request the upper echelons of the Bai family to bear witness. You want to challenge the 8 geniuses with just this level of strength? What a joke. Hurry up and leave, the guard said impatiently. Fang Qin frowned, and his figure flashed. The true will of space-time was activated, and like a gust of wind, it entered the Bai family's residence. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing that Fang Qin had barged into the Bai clan's residence, the guard roared furiously. At the same time, the guard picked up the communication jade pendant and informed the other guards that a martial artist had broken into the Bai family mansion. Instantly, the countless guards in the Bai family mansion all went into a state of alert. A martial artist has broken into the Bai family mansion? Has his brain gone haywire? How audacious! Take him down. Instantly, some angry voices came from within the Bai family mansion. Relying on some weak guards, they couldn't stop Fang Qin at all. He activated the true will of space-time all the way and soon arrived at the square of the Bai family mansion. Fang Qin knew that the 8 elites had all been invited to the Bai family mansion. That was why he had come to challenge them. Who are you, thief? How dare you barge into the Bai family mansion? Suddenly, the sound of thunder came from the sky. Immediately afterward, a heavenly body tier elder appeared. He stretched out a large hand and suppressed Fang Qin. Fang Qin cleverly used the true will of space-time and dodged. Then, he hurriedly said, Senior, I have no ill intentions. I've only come here to challenge the 8 elites. Hearing Fang Qin's words, although this heavenly body tier elder was angry, he didn't make a move. You want to challenge the 8 elites? The elder asked. Can't the 8 elites directly advance to the finals? I want to challenge them, Fang Qin said. The elder shook his head and said, You've come too late. The 8 elites have already been determined and won't be easily changed. Now, even if you succeed in your challenge, you can't directly advance to the finals. Hearing the elder's words, Fang Qin was a little helpless. Then, he apologized to the elder. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Saying that, he prepared to leave. Brat, what do you think the Bai family mansion is? Coming and going as you please? This elder wanted to teach Fong Chen a lesson. Unexpectedly, the latter used the true will of space-time, and his figure instantly disappeared into the void. No matter how he searched, he couldn't find him. Damn it! After a moment, this elder let out a furious roar. At this time, Fong Chun had already left the Bai family mansion secretly and returned to the mansion in Void Sea City. In the back garden of the Bai family mansion, there was a pavilion. The 8 elites were all in the pavilion. Wei Zhongkong's long hair fluttered in the wind as he sat quietly in a corner. There was only one person sitting on a stone bench in the middle of the pavilion. He was Zhou Hong. The other elites were all standing in the pavilion. Young Master Zhou, although this is a selection among all the elites of the Qingyi Island, there's no doubt that you'll get first place. One of the elites laughed. Another prodigy was also sucking up to Zhou Hong. The competition isn't over yet. Everything is unpredictable. Zhou Hong enjoyed the flattery and pretended to be humble. However, his tone was full of dominance. The other elites shook their heads when they heard that. In this competition, they were only there to serve as a foil. At this moment, the elite who was playing with the beads suddenly had a slight change in expression. Then, he chuckled and walked toward Zhou Hong. Young Master Zhou, do you know what happened in the mansion just now? Zhou Hong didn't speak. He didn't even raise his head to look at him. This person was a little embarrassed. Then he said, someone broke into the mansion and said that he wants to challenge the 8 elites. What a joke. What do you mean by challenging the 8 elites? Are these people crazy? Do they think that the 8 elites are pushovers? If they have the guts, get them to challenge me. A fat martial artist said unhappily. Challenge the 8 elites? Zhou Hong muttered to himself. Then, he glanced at Wei Zhongkong from the corner of his eye. His lips curled into a cruel smile. On the 3rd day, the first round of the competition officially began. 1,072 geniuses entered the mountain range outside the Qingyi Island under the lead of the Bai family patriarch. The mountain range was huge and was protected by a powerful array. The martial artists who entered would be randomly sent to every corner of the mountain range. There was no need to worry that they would group up. There were many demonic beasts in the mountain range. However, there's a very special demonic beast among them. It was called the Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard. The ranking of the martial artists was based on the number of Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard demonic cores they obtained. Crash! After Fong Chun entered the mountain range, he looked around and realized that he was in a valley. Boss, leave the Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard demonic cores to me. You can focus on your cultivation. Little Mouse said eagerly. Fong Chun nodded. It just so happened that he had a new understanding of arrays these few days. He needed to comprehend them. After receiving Fong Chen's approval, Little Mouse swaggered out of the valley. Following him were the Demon Armor Insect and the Dark Knight Empress. These 3 freaks could escape unscathed if they encountered a mid-level heavenly body tier demonic beast. Moreover, there were basically no mid-level heavenly body tier demonic beasts here. The strongest ones were only low-level heavenly body tier. Seeing Little Mouse leave, Fong Chun waved his hand and set up an array around him. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the array. At the same time, more than 1,000 martial artists were desperately searching for the Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard. If they knew that Fong Chun was leisurely comprehending the mysteries of arrays here, they would definitely vomit blood. In the first place, Fong Chun was very talented in the Tao of formations. Previously, he had also obtained a powerful array inheritance. In the past few days, he had an epiphany. Now, Fong Chun wanted to properly digest the contents of his epiphany. With the array protecting him, he didn't need to worry about being disturbed. Fong Chun quietly comprehended. In his mind, the information about the array formation was constantly circulating. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The aura of arrays around Fong Chun continued to increase. Boom! At a certain moment, Fong Chun opened his eyes. Instantly, a ray of golden light shot out from his eyes. It collided with the array formation around him. Gotcha! The array immediately shattered. Fong Chun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His face was full of smiles. I gained a lot. Fang Chen was very happy. In 3 days, his array level had increased to the level of a 3-star array master. A 3-star divine array master was much stronger than a 2-star divine array master. However, Fang Chen's goal wasn't just this. The huge array around the mountain range is very exquisite. Comprehending arrays in the mountain range is twice the result with half the effort. Fang Chen muttered to himself. After stepping into the level of a 3-star array master, Fang Chen was even more confident. He was prepared to strive to reach the level of a 4-star array master before the first round. Of course, it wasn't that easy to improve. He might be able to improve in a trance, or he might be stuck at a bottleneck for a few years. However, he still had to try. Immediately, Fang Chen set up a level 3 array and sat cross-legged in it. In 3 days, the little mouse had gained a lot. Because it was also a beast, its perception was very sharp. It could easily find the whereabouts of the Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard. With the 3 of them working together, the Crimson Cloud Azure Leopard was almost unable to resist and was killed. Master, the number of demonic cores has reached 300, the Dark Knight Queen said. Chapter 1247. The time limit for the first round was 1 month. Within a month, the 300 people who obtained the most demonic cores would advance, while the others would be eliminated. Of course, there was a certain amount of danger during this period. Because of the protection of the formation, people outside couldn't see what was happening inside. Sometimes, the danger didn't come from demonic beasts, but from cultivators killing each other. In 3 days, the number of cultivators was disastrous. Some powerful cultivators didn't hunt demonic beasts. Instead, they searched for weaker cultivators to steal their demonic cores. Of course, there were also some cultivators who traveled in groups to prevent themselves from being robbed. However, of the 36 cities' geniuses, the most miserable ones were Void Sea City's cultivators. In a certain forest, several cultivators from Void Sea City were panting. Before this, they had been running like crazy. Brother Wu, why are there so many cultivators attacking us when they see us? Asked a thin cultivator. Another cultivator was also very puzzled. Their demonic cores had long since been stolen, but there were still people who wanted to kill them, and there were many powerful cultivators among them. I don't know. Brother Wu's eyes flickered. As soon as he said that, he heard a sinister laugh. Then a figure descended from the sky. Chu Jingguang, we've already handed over our demonic cores. Why are you still so ruthless? Asked Brother Wu. Chu Jingguang sneered. Who told you to offend someone you couldn't afford to offend? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Jingguang did not waste any more words. He directly attacked and killed Brother Wu and the others. After killing them, Chu Jingguang laughed. Killing you all to win young Master Zhou's smile is worth it. Because Bai Qingqing had gone to Void Sea City's residence before the competition, Zhou Hong was very angry with Void Sea City's cultivators. He wasn't sure who Bai Qingqing had gone there for, but since that was the case, he would rather kill 1,000 than let one go. Before the competition, he had secretly ordered some of his subordinates to kill any Void Sea City's cultivators they encountered. In just 3 days, more than half of Void Sea City's cultivators had died. The remaining ones hadn't been discovered for the time being. Su Fei was very angry. After searching for 3 days, he still hadn't found Fang Chen. Damn fellow, where are you hiding? Su Fei quickly looked for Fang Chen and cursed. However, when he crossed a mountain peak, he happened to see Fang Chen sitting cross-legged in the valley. Good fellow, he actually hid in such a secluded place. Su Fei's face was filled with a sinister smile. He quickly arrived at the valley. Looking at Fang Chen sitting quietly, Su Fei sneered, what a coward, hiding in such a secluded place as soon as he entered. However, it's your bad luck to have met me. After the screening in Void Sea City, Su Fei had threatened Fang Chen. Su Fei was infuriated by the fact that the latter had ignored him. He was determined to get rid of Fang Chen in the competition. And now, the opportunity had come. Su Fei grinned and approached Fang Chen. Bang before he could come into contact with Fang Chen, he felt a powerful force invading his body in an instant. Then, his body was sent flying. Su Fei heavily fell to the ground, feeling pain all over his body. He struggled to get up. Only then did he notice the formation around Fang Chun. "You want to stop your master Fei with a broken formation?" Su Fei fiercely said. He walked in front of the formation and used his strongest attack to break it. Dong, dong, dong. While Su Fei was crazily attacking the formation, Fang Chun finally came to his senses. His face was cold, and he was very unhappy. He had just comprehended the Tao of formations and had reached the most critical moment, but he was disturbed by this damned fellow. Fang Chun stood up, and the array formation around him instantly dissipated. "Kid, you finally stopped being a coward." Seeing Fang Chun, Su Fei stopped attacking and sneered. "Do you want to die?" Fang Chun calmly asked. "I'm afraid you'll be the one to die." Su Fei still didn't know he was courting death. Seeing his annoying appearance, Fang Chun said, "Hand over your demon core." Su Fei was about to retort when he suddenly felt his soul tremble. Following this, his body began to tremble as he involuntarily knelt on the ground. "What's going on?" Su Fei felt fear, and he shouted, "What kind of demonic technique are you using?" Su Fei thought that Fang Chun was just putting on an act. "I want you to hand over the demon core," Fang Chun said again in a deep voice. This kind of trash wasn't worth his time. Killing him would only dirty his hands. His soul directly suppressed Su Fei. Su Fei fell into a state of panic. "I'll hand it over." Su Fei took out his demon core and looked at Fang Chun in disbelief. Fang Chun took Su Fei's demon core and removed his soul suppression. Su Fei immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he took advantage of the fact that Fang Chun wasn't paying attention to attack. "Get lost." Fang Chun spat out a word, and Su Fei was sent flying with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices and hit a cliff far away. "Ah!" Su Fei let out a miserable cry. His heart was filled with fear. He almost crawled out of the valley. Su Fei swore that this was the most terrifying martial artist he had ever seen in his life. He secretly regretted it in his heart. What was laughable was that he actually wanted to kill such a powerful ancient martial art practitioner, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This was Su Fei's evaluation of Fang Chun. However, before Su Fei could go far, he was killed by Chu Jingguang, who appeared out of nowhere. Pucci Su Fei's eyes widened, and he unwillingly fell to the ground. Chu Jingguang checked Su Fei's spatial ring and found that it was empty. "It seems that it has been snatched away," Chu Jingguang said. He recalled that when he first saw Su Fei, the latter was in a daze. Obviously, he was greatly stimulated. "Is there someone in the valley?" Chu Jingguang was curious. Being highly skilled and bold, he resolutely entered the valley. Void Sea City's martial artist. Chu Jingguang saw Fang Chun and grinned. He hadn't expected to encounter a Void Sea City's martial artist after killing Su Fei. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes when he saw Chu Jingguang. He had clearly seen the scene just now. "Why did you directly kill him in a battle for the demon core?" Fang Chun asked. In his opinion, Chu Jingguang wasn't here for the demon core, but to kill the other martial artists. "Brat, who asked you to meddle in other people's business?" Chu Jingguang sneered. "But you're all Void Sea City's martial artists, so you're all my targets." Fang Chun frowned. "You're hunting Void Sea City's martial artists? You idiots from Void Sea City offended young Master Zhou, so you deserve to die." Chu Jingguang believed that Fang Chun would die without a doubt, so he didn't mind letting him know the truth. Young Master Zhou, could it be Zhou Hong? Fang Chun didn't understand how Void Sea City's martial artists had offended Zhou Hong. "You're using Zhou Hong's name to kill your competitors?" Fang Chun asked with a smile. Chu Jingguang's face darkened. "Brat, you could die now." Chu Jingguang attacked. He was ranked 15th among the 30 martial artists of Clear Flow City. Gotcha! However, just as Chu Jingguang attacked, he heard the sound of bones breaking. Chu Jingguang let out a miserable cry. "You!" Chu Jingguang's eyes widened as he looked at Fang Chun in disbelief. He didn't even see how Fang Chun attacked before he was suppressed. One of his arms was crippled, and the aura emitted from his opponent's body was too shocking. Could it be that he's a heavenly body tier martial artist in disguise? Chu Jingguang thought to himself. Who are you? I'm helping young Master Zhou. If you dare to kill me, young Master Zhou won't let you go. Chu Jingguang threatened Fang Chun. Gotcha. Unfortunately, what Fang Chun hated the most was being threatened by others. He directly shattered Chu Jingguang's other arm. Chu Jingguang's face twitched, and his whole body was in pain. Speak. Why did Zhou Hong target Void Sea City's martial artists? Fang Chen asked. Chu Jingguang didn't say anything. Fang Chen's aura surged, causing Chu Jingguang to feel suffocated. You only have one chance. I'll speak. That day, young Master Zhou saw by Qingqing enter Void Sea City's residence. He didn't know who she was looking for, so he ordered us to kill all of Void Sea City's martial artists. Chu Jingguang said hurriedly. I'll tell you everything. Spare me. Hearing this, Fang Chun immediately understood. Zhou Hong is really ruthless, Fang Chun said with a smile. Chapter 1248. Time passed by slowly, and the number of cultivators in the mountain range was also rapidly decreasing. Although it was said to be tempering, it was simply a nightmare for weak martial artists. Of course, their strength was too weak. Even if they died, it would not attract the attention of elites. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. During this time, no one came to disturb Fang Chun. The latter's comprehension of formations also became deeper and deeper. In the end, he completely comprehended the formation inheritance, and the aura of formations filled his mind. Fang Chen's body seemed to have merged into a level 3 formation. If there was someone here, they would definitely be shocked because the current Fang Chun had already merged into one with heaven and earth. On his forehead, there was a brilliant light, as if he could break through at any time. The Tao of formations was similar to the Tao of seals in many ways. However, seals were only a minor path, while formations were a major path. Formations were too vast, and some people could not reach the peak of formations even if they spent their whole lives. Some people had dedicated their entire lives to the Tao of array formations. The more he comprehended the formation inheritance, the deeper Fang Chen's understanding of formations. Moreover, Fang Chun broke through the pinnacle, and his soul was transforming into a primordial spirit. As time passed, his purple soul had already reached the limit, and was only a step away from completely transforming into a primordial spirit. Fang Chen's strength was also increasing. With a stronger soul, it was easier to set up formations. Under the accumulation, one day, Fang Chun finally completed a breakthrough. Boom! The moment he opened his eyes, the surrounding formation immediately shattered. A brilliant light shot out from his eyes, shooting straight into the clouds. With a thought, he waved his hand, and a brand new formation immediately appeared in the valley. On the surface of this formation, flowing light circulated, and its power was very strong. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's face revealed a smile. A level 4 formation, Fang Chen said faintly. After such a long time of hard work, he finally broke through to the level of 4-star formation master. And now, he could also set up level 4 formations with ease. Level 4 formations were extremely difficult for low-level heavenly body tier cultivators to decipher. Only a cultivator at the middle or high level of the heavenly body tier would be able to easily break through it. Fang Chun realized that ever since he had broken through the Lamita realm, it had become much easier for him to improve in all aspects. This should be the benefit of breaking through the limit. After all, there were less than a handful of people on the Old Hua Islands who had reached the extreme state. He was really looking forward to meeting those powerhouses who had broken through the extreme realm. The difference between a Tier 4 array formation and a Tier 3 array formation was the core of the array formation. A Tier 4 array formation could completely conceal the core of the array formation within the array formation and merge with the array formation. This greatly increased the difficulty of breaking the formation. If he couldn't find the core of the array, it would be impossible to break the array. Wush Fang Chun waved his hand and put away the array. His pitch-black eyes looked up at the blue sky as he muttered to himself. After comprehending the Tao for so long, it's time to go out for a walk. Fang Chen contacted Little Mouse. After getting the exact location of Little Mouse, Fong Chun hurried over. Half a day later, Fong Chun found Little Mouse. "Boss, you've broken through," Little Mouse said with a smile. Fong Chun nodded and asked, "How is it?" For Fong Chun, he only needed to enter the top 300. He didn't need too many demonic cores. However, Little Mouse had already decided to make Fong Chun the most dazzling genius in this round. "Boss, we've obtained a total of 3,000 demonic cores in more than 20 days. Little Mouse handed the demonic cores to Fong Chun. Hearing this, Fong Chun nodded lightly. According to his estimation, 3,000 demonic cores were enough to enter the top 300. They could even rank higher. "Boss, let's go." Little Mouse had already discovered some crimson cloud azure gold leopards and was preparing to hunt them. After a while, Fong Chun followed Little Mouse to where the crimson cloud azure gold leopards were. However, there was a huge battle going on here. At first glance, Fong Chun was stunned. The person fighting the crimson cloud azure gold leopards was one of the 8 great prodigies, Yuan Tianhe. "Yuan Tianhe," Fong Chun muttered. Bang! Yuan Tianhe exploded with an extremely powerful force and instantly killed the crimson cloud azure gold leopards. After putting away the demonic cores, he turned his head and looked at a hidden place. "Since you're here, why don't you dare to come out?" Yuan Tianhe had already discovered that someone was approaching. Hearing this, Fong Chun walked out of his hiding place. When he saw that it was Fong Chun, Yuan Tianhe's expression changed slightly. "It's you." Yuan Tianhe was a little surprised. However, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, and he said, "Kid, how about working together with me?" "Work with you?" Fong Chun asked. "Let's work together. I'll lure a large number of crimson cloud azure gold leopards over. You use a formation to control them, and I'll kill them. Then how are we going to split the demonic cores?" Fong Chun asked. "The demonic cores are naturally all mine." Yuan Tianhe sneered. "This idiot actually wants to split the demonic cores with me. He's really courting death. I won't do this kind of loss-making business." After saying that, Fong Chun turned and left. "Stop!" Yuan Tianhe roared. His entire body emitted a terrifying killing intent. He coldly said, "Did I say you could leave?" Fong Chun frowned. This Yuan Tianhe was too much. Yuan Tianhe walked in front of Fong Chun and extended his hand. He sinisterly said, "Hand over the demonic cores on your body and obediently help me hunt for demonic cores. Then, I can let you live." Yuan Tianhe bared his fangs and threatened Fong Chun. "What if I say no?" Fong Chun asked back. Then, Yuan Tianhe didn't even finish his words before he attacked. Dong! Unfortunately, his attack was blocked in the air. Yuan Tianhe's expression changed. He found himself trapped in a formation. "Brat, do you think such a trash formation can trap me?" roared Yuan Tianhe savagely. "Wait until you come out of the formation," said Fong Chun. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Yuan Tianhe and left. He left behind a furious Yuan Tianhe who was constantly attacking the formation. He had underestimated Fong Chun's strength. This formation was a 4th-tier formation. Let alone him, even the other 8 heavenly geniuses wouldn't be able to escape. Yuan Tianhe cursed, wanting to flip out. A moment later, Fong Chun returned. "Right, I almost forgot to collect my spoils." After saying that, Fong Chun smiled brilliantly. "Hand over all your demonic cores." "You want my demonic cores?" "Dream on," roared Yuan Tianhe. "If that's the case, then you'll be trapped here forever." Fong Chun spread out his hands and prepared to leave. Yuan Tianhe was a bit anxious. "Brat, if you remove the formation, I can give you my demonic cores." After attacking for a while, Yuan Tianhe also discovered the strangeness of this formation. This was a competition. He couldn't waste any time. If he was trapped in the formation, wouldn't he risk being eliminated? Not only did he want to advance, but he also wanted to enter the finals to prove that he was still one of the 8 heavenly geniuses. Wei Changkong wasn't. "Do you think I'm stupid? Hand over your demonic cores, and I'll remove the formation. Otherwise, there's no room for discussion." Fong Chun impatiently said, "My patience is limited. If you don't agree, I'll immediately turn around and leave." Yuan Tianhe's expression kept changing when he heard Fong Chun's words. In the end, he took out his demonic cores. In the past few days, Yuan Tianhe had obtained 1,000 demonic cores. He threw them all out. You've obtained the demonic cores. It's time to remove the formation, Yuan Tianhe said in a deep voice. Fang Chun put away the demonic cores and grinned. What an idiot. After saying that, he ignored Yuan Tianhe and turned around to leave. Seeing Fang Chun's disappearing figure, Yuan Tianhe roared in anger. Fang Chun, just you wait. I'm going to tear you to shreds. After a long distance, the little mouse burst into laughter. Boss, what you did was too unethical. I'm already merciful enough for not attacking him, Fang Chun said. The path of martial arts was cruel and bloody. If he killed Yuan Tianhe, the outside world wouldn't say anything. It was the same everywhere. The fist was the absolute truth. After collecting Yuan Tianhe's demonic cores, the total number of demonic cores reached 4,000. However, the little mouse was still not satisfied. As he searched, he discovered a wondrous place. Boss, when I call you later, set up a formation, the little mouse said. This was a plain with a valley not far ahead. Fang Chun nodded. The little mouse, the demon armor insect, and the Dark Knight Queen excitedly rushed into the valley. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the valley. After a while, Little Mouse and the other two quickly ran out. Behind them was a dense pack of red cloud azure leopards. They roared at the sky and chased after them. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun was stunned. Boss, set up a formation. The little mouse roared. Fang Chun was stunned for a moment before he quickly set up a fourth stage formation. Bang! Bang! The pursuing red cloud azure leopards were caught off guard and crashed into the formation. They were then controlled by the formation. Roar! Angry roars rose and fell one after another. The little mouse looked at the large number of red cloud azure leopards trapped in the formation with a smile on its face. Boss, how is it? The little mouse smiled. In the valley ahead, there was a large number of red cloud azure leopards. The little mouse had only lured out 1/3 of them, but there were still more than 1,000 of them. Fortunately, there was a fourth-stage formation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to kill so many red cloud azure leopards. Let's do it. The little mouse glanced at the demon armor insect and the Dark Knight Queen. However, just as they were about to make a move, suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. Then, a few figures appeared. Chapter 1249. There were a total of 5 people, and each of them had a strong aura. Furthermore, it was easy to recognize them from their clothes. These 5 people came from 5 different cities. Brother, I think you should know the 5 of us. The sharp-tongued cultivator approached Fang Chun and said with a smile. He wanted to use their identities to suppress Fang Chun. Seeing the large number of scarlet cloud azure golden leopards trapped in the array, their eyes lit up. If they could get their hands on these demonic cores, their rankings would be higher. Sorry, I can handle it myself, Fang Chun said. Hearing this, the 5 of them were unhappy. Kid, don't be so shameless. Do you know who we are? The 5 of us are the strongest in our respective cities. You're just a piece of trash from Void Sea City. How dare you talk to us like that? Do you believe that we can kill you in minutes? Kid, there's nothing for you to do here. Hurry up and beat them up. From now on, we'll take over this place. These scarlet cloud, azure golden leopards belong to us. The 5 of them showed their fangs and threatened. Hearing this, the little mouse was a little angry and was about to explode. However, it was stopped by Fang Chun. Okay, then I'll leave now. After saying that, Fang Chun took the little mouse and the other 2 and slowly left the wasteland. After a while, Fang Chun appeared on a mountain in the wasteland. Boss, are we just going to give it to them? The little mouse was confused. Fang Chun revealed a sinister smile and said, Since they want it, then I'll give it to them. Let's see if they can take it. On the wasteland, the 5 of them laughed when they saw Fang Chun scared away by their power. Then, the 5 of them discussed and decided to attack the scarlet cloud azure golden leopards from outside the array. After killing all the scarlet cloud azure golden leopards, they would work together to break the array. Okay, let's do it. The leader nodded, and the 5 of them started attacking the scarlet cloud azure golden leopards from outside the array. Roar! The scarlet cloud azure golden leopards roared furiously. The first wave of attacks from the 5 of them killed 2 red cloud azure golden leopards. This made the 5 of them very excited. However, the good times did not last long. When they launched the second wave of attacks, the formation trapping the crimson cloud azure golden leopard suddenly shattered. Thousands of red cloud azure golden leopards charged towards the 5 of them aggressively. Not good. Let's go. Someone realized that something was wrong and shouted loudly. However, it was too late. Thousands of crimson cloud azure golden leopards instantly drowned the 5 of them. Soon, the 5 of them were killed by the red cloud azure golden leopard. On a distant mountain peak, Fong Chun watched this scene with a cold aura emanating from his body. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely offend them. This was Fong Chun's principle. Let's go, Fong Chun said. When they arrived at the wasteland, they immediately attracted the attention of the red cloud azure golden leopard. Thousands of red cloud azure golden leopards charged over. However, Fong Chun was long prepared. With a wave of his hand, he set up a Tier 4 array formation. The title of a 4-star divine formation master wasn't just for show. Bang! The red cloud azure golden leopards that charged over all crashed into the array formation. Next, it was time to harvest. It took them 2 hours to kill the thousands of red cloud azure golden leopards. With 1,000 demonic cores, they now had a total of 5,000 demonic cores. However, this wasn't the end. Little Mouse continued to lure the red cloud azure golden leopards into the valley. As for Fong Chun, he walked up to the 5 of them and took away their interspatial rings. The 5 of them had a total of 1,000 demonic cores. This wasn't a small number. Fong Chun didn't hesitate to put the 1,000 demonic cores into his infinite space ring. 6,000 demonic cores, Fong Chun said. At this moment, Little Mouse attracted the second wave of red cloud azure golden leopards. Just like the previous time, Fong Chun was in charge of controlling the array formation, while Little Mouse and the other 2 were in charge of attacking. After killing the second wave of demonic beasts, they collected another 1,000 demonic cores. Finally, Little Mouse attracted the third wave of demonic cores. There were about 3,000 red cloud azure golden leopards living in this valley. After the third wave was attracted, the valley was already empty. After killing the last red cloud azure golden leopard, Little Mouse heaved a sigh of relief. Boss, how many demonic cores do we have now? Little Mouse asked. 8,000. Fong Chun said. Little Mouse was overjoyed. With 8,000 demonic cores, they would definitely be first. Now, they just had to wait for the competition to end. The combination of Fong Chun and the others was very freakish. They could even fight against mid-level heavenly body tier cultivators. Therefore, no one in the mountain was a match for them. Under everyone's anticipation, a month's time was finally up. On this day, many people heaved a sigh of relief. They finally made it to the end of the competition. However, some people would stay here forever. 1. The formation around the mountain opened, and many cultivators walked out. Yuan Tianhe, who was trapped in the Tier 4 array formation, took the opportunity to escape when the array formation around the mountain range trembled and a crack appeared in the Tier 4 array formation. Fong Chun, Yuan Tianhe, swear that I will kill you. Yuan Tianhe rushed into the distance as soon as he finished speaking. At the same time, his spirit spread out. After a while, he discovered some cultivators who were preparing to leave the mountain. Yuan Tianhe's eyes were filled with killing intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He arrived in front of these cultivators. Without saying a word, he directly unleashed his tyrannical strength and killed them. Then he collected some demonic cores and disappeared. In the outside world, many elites, including the Bai clan leader, floated in the air, watching the crowd walk out. However, at this moment, the Bai clan leader frowned, slightly displeased. That's Yuan Tianhe from Void Sea City. The Bai clan leader said coldly. He broke the rules. With the formation around the mountain, with the Bai clan leader's strength, he could easily see every corner of the mountain. This included Yuan Tianhe, who had forcefully attacked others after the competition. After a quarter of an hour, all the cultivators walked out, and the formation closed again. As for those who didn't come out, they stayed inside forever. Everyone was shocked. More than 1,000 people went in, and only 500 came out. One can imagine how high the death rate was. "My son, did you die in there? Why didn't my disciple come out? I don't believe it. How can the number one genius of Clear Sky City not come out?" Several city lords were puzzled when they realized that their most prized disciples didn't come out. However, at this moment, the Bai-clan leader spoke. "Take out your demonic cores." Immediately, more than 500 cultivators took out their demonic cores. Brilliant light shot into the sky. Wang Kuei actually has so many demonic cores. He's definitely the number one this time. Yeah, he obtained 5,000 demonic cores by himself. That's too abnormal. Wang Kuei is truly worthy of being the strongest below the 8 great geniuses. Everyone was shocked when they saw the number of demonic cores Wang Kuei had. The Bai-clan leader nodded in satisfaction. Then, one by one, the cultivators took out their demonic cores. Many cultivators had very few demonic cores. It was impossible to reach Wang Kuei's level. Li Tang also has a lot of demonic cores. Feng Bing also seems to have a lot of demonic cores. In a short while, the 500 people were about to be checked. Everyone already thought that Wang Kuei had the most demonic cores in the first round. He was the most dazzling genius. However, when Feng Chun took out the demonic cores, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Even the Bai family patriarch was shocked. "What, 8,000 demonic cores?" Someone in the crowd cried out involuntarily. Everyone's eyes were focused on Feng Chun. Wang Kuei, Li Tang, Feng Bing, and the other geniuses also looked at the latter. How is 8,000 demonic cores possible? His demonic cores actually surpassed Wang Kuei's. Several city lords expressed their puzzlement. There were even some city lords who made unfriendly remarks. How can nobody get so many demonic cores? He must have snatched others' demonic cores." That's right. Most of the cultivators who died inside were killed by him. This kid is too cruel. He's already so cruel at such a young age. In the future, he'll definitely become a great devil who kills without blinking an eye. Over a dozen city lords were crusading against Feng Chun. They believed that Feng Chun must have killed countless cultivators to obtain so many demonic cores. Yuan Tianhe had a gloating expression. Now that he was being attacked by so many city lords, let's see how he will proceed. Feng Chun raised his head and looked at the many city lords. Finally, his gaze fell on the Bai clan leader. "Clan leader, is there a rule that forbids killing?" asked Feng Chun. "No," said the Bai clan leader. "Then, dare I ask, clan leader, did I violate the rules?" Feng Chun continued to ask. The Bai clan leader shook his head. Indeed, even if everyone inside was killed by Feng Chun, he wouldn't be considered violating the rules. He didn't violate the rules. He took first place in this competition. Hearing the Bai clan leader's words, over a dozen city lords spoke out one after another. "Clan leader, this kid's killing intent is too heavy. He's not worthy of Miss Qingqing." The Bai clan leader frowned, somewhat displeased. When the city lords saw this, they all shut their mouths, not daring to say anything. The Bai clan leader's words were very authoritative, so they didn't dare to refute him. Whoosh! The Bai clan leader waved his hand, and 300 people immediately appeared. 300 of you will advance. The rest will be eliminated. Hearing the Bai clan leader's words, Yuan Tianhe's face was filled with anxiety. "Clan leader, did you make a mistake? My demonic cores are enough to place me in the top 300. "You know what you did," said the Bai clan leader. The Void Ocean City Lord also spoke out. "Yuan Tianhe, after the competition ended, you rashly attacked and killed some cultivators. This is already a violation of the rules. The clan leader is already being merciful by not killing you on the spot. As a punishment, you are grounded in Void Ocean City for 1,000 years. During this time, you're not allowed to go out." Yuan Tianhe's heart was trembling. This punishment was too heavy. His heart was burning with rage. He looked at Feng Chun. If it weren't for his demonic cores, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. Now, he was being grounded for 1,000 years. This was simply ruining his future. Chapter 1250. Since the Bi-Clan leader had expressed his stance, the Void Ocean City Lord had no choice but to punish him. It was indeed Yuan Tianhe who had violated the rules, and the Bi-Clan leader was very unhappy about it. Therefore, he punished Yuan Tianhe by grounding him for 1,000 years. Some of the cultivators who were friends with Yuan Tianhe frowned. This punishment was too severe. Yuan Tianhe was at the best age to pursue the peak of the martial path. Being grounded for 1,000 years was undoubtedly cutting off Yuan Tianhe's martial path. Yuan Tianhe's heart burned with anger as he clenched his fists. At this moment, he wanted to refute, but he was powerless. The one who had punished him was the Void Ocean City Lord, who could kill him with a single finger. What right did he have to argue with him? Therefore, all of his anger was focused on Fang Chun. Yuan Tianhe, do you submit? The Void Ocean City Lord asked. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Submit? Yuan Tianhe's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. He didn't answer the Void Ocean City Lord, because in the eyes of the Void Ocean City Lord, it didn't matter whether he submitted or not. City Lord, I have a request, Yuan Tianhe said. Speak. Perhaps because the punishment was too severe, the Void Ocean City Lord felt a trace of guilt toward Yuan Tianhe. Hearing Yuan Tianhe's request, the Void Ocean City Lord nodded and agreed. Fang Chun used a trick to steal my demonic core, causing me to have no demonic core. Therefore, I used unscrupulous means to kill other cultivators and steal their demonic cores, Yuan Tianhe said slowly. In the competition, no matter what method is used, it is not against the rules, the Bi-Clan leader said. Yuan Tianhe nodded. Therefore, my request now is to fight with Fang Chun before I'm grounded, Yuan Tianhe said sinisterly. Regardless of life or death. Yuan Tianhe's hatred for Fang Chun soared to the sky. If he couldn't kill him, it would become his inner demon and hinder his cultivation. Therefore, before he was grounded, he had to kill him. The Void Ocean City Lord pondered for a moment and looked at the Bi-Clan leader. The latter nodded in agreement. Fang Chun, do you agree? The Void Ocean City Lord asked. A battle of life and death had to be agreed upon by both parties. Fang Chun, if you're a man, fight me to the death. Yuan Tianhe used words to provoke Fang Chun, fearing that he would be too timid to agree. Hearing that, Fang Chun said, I don't want to kill you. Fang Chun's words caused the spectators below to be astonished. Wang Kuei and the others frowned, thinking that Fang Chun was being too arrogant. He just got lucky and obtained 8,000 demon cores. What's so great about that? Sneered Wang Kuei. That's right. If I were to kill other martial artists like crazy, not to mention 8,000, I would be able to get 10,000. But I don't want to do that. Li Tang said. Feng Bing looked at Fang Chun with disgust and said nothing. The crowd was discussing Fang Chun. The Bi-family patriarch also looked at him thoughtfully. Fang Chun, I, Yuan Tianhe, will fight you to the death. If you don't agree, then you're a coward, said Yuan Tianhe coldly. Being called a coward infuriated Fang Chun. If you want to die, I can help you. Fang Chun agreed to the battle. The Bi-family patriarch laughed. He also wanted to see what ability this Fang Chun had to be able to obtain 8,000 demon cores. All right, then let's fight in the plaza. After saying that, the Bi-family patriarch's figure flashed, and he returned to Qingyi City. Many cultivators followed closely behind and arrived at the square. The 8 heavenly geniuses had also arrived. Their faces were filled with disdain. Fang Chun and Yuan Tianhe stood on the martial stage. I'll be the referee for this battle. The Bi-family patriarch smiled. It had been a long time since he had encountered something so interesting. He was very happy. The Lord of Void Sea City sighed inwardly. After this battle, no matter the result, Void Sea City would lose a genius martial artist. Fang Chun, in today's battle, I, Yuan Tianhe, will wash away the shame. Fang Chun didn't want to talk nonsense. Pretentious. Seeing Fang Chun's calm expression, the prodigy playing with the bead sneered. This person must have used many tricks to obtain 8,000 demon cores. He must have killed many martial artists. What's so great about killing ordinary martial artists? If he has the ability, let him fight with us. Zhou Hong, the leader of the 8 heavenly geniuses, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the martial stage. Many martial artists were eagerly waiting for the battle between the two. Boom! Yuan Tianhe made the first move. After all, he was once one of the 8 heavenly geniuses. His strength was extraordinary. Rumble! The overbearing attack pierced through the void and blasted toward Fang Chun in a menacing manner. Yuan Tianhe is very strong. Although he was squeezed out of the 8 heavenly geniuses, his strength is unquestionable. Fang Chun is doomed in this battle. Even some heavenly body tier elders thought that Fang Chun wouldn't be able to defeat Yuan Tianhe. However, just as Fang Chun made his move, they were shocked. Using the true meaning of time and space, Fang Chun's figure kept flickering. In an instant, he dodged Yuan Tianhe's fierce attack. In space-type true meaning, seeing Fang Chun dodge, the Bai clan leader said faintly. No wonder Fang Chun dared to accept the challenge. It turned out that he had such a powerful true meaning. However, the shock had just begun. After Fang Chun used the true meaning of time and space, his figure kept dodging, causing Yuan Tianhe's attack to miss. Then, he waved his hand, and a thick aura appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the rank 4 formation was successfully set up. Bang! Yuan Tianhe's attack fiercely crashed into the rank 4 formation and was instantly trapped. Pung pung pung. Once again trapped in the formation, Yuan Tianhe crazily bombarded the formation, but couldn't break it open. Fang Chun, if you have the guts, remove the formation and let us fight fair and square. Yuan Tianhe roared furiously. However, Fang Chun ignored him. At this moment, the whole square was in an uproar. Even the 36 city lords on the platform and the heavenly body tier elders of the Bai clan were shocked. Rank 4 formation. Everyone looked at Fang Chun in disbelief. To be able to set up a rank 4 formation so easily at such a young age, this boy was definitely a formation Dao genius. The Bai clan leader looked at Fang Chun with a smile and thought to himself, his attainments and formations are not bad, but I wonder how his battle prowess is. Among the 8 heavenly geniuses, some cultivators looked serious, speechless, and some cultivators still had mocking expressions. What's so great about relying on formations? If I fought him, he wouldn't even have time to set up a formation. That's right. In front of absolute power, formations are not worth mentioning. If it were young Master Zhou, he'd probably shatter this formation with a slap. A few heavenly geniuses flattered Zhou Hong while they were at it. As for Zhou Hong, his expression changed, and a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Yuan Tianhe was trapped in the formation and had sunk into madness. Meanwhile, Fang Chun looked at the platform. Can the battle end now? Fang Chun asked. The 36 city lords woke up from their shock. Then, they sighed with emotion. As for the Bai clan leader, he looked at Fang Chun in astonishment. The two of you are engaged in a battle of life and death. One of you must die to end the battle, the Bai clan leader said. Fang Chun shook his head, unwilling to fight. Against a cultivator weaker than himself, he couldn't be bothered to fight. Fang Chun fell silent. The Bai clan leader saw all of this. It seemed that this boy wasn't as fierce as the rumors said. Furthermore, as a 4-star God Movement Master, he could easily obtain 8,000 demonic cores. Fang Chun removed the formation, and Yuan Tianhe, who had sunk into madness, was freed from the formation. His hair was disheveled, and he looked at Fang Chun with a ferocious expression. Fang Chun, why didn't you attack? Are you looking down on me? Yuan Tianhe roared. Yuan Tianhe, that's enough, the Void Ocean City Lord said coldly. Fang Chun had let him go in the battle of life and death. Otherwise, he would have become a corpse. Fang Chun, I admit that your formation is very strong. I'm not your match. Yuan Tianhe was possessed, but I won't thank you for showing mercy. Just you wait. 1,000 years later, I, Yuan Tianhe, will kill you with my own hands. After Yuan Tianhe finished speaking, he went straight to the teleportation formation and returned to Void Ocean City. Fang Chun, thank you for showing mercy, the Void Ocean City Lord said with cupped fists. Fang Chun smiled faintly and walked down the martial arts stage. After today's battle, Fang Chen's name resounded throughout Qingyi City. Countless martial artists looked at him with their mouths agape. The attitude of the martial artists who had mocked him changed greatly. Their eyes were filled with respect. He could have used the formation to kill Yuan Tianhe, but he didn't. With such a temperament, how could he kill the innocent? In the crowd, many people were shouting Fang Chen's name. The Bai clan leader stood up, looked at Fang Chen, and asked, Fang Chen, you let Yuan Tianhe go. Aren't you afraid of his revenge 1,000 years later? Hearing this, Fang Chen stopped and said softly, I can suppress him now. 1,000 years later, I can still suppress him. Fang Chen's words were full of confidence. Seeing this, the Bai clan leader grinned. This Fang Chen was to his liking. At the edge of the platform, Zhou Hong, the leader of the 8 prodigies, saw this scene and wanted to kill Fang Chen. The first round of the competition ended. Fang Chen won first place with a dazzling result. Moreover, he was a powerful 4-star divine array master. Once this news was released, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Another prodigy had appeared out of nowhere. There were even some busybodies who placed Fang Chen in the ranks of the geniuses, calling him the 9th genius. In short, every corner of Qingyi City was talking about Fang Chen's deeds. Bai Qingqing, who was in the Bai clan's residence, was very excited when she heard the news. Her face was full of smiles. Her delicate body moved, and she happily danced in the courtyard. Her perfect body, coupled with her elegant dance steps, made people dumbfounded. Unfortunately, there was no one to appreciate it. I knew you wouldn't let me down, Bai Qingqing said. Just as Bai Qingqing was about to start dancing, a voice suddenly sounded. Qingqing, what made you so happy? Chapter 12:51. Bai Qingqing was the apple of the Bai clan's eye. She had been very dazzling since she was young. If she had stayed on Clear all these years, she would definitely have been one of the 8 prodigies. Unfortunately, she had run away from home many years ago and headed to Clear Isle. However, even without the support of the Bai clan, she had still reached the heavenly body tier. This was enough to show how strong Bai Qingqing's potential was. However, the Bai clan was now facing a major threat, and they had no choice but to form a marriage alliance with the Zhou clan. As long as Bai Qingqing married Zhou Hong, they would be able to completely bind the Zhou clan. At that time, the Bai clan's difficulties might be resolved. Ever since Bai Qingqing returned to Clear Isle, she had not been seen dancing. She usually did not speak to others. Now, however, the Bai clan leader saw that Bai Qingqing was not only smiling, but also dancing. The Bai clan leader was very happy. He finally saw his daughter smile. Qingqing, what are you happy about? Share it with me. As they spoke, the Bai clan leader walked into the courtyard and asked with a smile. Seeing her father arrive, Bai Qingqing stopped dancing. The smile on her face faded slightly, and she said, You will know in the future. Oh, Qingqing is actually keeping me in suspense, the Bai clan leader said with a smile. Bai Qingqing changed the topic. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she asked, Father, are there any outstanding cultivators in the first round? Hearing Bai Qingqing ask, the Bai clan leader was overjoyed. He thought that Bai Qingqing had thought things through. He hurriedly said, You don't say there really are outstanding cultivators in the first round. That guy called Fang Chen is actually a 4-star formation master. He easily defeated Yuan Tianhe. Is Fang Chen very powerful? Bai Qingqing pretended to ask. She already knew that Sanguinati was only Fang Chen's pseudonym. The Bai clan leader nodded and said, This guy is indeed powerful. If he can set up a level 4 formation, even Zhou Hong would find it very difficult to defeat him. However, the 8 prodigies are all extraordinary prodigies. Fang Chen's chances of winning against them are extremely low, unless his battle prowess is as terrifying as his formation mastery. Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed as she listened to her father praise Fang Chen. The first round ended. 300 people had advanced, and the remaining cultivators were all eliminated. Furthermore, over 500 people had died in the mountain range. The most shocking thing was that Fang Chen had won first place in the first round in a dazzling manner. Moreover, in a later battle with Yuan Tianhe, he displayed extremely powerful array Dao strength. The news of such a young 4-star divine array master caused an uproar as soon as it was announced. Every sect wanted a rope in Feng Chun. With such a monstrous talent, his future achievements in the Tao of formations would definitely be extraordinary. If he could become a 9-star divine array master one day, he would be able to shatter the entire Old Hua Islands with a stomp of his feet. Taking advantage of the fact that Feng Chun had not yet grown up, this was the best time to rope him in. Yu and Tiana had already left the mansion in Void Sea City. Due to the obstruction, only 10 cultivators from Void Sea City, including Feng Chun, managed to advance to the second round. Most of the other cultivators had died. The Lord of Void Sea City felt helpless. However, whenever he thought of Feng Chen's outstanding performance, he would feel excited. He was even fantasizing that Feng Chun might become a dark horse that would shock everyone. After his performance in the first round, the Lord of Void Sea City was very polite to Feng Chun. Outside the mansion, a large number of warriors from the sect wanted to meet Feng Chun. However, Feng Chun rejected all of them. He would not stay on Qingyi Island for too long. He did not want to waste time. Feng Chun could not meet them, but the Lord of Void Sea City could not. He received the envoys from the various sects in a friendly manner and expressed his intentions. After a night's rest, all the warriors gathered in the square early the next morning. The second round of the competition would begin today. The 8 great prodigies were not present. It was a great honor that they could advance to the finals directly. Countless warriors were envious that they did not have to fight for a spot like them. On the rostrum, the Bai clan leader looked around and said, "Today, the second round of the competition will begin. Before this, I have discussed with the city lords of the 36 cities. The second round of the competition will test one's will. On the path of martial arts, if one did not have a strong will, they would not be able to go far. This was the selection of a son-in-law for the Bai clan, so the Bai clan leader attached great importance to it. The son-in-law of the Bai clan had to be outstanding in all aspects. Therefore, he attached great importance to the second round of the competition. The place where the will be tested is the ancestral land of the Bai clan. Everyone, follow me." The Bai family patriarch waved his hand and led the 300 warriors into the Bai family's residence in a grandiose manner. They passed through the front hall and entered the forbidden area behind the mountain. After ascending the forbidden area, everyone realized that there was another world behind the forbidden area. It was surrounded by a powerful formation. Outsiders could not enter at all. Even heavenly body tier elites could not forcefully open the formation without the command of the Bai clan leader. This is the ancestral land of the Bai clan. There are 18 statues inside, and each statue represents a generation of elites of the Bai clan. After you enter, I will activate the might of the statues and temper your will. If you cannot endure it, just say "give up" in your mind, and I will bring you out. The Bai clan leader warned. Do not try to be brave. Each of the 18 stone statues is an existence that suppressed an era in the history of the Bai clan. Although they have been dead for countless years, the statues still contain extremely powerful might. If you try to be brave, you will definitely explode and die. The Bai clan leader told the 300 warriors the consequences of the matter. Everyone nodded, and no one backed down. The ancestral land of the Bai clan was the most famous ancestral land on the Clear Isle. How many elites wanted to enter the ancestral land of the Bai clan, but could not? Now that there was such an opportunity, who would be willing to give it up? 18 people will enter each time. The Bai clan leader waved his hand, and 18 people were instantly sent into the ancestral land. Inside the ancestral land, there were 18 statues, each of them extremely tall. The 18 people who entered stood in front of the 18 statues. Instantly, a terrifying might surrounded them. Buzz, a heart-palpitating aura invaded their minds. "I give up." In less than 3 seconds, a martial artist cried out miserably. Crash! In the next moment, the martial artist was sent out. In the outside world, the Bai clan leader and the others looked at the martial artist. The martial artist seemed to have suffered a great shock, and his lips were pale. "Too strong." The martial artist muttered numbly, and his body was trembling. A Heaven Dipper Realm Level 8 martial artist can't even last 3 seconds. Many martial artists cried out in surprise. The pressure of the statues in the Bai clan's ancestral land was too strong. Some people had already started to retreat. As for some people, they were extremely curious. Soon, the third batch of martial artists entered. Among the previous two batches of martial artists, the one who lasted the longest only lasted 3 minutes. Feng Bing went in. He should be able to last for at least an hour. That's not necessarily true. No one knows what's going on in the ancestral land. Li Tang seems to have gone in too. I wonder who is stronger. In the crowd, everyone was talking about it. With the Bai clan leader as the leader, the 36 city lords as the support, stood in the forbidden area at the back of the mountain and looked down at the ancestral land. After the third batch of martial artists entered, as time passed, martial artists were eliminated one after another. 3 minutes later, only Li Tang and Feng Bing were left in the ancestral land. These two were also seeded contestants. Yuan Tianhe was among the seeded contestants, but the latter was eliminated. It was already good to be a seeded contestant under the 8 prodigies. After 15 minutes, Feng Bing couldn't hold on anymore and came out. Feng Bing lasted 15 minutes, too powerful. His will is very strong, tempered between life and death. Feng Bing came out, but Li Tang didn't. He was still holding on. Feng Chen looked at the ancestral land silently, and there was a trace of curiosity in his heart. Every statue represents the existence of an era suppressing the Bai clan in history. Feng Chen said in his heart. Suppressing an era, although it was a bit exaggerated, it also showed the combat strength of the stone statue powerhouse in the ancestral land. Feng Chen liked this method of tempering one's will. An hour later, Li Tang came out. His forehead was covered in sweat. His face was pale, and his clothes were soaked. It was obvious that he had persevered to the limit. After Li Tang came out, he heaved a sigh of relief. He recalled the pressure just now and felt a lingering fear. Too strong, Li Tang said to himself. Li Tang lasted for an hour, ranked first so far. The Bai clan patriarch said. Immediately, the fourth batch began. As time passed, batch after batch of martial artists entered the ancestral land. But other than Li Tang, no one could last for an hour. After the 15th batch ended, it was the 16th batch's turn. Everyone looked at these people in unison. Because in this batch, there was the strongest seeded contestant, Wang Kuei. You guys go in. The Bai clan patriarch waved his hand, and the 18 people entered the ancestral land. I wonder how Feng Chen's Wang Kuei is doing. Can he last for more than an hour? What kind of joke is this? Right now, we should be thinking about how long Wang Kuei can last. As for surpassing Li Tang, is there even a need to ask? Most martial artists believed that Wang Kuei would definitely be able to surpass Li Tang's time. Even the 36th city lord agreed with this view. After all, Wang Kuei's strength was much stronger than Li Tang's. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. When the 2 hours were over, everyone's hearts were shaken. Li Tang had only lasted for an hour, but Wang Kuei had doubled it. Wang Kuei came out. He really lasted for 2 hours. Heavens, Wang Kuei is too strong. He deserves to be number 1. 2 hours later, the exit of the ancestral land flashed, and Wang Kuei came out. Chapter 12:52. Wang Kuei, congratulations. Some of the city lords did not hide their joy for Wang Kuei and directly congratulated him. The Bai family patriarch also nodded in satisfaction. Wang Kuei's willpower was incomparable to ordinary martial artists. Even some of the 8 prodigies could not last for 2 hours. The strength of one's willpower had little to do with one's strength. While everyone was praising Wang Kuei, the Bai family patriarch waved his hand and sent the 17th batch of martial artists into the ancestral land. There were only 12 people in the 17th batch. Feng Chen was among them. Crash! With a flash of white light, Feng Chen discovered that he had entered the Bai family's ancestral land. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying pressure filled the air. Feng Chen felt a strong pressure. The 11 martial artists who came with him stood in front of 11 statues and accepted the test of their willpower. Feng Chen stood in front of the last statue. A powerful pressure came from the statue, directly suppressing his soul. This pain is far from what I felt when I broke through the Lamita realm, Fang Chun said to himself. The pressure from the stone statues did not have much effect on him. Although he could feel the tyrannical pressure, he was able to withstand it. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Chun was left in the ancestral land. At this time, only a few minutes had passed. Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes. The pressure from this statue could no longer temper his willpower. Let's go take a look at the other statues. As he spoke, Fang Chun arrived in front of another statue. Buzz! A powerful aura enveloped Fang Chun's entire body. Fang Chun discovered that the aura from the statue was completely different from the previous one. Could it be that each statue gives off a different feeling? Fang Chun was startled and immediately thought of an idea. He could use the pressure from these 18 statues to temper himself. Outside, in the forbidden area of the back mountain, everyone's gaze was on the ancestral land. It's already been an hour. Why hasn't Fang Chun come out yet? Asked the city lord. It seems that Fang Chun's willpower is also very tenacious. He easily surpassed Li Tang, said another city lord. Li Tang's face was ashen as he clenched his fists. On the other hand, Wang Kuei was very calm. He had endured for 2 hours with great difficulty. It was as if he had experienced a life-and-death battle and was very tired. He did not believe that Fang Chun could last for more than 2 hours. So, the first place of the second round. The Bai family patriarch thoughtfully looked at Fang Chun. What they did not know was that the pressure from the 18 statues in the ancestral land did not put much pressure on Fang Chun. The other warriors desperately tried to resist the pressure, while Fang Chun used this pressure to cultivate. From the looks of it, this statue should have been a fire Tao almighty when it was alive, Fang Chun muttered to himself. He could feel the scorching aura of the way of fire from the pressure emanating from the statue. Fang Chun took this opportunity to refine his true intent of fire. Each of these statues was an existence that suppressed an era. When they were alive, their strength was extremely terrifying. Although they were dead, their pressure contained a Tao that was hard for ordinary people to understand. Right now, Fang Chun could feel a strong and flabbergasting fire Tao aura coming from the pressure, coming from the statue. The true intent of fire enveloped his body and constantly absorbed the fire Tao Qi in the pressure. Fang Chun could clearly feel that the true intent of fire was improving. An hour later, the true intent of fire had improved to the 4th grade. The pressure from the statues had also weakened a lot. Fang Chun cupped his fists at the statues and then walked to another statue. There were several statues in succession. The Tao that each statue cultivated was related to Fang Chun. Time passed by slowly. 14 hours later, Fang Chun's 7 true intents, except for the true intent of dreamscape and the true intent of space-time, had improved. The true intent of fire was at the 4th grade, the true intent of water was at the 4th grade, the true intent of ice was at the 4th grade, and the true intent of sword had reached the terrifying 8th grade. As for the true intent of dreamscape, it had also reached the peak of the 3rd grade, and the true intent of space-time had reached the peak of the 5th grade. What a pity! After the last true intent had improved, Fang Chun curled his lips. He felt that it was a pity. If he could continue tempering himself in the ancestral land, his will would definitely become even more tenacious. Unfortunately, that was impossible. Fang Chun was completely unaware that his actions had caused a sensation in the outside world. Outside, back mountain forbidden area. It's been 14 hours. Fang Chun couldn't have died in there, right? Some city lords believed that Fang Chun had most likely died in the ancestral land. Patriarch, what do you think? Some other city lords asked the Bai clan patriarch. Fang Chun is still alive. When the Bai clan patriarch said this, he was also somewhat shocked. What kind of monster was Fang Chun to be able to persist for 14 hours? The Bai clan patriarch looked at the ancestral land with a burning gaze. The entire back mountain was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were shocked. Li Tang and Wang Kuei were even more dumbfounded. They were speechless for a long time. To be able to persist for 14 hours under such pressure, was he still human? However, Fang Chun didn't care about this. He had already felt the pressure emitted by the 18 statues. He had also comprehended it. After comprehending it all, an unexpected surprise appeared. The 18 statues all shook. Then, the 18 statues actually opened their mouths to speak. I didn't expect that after being dead for so many years, we would still be able to wait for a genius who broke through the extreme realm. Ha ha! We didn't leave these statues in vain. The 18 statues all opened their mouths to speak. They seemed to know that Feng Chen was a cultivator who broke through the extreme realm. Rumble, a ray of light shot out from each statue. Finally, these rays of light merged in the air and turned into a 7-colored fan that fell into Feng Chen's hand. Kid, if you encounter any difficulties one day, you can take out this fan. The Bai clan will spare no effort to help you overcome your difficulties, said the first statue. When Feng Chen held the 7-colored fan, some information also appeared in his mind. He had unintentionally comprehended the pressure emitted by the 18 statues and triggered the mechanism left behind by these seniors, thus obtaining this 7-colored fan. Feng Chen raised his head. At this time, the 18 statues had already returned to normal. However, Feng Chen had a feeling that these statues seemed to have lost a trace of spirit qi. Divine Feather Fan. Feng Chen played with the 7-colored fan and said softly. The Divine Feather Fan was passed down by the Bai clan's ancestor, but it had disappeared a long time ago. He didn't expect that it had been in the ancestral land all this time. Feng Chen put away the Divine Feather Fan, cupped his hands at the 18 statues, and then left. Splash! The moment the ancestral land opened, all the cultivators stared at the exit with burning eyes. Feng Chen walked out of the ancestral land calmly. He's out. Feng Chen is out. Everyone in the crowd shouted excitedly. Seeing Feng Chen come out, the whole back mountain was filled with shouts like a tsunami. Many heavenly body tier elites, including the Bai clan's leader, were also excited. Splash! The Bai clan's leader instantly appeared in front of Feng Chen. He carefully observed Feng Chen, wanting to see through the latter. Feng Chen, are you all right? The Bai clan's leader asked. Feng Chen was slightly stunned, and then shook his head. Are you really all right? The Bai clan's leader asked repeatedly. Thank you for your concern, clan leader. I'm really all right, Feng Chen said with a shrug. Ha ha ha. The Bai clan's leader was overjoyed. Prodigy, an absolute prodigy. In the ancestral land, he had persisted for 14 hours. Too powerful. This record was originally held by a prodigy of the Bai clan 1,000 years ago. He had persisted for 10 hours. Now, however, it had been broken by Feng Chen. After this election, regardless of whether Feng Chen wins first place or not, he will be a guest elder of the Bai clan, and his status will be equivalent to Qing Qing's. The Bai clan's leader grabbed Feng Chen's arm and said loudly. Everyone stared at Feng Chen, dumbfounded. Li Tang and Wang Kuei's eyes were filled with jealousy, and there was a hint of killing intent hidden in the depths of their eyes. Clan leader, Feng Chen coughed softly. Only then did the clan leader realize that he had lost his composure and hurriedly let go of Feng Chen's arm. He chuckled and came to the forbidden area behind the mountain. Looking around at the crowd, he announced the results of the second round. The second round is a test of willpower. The top 100 will advance, and the rest will be eliminated. The clan leader waved his hand and separated those who had advanced from those who had not. The first place of the second round is still Feng Chen. If it had been the first round, Feng Chen had won first place by luck with formations. Then, the second round was enough to prove his determination. The great elites of the ancient times were all people with strong willpower. Even the Bai clan's leader felt inferior to Feng Chen's willpower. If they were at the same cultivation level and age, he would definitely be inferior to Feng Chen. After the second round ended, the martial artists would be allowed to rest. The news of Feng Chen winning first place spread once again. Qingyi City was in a frenzy. In the center of Qingyi City, in a 99-story building, on the top floor, Zhou Hong stood by the window, quietly watching the roaring of the Bai clan's forbidden area behind the mountain. Beside him stood a martial artist playing with a pearl. What a lucky guy. He actually won first place in 2 rounds in a row. Hearing this, Zhou Hong shook his head slightly. With a deep gaze, he said, "His willpower is indeed incomparable to ordinary people." Young Master Zhou. The martial artist playing with the pearl did not understand why young Master Zhou would praise the enemy. You don't understand the situation in the Bai clan's ancestral land, so you don't understand what it means to persist for 14 hours. Zhou Hong sighed and said, "Even I can't persist for 14 hours." Zhou Hong's words undoubtedly showed that in terms of willpower, he was inferior to Fang Chun. Hearing this, the martial artist playing with the pearl was shocked and could not believe it. Zhou Hong, who was like a god in his heart, actually admitted that he was inferior to a nobody. Young Master Zhou, that kid must have some treasure that can resist the pressure. Otherwise, he would not have been able to persist for 14 hours. The martial artist playing with the pearl still refused to admit that Fang Chun was inferior. Zhou Hong shook his head. No one knew better than him how terrifying Fang Chun's willpower was. Chapter 1253. The fact that Fang Chun had won first place in the second round shocked everyone in the Bai family. Some elders even thought that it would be better to take Fang Chun in as a member of the Bai family. Some elders also thought that although Zhou Dongwang had a strong will, they still needed to see his fighting strength. If they casually took in a member of the younger generation, it would affect the Bai family's reputation. Anyway, everyone in the Bai family was talking about Fang Chun. When Bai Qingqing heard this, she was even more shocked. She knew Fang Chun's potential better than anyone else, but she did not expect that Fang Chun had grown to such a level in such a short time. It seems that even Zhou Hong is no match for you, Bai Qingqing muttered to herself. After the second round of the competition ended, everyone was waiting curiously for the third round to begin. After the third round of the competition, the finals would begin. At that time, the 8 supreme talents would also appear. That would be an exciting battle. The next day, the third round of the competition began. There were so many warriors, but only 100 people were left. These 100 people were the elites of the younger generation on Qingyi Island. Any one of them was enough to make an ordinary warrior of the younger generation catch up with them. The third round of the competition was not unexpected. This round was a competition of fighting strength. In other words, only those who were strong enough could advance to the next round. The losers would be eliminated directly, while the winners would advance to the next round. Soon, the competition began. There were warriors fighting on a martial arts stage from time to time. The dazzling battle caused countless warriors to cheer unceasingly. After waiting for 2 hours, Fang Chun finally stepped onto the stage. Everyone's attention was on him. Everyone wanted to know how strong the first place of the first 2 rounds was, or if it was just an undeserved reputation. The Bai family patriarch seemed to want to test Fang Chun. He arranged his opponent to be Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei versus Fang Chun. It's so exciting. Yes, one of them is the first place of the first 2 rounds, and the other is a seated warrior. This is going to be a good show. I wonder who will win in the end. On the martial arts stage, Wang Kuei and Fang Chun stood opposite each other. You were really lucky to be able to obtain first place in the first 2 rounds. This time, I will personally end you. Wang Kuei laughed sinisterly. In his opinion, Fang Chun was only slightly better at array formations. As long as he didn't give him a chance to set up a formation, he would definitely be able to kill him. You seem to be celebrating too early, Fang Chun said. In the third round of the competition, he had only wanted to advance in a low-key manner. Who would have thought that the Bai family head would arrange Wang Kuei for him? But that was nothing. As long as he could advance to the finals, everything else was meaningless. Brat, I'll let you know what true strength is, Wang Kuei said. Do you think you can defeat Yuan Tianhe? Fang Chun asked. Before Yuan Tianhe was eliminated, he was the strongest seated contestant below the 8 great prodigies. After Yuan Tianhe was eliminated, Wang Kuei successfully ascended to the top. But now, Fang Chun had used Yuan Tianhe to pressure Wang Kuei. In an instant, Wang Kuei's face darkened. Brat, you're courting death. As soon as Wang Kuei finished speaking, he instantly launched a fierce and domineering attack. Boom! In an instant, Wang Kuei closed in on Fang Chun, and then his fists continuously blasted out. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. On the rostrum, The city lords of the 36 cities nodded slightly. The best way to deal with Fang Chun was to strike first and gain the upper hand. Otherwise, if he set up a fourth-tier formation, there would be no way to compete in the battle. It seems that Wang Kuei has already planned this, a city lord said. Under such a dense attack, Fang Chun won't have time to set up a formation. Yeah, if he can't set up a formation, then he might lose this battle. Wang Kuei's attacks were too concentrated, and the power was extremely tyrannical. Every punch could cause an explosion in the air. Go to hell, brat. Fang Chun kept dodging. Wang Kuei shouted loudly. Suddenly, a layer of terrifying vital essence appeared on his fists. In the next moment, his fist suddenly blasted towards Fang Chun. Dong! Fang Chun sneered and stood still. The perfect sword body instantly covered his whole body. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Soon after, they were a little shocked. Is Fang Chun scared out of his wits? Such exclamations came from the crowd. Even the Bai family patriarch on the rostrum frowned slightly. He didn't know what Fang Chun had up his sleeve. Wang Kuei, who was attacking, sneered when he saw this scene. It was as if he could already see the scene of Fang Chun being sent flying by himself. He increased the strength of his fists and blasted fiercely on Fang Chun's body. Dong! There was an explosion, and a figure was instantly sent flying backward. At this moment, all the warriors widened their eyes and looked at the scene on the martial arts stage in disbelief. They rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that what they saw was an illusion. How is this possible? Everyone in the crowd exclaimed. The scene on the martial arts stage was beyond everyone's expectations. They thought that Fang Chun would be sent flying by Wang Kuei's punch. However, in fact, Fang Chun stood still and Wang Kuei was sent flying by the rebound force. This, on the rostrum, the city lords of the 36 cities also looked at each other. The Bai family patriarch stood up and tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. He was very insightful and saw the mystery at a glance. Fang Chun's physical defense was too strong. Wang Kuei's attack was simply a joke in Fang Chun's eyes. Bang! Wang Kuei's body fell below the martial arts stage. He spat out blood and his face was a little pale. He looked up to the sky and roared, unwilling to give up. However, the result was doomed. Fang Chun is the first in the third round. Boom! The whole square was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were shocked beyond words. How dazzling it was to win the first place in 3 consecutive rounds. Now, Fang Chun had become an expert comparable to the 8 heavenly legends in the hearts of many warriors. Wang Kuei was directly ignored by everyone. Looking at Fang Chun, who was enjoying the cheers of the crowd on the martial arts stage, Li Tang and Feng Bing's expressions changed and became complicated. This boy's potential is too strong. He will definitely become a creation realm expert in the future. The city lords of the 36 cities expressed their opinions, especially the city lord of Void Sea City, who was too excited. Void Sea City had produced such a genius, which made him, the city lord, very proud. In the following time, the other matches could no longer attract the attention of the crowd. In the midst of the noise, the third round of the competition ended. In the end, only 50 people advanced. Among these 50 people, the most dazzling was Fang Chun. After this battle, no one doubted his combat strength. His physical defense alone could send Wang Kuei flying. Except for the 8 heavenly legends, no one could break his defense. The news of Fang Chun spread throughout Qingyi City. As for the Bai family patriarch, he quickly returned to the Bai family and held an emergency meeting. The topic of this meeting was Fang Chun. When Bai Qingqing heard the news, her pretty face was full of smiles. This guy likes to be in the limelight, Bai Qingqing said with a smile. In the third round of the competition, except for Fang Chun, all the other martial artists in Void Sea City were eliminated. Bai Qingqing could not wait to meet Fang Chun. She quickly left the Bai family and went to the mansion in Void Sea City again. In the garden of the mansion, Bai Qingqing stood side by side with Fang Chun, looking at the goldfish swimming freely in the pond. My father and the others are holding a meeting, Bai Qingqing said. Fang Chun nodded. He had shown such outstanding talent, so the Bai family would definitely think of a way to recruit him. If you run out like this, the clansmen won't scold you, Fong Chun said with a smile. Bai Qingqing shook her head and looked at Fong Chun with her beautiful eyes. In the center of Qingyi City, on a 99-story building. This time, Zhou Hong finally knew who Bai Qingqing was looking for in the mansion in Void Sea City. Fong Chun. Zhou Hong clenched his fists. To the side, the martial artist playing with the beads had a change in expression. He whispered, "Young Master Zhou, the 8 heavenly geniuses will also be participating in the next round. If I meet him, I'll help you." How did Qingqing get to know him? Zhou Hong was a little confused. Soon after, he said, "Investigate Fong Chun for me." "Don't worry, young Master Zhou. I'll go investigate right now." The martial artist who was playing with the beads left and returned half an hour later. In his hands was some information regarding Fong Chun. "Young Master Zhou, I've already investigated him. The Zhou family status on Qingyi Island was second only to the Bai family, so their intelligence network was very powerful. It was easy for them to investigate such a small matter." "Speak," said Zhou Hong expressionlessly. "This Fong Chun came from outside. As for which island he came from, no one knows. But according to our analysis, it's extremely likely that he came from Heavenspan Island. Miss Bai Qingqing once went to Heavenspan Island, so the two of them should have known each other there," said the martial artist playing with the beads. "Knew each other on Heavenspan Island?" Zhou Hong was even more furious when he heard this. For Bai Qingqing, Fong Chun actually traveled thousands of miles from Heavenspan Island to Qingyi Island. This was enough to show how much he valued Bai Qingqing. Thinking of this, Zhou Hong's heart was filled with anger. Bai Qingqing was his woman, and he would never allow an outsider to touch her. And now, Fong Chun had undoubtedly touched his reverse scale. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon meant certain death. Zhou Hong suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice, "How strong is he?" "According to our analysis, his cultivation level should be at the 9th level of Heaven Dipper tier. He hasn't stepped into the Heavenly Body tier yet, but in terms of battle prowess, he should be able to match a martial artist at the 1st level of the Heavenly Body tier." The martial artist playing with the beads said, "After all, he's a 4-star formation master. Once he sets up a level 4 formation, I'm afraid even young Master Zhou will be in trouble. His greatest reliance should be the Tier 4 array formation." "Level 4 formations, huh? If we meet in the finals, I'll definitely let you know what it's like to beg for death," Zhou Hong said coldly. As the most outstanding martial artist of the Zhou family's younger generation, how could he not have a trump card? "Fong Chun, you dare touch my woman? You're destined to disappear like smoke." Zhou Hong wanted to kill Fong Chun. To be more precise, he didn't plan to let Fong Chun live until the finals. Chapter 1254. The trip to Qingyi Island took longer than Fong Chun had expected. Even if he could not pass the C8, 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 C8. After the 3rd round of the competition ended, Fong Chun stayed in his residence in Suhai City and did not come out. Because he was now a big celebrity, many warriors would come looking for him on the streets. Some large sect would even send their elders to talk to him and try to rope him in. Only the Bai clan did not say anything, as if they were secretly planning something. Bai Qingqing and Fong Chun talked for a while before leaving. After all, she was now looking for a husband. If she was seen with another man, it would not be good for her reputation. Girls still valued their reputation very much. "Boss, have you fallen in love with Bai Qingqing?" The little mouse jumped on his shoulder and said with a smile. Fong Chun shook his head. "Boss, during the finals, just show your strength and shock everyone. Then, you won't have to go through so much trouble," the little mouse said. After the 3rd round of the competition ended, the warriors who advanced rested for 3 days. After 3 days, the finals would begin. The rules of the finals were slightly different from the previous rounds. Although it was an elimination system, one would not be eliminated immediately after losing 1 round. There were a total of 58 warriors, and each warrior would only be eliminated after losing 2 rounds. Warriors could challenge each other freely. Those with higher realms could not challenge those with lower realms. Those with lower realms did not have any restrictions. On the rostrum, many experts, including the Bai clan leader, were already in place. On the square, the 8 great prodigies were in the lead, and the other 50 warriors were behind them. Everyone was waiting for the competition to begin. The competition begins. With the Bai clan leader's command, the competition began. I want to challenge Feng Bing. A warrior took the lead and jumped onto the martial arts stage to challenge Feng Bing. Feng Bing's face was gloomy as she walked onto the stage. Boom! The battle broke out instantly. Feng Bing was very strong, and the challenger was not her match at all. He was immediately suppressed. After that, more and more warriors went onto the stage to challenge her. After a while, someone was eliminated. The eliminated martial artists were the martial artists who challenged Feng Bing. He challenged Feng Bing and lost a round. After that, someone specifically challenged him and lost. I challenged Feng Chun. After about 30 battles, someone challenged Feng Chun. When everyone looked, the challenger was actually Li Tang. Li Tang challenged Feng Chun. Is he courting death? Many martial artists did not understand why Li Tang took the initiative to challenge Feng Chun. Feng Chun smiled faintly and stepped onto the martial arts stage. Boom! Li Tang did not talk nonsense and directly attacked. However, what greeted him was Feng Chen's iron fists. Bang! The clean and tidy end of the battle with a single punch made the people in the square exclaim in surprise. Feng Chen's battle had just ended when someone spoke up again. I also challenged Feng Chun. Hearing this, many martial artists were even more shocked. This man was Wei Chongkong, who had just been promoted to the 8 heavenly sons of heaven. Didn't he and Feng Chun come from the same city? Why did they kill each other? As he spoke, Wei Zhongkong stood on the martial arts stage. He glanced at Zhou Hong at the front and sighed softly. Feng Chun, let's have a good fight. In fact, Wei Zhongkong did not want to challenge Feng Chun, but he was forced to. Boom! Wei Zhongkong was very strong, but in front of Feng Chun, he was not worth mentioning. One punch, another punch. He sent Wei Zhongkong flying, winning both battles. In the square, everyone was completely stunned. Feng Chun was too strong. Even Wei Zhongkong was no match for him. Thinking of this, some martial artists were filled with fear. They still wanted to challenge Feng Chun. How ridiculous! I also challenged Feng Chun. Among the 8 heavenly sons of heaven, the genius ranked 7th came to the martial arts stage and challenged Feng Chun. Hearing this, everyone on the rostrum was a little surprised. The Bai family patriarch looked at Zhou Hong thoughtfully. Feng Chun's expression changed slightly. He turned to look at Zhou Hong below. The latter's lips curled up, and his face was full of disdain. Seeing this, Feng Chun grinned. You're too trashy. Several people had challenged him in a row. He already knew that this was Zhou Hong's plan. You want to wear me down by taking turns? Since you're treating me like this, don't blame me for being rude. Originally, Feng Chun did not want to be too high profile, but all of this was forced by Zhou Hong. The 7th prodigy was Zhou Hong's lackey, so there was no need to be too polite. Hearing Feng Chun's words, the 7th prodigy was furious. Feng Chun, you're too arrogant. I only need one punch to defeat you. Feng Chun sneered. The 7th prodigy was instantly enraged and immediately attacked. However, what greeted him was only a punch. After that punch, Feng Chun stopped attacking and did not even look at the 7th prodigy. The 7th prodigy stood quietly on the martial arts stage, not moving at all. Everyone was confused. Why was the 7th prodigy not moving? Who would win? However, at this moment, the 7th prodigy spat out a mouthful of blood and directly fainted on the martial arts stage. And everyone exclaimed. Feng Chun's strength was too freakish. Until now, no one had been able to force him to use his full strength. How strong was he? The Bai clan leader looked at Feng Chun, his eyes filled with joy. This person was really not simple. He was invincible in the Heaven Dipper tier. What would happen if he faced a Heavenly Body tier cultivator? Just as Feng Chun had guessed, the 6th prodigy attacked. However, he was still defeated by Feng Chun. At this moment, Feng Chun was shining brightly. His body was filled with rich astral essence, proving that he was only a Heaven Dipper tier cultivator and not a Heavenly Body tier cultivator. The 5th prodigy did not attack. He had some grudges with Zhou Hong and did not want to fight for him. Next was the 4th prodigy. He was at the first level of the Heavenly Body tier and was very strong. Fong Chun, Heaven Dipper Tier, is Heaven Dipper Tier. In front of a Heavenly Body Tier cultivator, you are only an ant. The fourth prodigy sneered. Is that so? Then let me show you how a Heaven Dipper Tier cultivator defeats a Heavenly Body Tier cultivator. Fong Chen's battle prowess was too strong after breaking through the pinnacle level. Against a low-level Heavenly Body Tier cultivator, he did not need to use sword techniques at all. A pair of iron fists would suffice. I'm afraid that by then, you would have already died, the fourth prodigy said. Against you, I still only need one punch. Fong Chen's attitude was very arrogant. Zhou Hong had completely infuriated him. Since these lackeys wanted to attack for Zhou Hong, then they would have to bear the consequences. Below, Zhou Hong narrowed his eyes, a look of displeasure on his face. Seeing Zhou Hong's expression, the fourth prodigy attacked. Die! The fourth prodigy was skilled in fist techniques. He clenched his fists, and the power of stars surged as he threw out a punch. Dong! Fong Chun did not even look and directly threw out a punch. The power of stars collided with the power of strong essence, and a deafening sound erupted. When the sound of the explosion disappeared, everyone saw that Fong Chun was standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The fourth prodigy had long since passed out. Seeing this scene, the square was completely in an uproar. Fong Chun is too strong. This kind of strength is enough to rival Zhou Hong. Yes, with this kind of strength, it's very likely that he could defeat Zhou Hong. So, he didn't get first place in the first 3 rounds by luck. Even a Heavenly Body Tier prodigy was defeated by him with one punch. This is too terrifying. In the crowd, everyone exclaimed. On the platform, the 36 city lords were shocked. They had never seen a Heaven Dipper Tier cultivator with this kind of battle prowess. The Bai clan's leader seemed to have vaguely guessed something. If that's really the case, I have to rope him in at all costs, the Bai clan's leader thought. On the martial arts platform, Fong Chun stared at Zhou Hong. You don't dare to fight, so you let your lackeys fight me one after another. What a good plan. Fong Chun showed no mercy and exposed Zhou Hong's scheme in front of everyone. Hearing this, Zhou Hong's face darkened. Are you sure you don't want to take back what you just said? Zhou Hong tried his best to calm down and asked coldly. His words were full of threats. I never take back what I say. If you want to fight, then come up and fight, Fong Chun said. You're not worthy of me fighting. Zhou Hong was very conceited. Even now, he still thought that Fong Chun was no match for him. At this moment, the third prodigy spoke to the second prodigy. You've won a few battles, and you dare to challenge our young master Zhou? What a joke. The third prodigy, the cultivator playing with the beads, sneered. You'll only be qualified to challenge young master Zhou if you defeat me, the second prodigy said. Unknowingly, the finals turned into a one-man show for Fong Chun. Ever since Fong Chun went up on stage, one cultivator after another directly challenged him. Now, even some prodigies have been defeated by him. Ordinary cultivators were even more afraid of him. Why would they challenge him? I wonder what will happen. Everyone looked at Fong Chun with burning eyes, waiting for his response. In that case, the two of you can come at me together. Fong Chun pointed at the second and third sky prides and said calmly. Boom! The square was in an uproar. Was Fong Chun really confident, or was he just trying to impress the crowd? He directly challenged the second and third prodigies. On the rostrum, the 36 city lords looked at each other and finally looked at the Bai family patriarch. The Bai family patriarch stared at Fong Chun and said, If the person involved agrees, I have no objections. The patriarch's words made the second and third prodigies' eyes turn cold. They immediately jumped onto the stage. Fong Chun, we didn't want to team up against you, but since you're so arrogant, you'll have to bear the consequences, the second prodigy said sinisterly. The third prodigy played with the beads in his hands, his face full of disdain. Looks like you're destined to not have a chance to fight young Master Zhou. Hurry up and say it before you lose consciousness, Fong Chun said with a smile. He looked at the two of them as if he was looking at idiots. Everyone was stunned. Was Fong Chun really that strong? Why was he so confident? Boom! The second and third prodigies' aura instantly exploded. Instantly, exclamations came from the square again. because the two of them were at the second level of the heavenly body tier. Chapter 1255. Fang Chun turned to look at Zhou Hong, who was standing on the plaza. At this moment, Zhou Hong had a mocking smile on his face. He thought that Fang Chun was overestimating himself. He actually wanted to challenge two of them at once. If you can really defeat them, then you're qualified for me to fight, Zhou Hong said with a smile. Only qualified? Fang Chun muttered softly. Then, he turned around and ignored Zhou Hong. If you don't fight now, then you won't have a chance, Fang Chun said arrogantly, his aura soaring. Fang Chun, you're dead meat. Hearing this, the two prodigies were furious. They attacked at lightning speed. At the same time, in the Bai clan residence, Bai Qingqing was extremely anxious. She was like an ant on a hot pan. She paced back and forth in the courtyard, feeling ill at ease. Bai Qingqing stopped and asked anxiously, "You're saying that Fang Chun challenged the two prodigies?" The servant beside her nodded and said, "Yes." Fang Chun. Oh, Fang Chun, how could you be so stupid? Two cultivators in the second layer of the heavenly body tier joining forces. Even Zhou Hong wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat them. You were too impulsive. Bai Qingqing could guess that Zhou Hong must have done something to Fang Chun to make him so angry. The more Bai Qingqing thought about it, the more worried she became. She immediately left the courtyard and quickly headed to the plaza. She was worried about Fang Chun. If something happened to him, she would ask her father for help. On the plaza, on the martial arts arena, the battle was about to start. Since they wanted to intimidate everyone, then they had to defeat these two clowns with lightning speed. Only then would they be able to intimidate everyone. In fact, Fang Chun was thinking the same thing. The third prodigy roared. His figure flashed, and he drew out a spear. He used a domineering spear technique. Instantly, spear shadows filled the sky, piercing toward Fang Chun with great power. At the same time, the saber in the second prodigy's hand slashed fiercely toward Fang Chun. The two geniuses also wanted to end the battle in one move. In fact, their moves were filled with dense killing intent. They wanted to kill Fang Chun and avenge Zhou Hong. On the square, the crowd was shocked to see the two supreme geniuses perform their respective ultimate skills at the same time. It's over. Fang Chun definitely won't be able to defeat these two geniuses. The third-rank prodigy's spear technique is too strong. Other than Zhou Hong, no one else has been able to force him to use his spear technique. The second genius saber art is even more domineering. Even Zhou Hong wouldn't dare to face two geniuses head-on. I wonder how Fang Chun is going to block it. At this moment, all eyes were on Fang Chun. The latter's eyes flickered, and his soul spirit spread out and locked onto the third chosen. Then, he used the true will of time and space and disappeared into the void when the second proud son of Heaven's blade came at him. Dong, the third prodigy's saber, slashed toward Fang Chun fiercely. However, it missed. The impact of the saber was too strong, and it directly hit the martial arts arena, causing the arena to tremble. Damn it! The second prodigy cursed and pulled out his saber, ready to attack again. However, at this moment, suddenly, a clear voice could be heard. Suddenly, Fang Chun appeared in the air. He stretched out his hand, and his vital spirit surged. He grabbed the spear of the third Sky Pride with his bare hands. With a twist of his hand, the spear that the third Sky Pride was so proud of was snapped in half. Poochie before the third prodigy could react. The broken spear in Fang Chun's hand pierced the third prodigy's body. Bang! The third prodigy's body was instantly sent flying, and blood splattered all over the sky. The third prodigy fell unconscious on the ground, and his life was in danger. When the second prodigy saw this, his heart trembled and he felt a trace of fear. He instinctively wanted to escape, but how could Fang Chun give him the chance? The true meaning of time and space was used again. All the power in his body gathered on his fist, and he suddenly punched toward the second prodigy. Bang! He skillfully dodged the second prodigy's saber and sent him flying with a punch. Voila! The entire square was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were completely stirred up. In an instant, he defeated the joint attack of two great prodigies. One was seriously injured, and the other was unconscious. How strong did he need to be? The ninth level of Heaven Dipper realm had the battle prowess of the third level of the heavenly body tier. On the rostrum, the 36 city masters, including the Bai family, also stood up in an instant. Their faces were filled with shock. How can a ninth-level Heaven Dipper realm have such powerful battle prowess? His physical strength is too strong. Fighting across a major tier, this person is too freakish. The 36 city lords were shocked. As for the Bai clan leader, he was excited, because his guess had come true. Pinnacle level. He must have broken through the pinnacle level. The Bai clan leader said excitedly. There was an insurmountable gap between the Heaven Dipper realm and the heavenly body realm. A ninth-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artist, even the most freakish one, would not have such battle prowess. There was only one explanation for this situation, and that was that Fang Chun was a genius who had broken through the pinnacle level. In the entire Clear Isle, there was not a single genius who had broken through the pinnacle level. As the island lord of Clear Isle, the Bai clan leader had heard some things about the pinnacle level geniuses. He did not expect to see a martial artist who had broken through the pinnacle level with his own eyes. Moreover, this person was participating in the son-in-law selection competition that he had organized for his daughter. A pinnacle-level genius. The Bai clan leader was very excited. At this moment, his heart was filled with hope that Fang Chun could defeat Zhou Hong and become the Bai clan's son-in-law. Zhou Hong, the leader of the 8 great prodigies, was not worth mentioning in front of a pinnacle-level genius. Thinking of this, the Bai clan leader's body was trembling. However, he was the island lord after all, so he tried hard to control his excitement. He nodded at Fang Chun and returned to his seat. Dong. On the martial arts arena, Fang Chun's body landed heavily on the ground. His gaze swept past the second and third prodigies and finally landed on Zhou Hong. What about now? Fang Chun asked. Hearing this, Zhou Hong fell silent. His eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at Fang Chun, and his mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Fang Chun's combat power had really exceeded his expectations. However, if that was all, it would not be enough to scare Zhou Hong. Bai Qingqing rushed over, feeling extremely anxious. However, just as she arrived at the square, she heard Fang Chun's domineering words. She was stunned at first, but then she saw the second and third prodigies. Then, she opened her mouth wide and looked at Fang Chun in disbelief. How can he be so strong? Bai Qingqing cried out involuntarily. How did he survive all these years? Bai Qingqing was very happy. The stronger Fang Chun was, the more confident he would be to win first place. She passed through the crowd and arrived at the rostrum. Father, Bai Qingqing greeted the Bai clan leader. Qingqing, why are you here? The Bai clan leader asked. I heard that someone is challenging the 8 prodigies, so I came to take a look. As Bai Qingqing spoke, her eyes were fixed on Fang Chun. The Bai clan leader wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he shook his head. It would be good to let his daughter get to know Fang Chun as soon as possible. Then, Bai Qingqing sat behind him. Fang Chun's robes fluttered without wind. His strong body was worshipped by countless cultivators. Too strong. If I had this kind of strength, one day would be enough. Is Fang Chun the reincarnation of a great elite? A Heaven Dipper tier that can defeat a heavenly body tier. And he even finished the battle in one move. I'm going crazy. In front of Fang Chun, the so-called 8 prodigies are just trash. In the square, discussions rose and fell one after another. Everyone was subdued by Fang Chun's tyrannical combat power, and Fang Chun stared at Zhou Hong with shining eyes. Come up and fight, Fang Chun said. His voice was filled with dominance. Zhou Hong frowned, but still stepped onto the martial arts arena. Do you know the consequences of angering me? Zhou Hong said sinisterly. Even now, Zhou Hong was still threatening Fang Chun. His eyes were filled with a strong gust of wind. I'd like to see the consequences. What do you have to make me bear the consequences, Zhou Hong? Fang Chun sneered. Zhou Hong, this hypocrite, was still pretending. On the rostrum, the Zhou clan leader's expression was dark. Fang Chun was very strong. He was now a little worried about Zhou Hong's safety. Once Zhou Hong is in danger, act immediately. the Zhou clan leader said. On the martial arts arena, Zhou Hong and Fang Chun faced each other. Zhou Hong's pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chun. Is defeating 2 second-level heavenly body tier cultivators very impressive? Zhou Hong asked. Can you do what I did? Fang Chun countered. His attitude was very strong, and he was not afraid of Zhou Hong at all. The Zhou clan announced that Zhou Hong was only a second-level heavenly body tier cultivator, but in reality, Zhou Hong had already reached the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier. Moreover, Zhou Hong had a trump card given to him by the Zhou clan. I'm very curious. Why would a cultivator with no background like you dare to offend the Zhou clan? Zhou Hong asked calmly. Hearing this, Fang Chun sneered. Idiot. Fang Chun scolded with a smile. This Zhou Hong actually dared to talk about his background. Did he think that just because he mentioned the Zhou clan, he would be afraid of him? How laughable. The scene in the ancestral grounds of the Bai clan appeared in Fang Chun's mind. Then, he looked at the divine feather fan, lying quietly in his spatial ring. Indeed, just as Zhou Hong said, he was an outsider with no background on Clear Isle. But without a background, he could create one. The divine feather fan was his background. He really wanted to know what Zhou Hong's expression would be when he took out the divine feather fan. The battle was about to start. The power of stars circled around Zhou Hong's body, and his aura continued to rise. Only when he reached the peak of the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier did his aura gradually stop. A terrifying aura instantly filled the entire martial arts arena, directly enveloping Fang Chun. Zhou Hong's killing intent had been aroused. Fang Chun could clearly feel it. Brat, I, Zhou Hong, have never been defeated in the younger generation, Zhou Hong said. Chapter 1256. Although there were still many martial artists who had not fought, everyone knew that the next battle would be the final battle. Everyone had witnessed the strength of Fang Chun and Zhou Hong. The winner of the two would become the son-in-law of the Bai clan. Therefore, Zhou Hong took this battle very seriously. Qing Qing is my woman. I won't allow anyone to touch her. Zhou Hong said coldly. In the next moment, he attacked. The peak of the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier was very powerful. As soon as he attacked, everyone sensed Zhou Hong's terrifying strength. Boom! The power of stars surged as Zhou Hong punched out. Seeing this, Fang Chun also punched out without hesitation. The 2 fists collided, and the whole martial arts arena trembled. The aura it emitted caused the cultivators near the martial ring to tremble in fear. Too strong. This was a battle between the peak of the younger generation. Bang! After the 2 fists collided, they both took a few steps back. Zhou Hong sneered and said disdainfully, You're only a so-so. The punch just now was only a test. However, Zhou Hong found that Fang Chun's physical strength was only so-so. If he attacked with his full strength, the latter would not be able to resist at all. Just as Zhou Hong said, he was only testing. Fang Chun was the same. Until now, no one had been able to force him to use his full strength. He had not even taken out the hidden star sword. One had to know that Fang Chun's strongest point was his sword arts, not his fist arts. You're indeed qualified to make me draw my sword. Fang Chun nodded. He could not defeat Zhou Hong with just his fists. I'm really curious. Even now, you still have so much courage, Zhou Hong said with a grin. You're 3 levels higher than me, but you can't defeat me. If we're at the same level, I'll smash your head with 1 punch, Fang Chun said. Hearing this, Zhou Hong's face darkened, and his body was full of killing intent. Fang Chun touched Zhou Hong's sore spot. He was already disdainful of lowering himself to deal with a Heaven Dipper tier martial artist. But now, he was being mocked by a Heaven Dipper tier martial artist. He clenched his fist, and a dagger appeared in his hand. This dagger exuded a chilling aura, which was very threatening. What's the use of sharp tongue? Zhou Hong sneered. Then, his figure flashed, and the dagger in his hand cut through the void, heading straight for Fang Chun. When the dagger came close to him, Fang Chun felt a cold power coming from the dagger. Corrode the soul. This dagger seemed to specialize in targeting souls. Seeing this, Fang Chun took out the star-concealing sword for the first time. So, Fang Chun is a sword cultivator. No wonder his attack power is so strong. You've finally taken out your weapon? The battle between the pinnacle is too exciting. He took out the hidden star sword and immediately displayed the heavenly demon sword art like moving clouds and flowing water. Swoosh in the sky, 6 thick sky demon sword lights appeared, their auras intimidating. Under Fong Chen's control, the sky demon sword light instantly pierced towards Zhou Hong. On the rostrum, the Bai family patriarch's expression kept changing. Sky Devil Sword Technique. This kid is related to the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. The Bai family patriarch thought to himself. The Bai family patriarch recognized the Sky Devil Sword Technique, and so did the Zhou family patriarch. The Zhou family patriarch clenched his fists, his expression extremely dark. Damn it, he's actually the successor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Pung, pung, pung. The 6 sky demon sword lights fiercely collided with Zhou Hong's dagger. Instantly, Zhou Hong's dagger was knocked out of his hand. At the same time, 3 sword lights collided with Zhou Hong's body. With a pung, Zhou Hong's body was directly sent flying. However, Zhou Hong wasn't as weak as everyone imagined. In the process of flying, Zhou Hong seemed to have used a forbidden technique. Suddenly, the aura around his body skyrocketed. Immediately after, his cultivation level actually increased by a level. 4th level of the heavenly body tier. On the rostrum, the 36 city lords' expressions changed drastically. The difference between the 3rd and 4th level of the heavenly body tier was only 1 level, but the difference in battle prowess was huge. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Zhou Hong, who was at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier, wasn't a match for Fong Chen. However, after using a forbidden technique and forcefully increasing his cultivation level, he would definitely be able to easily suppress Fong Chen. Fong Chen, among the younger generation, to be able to force me to this extent, you should be proud. Zhou Hong said crazily. His body was filled with a fanatical aura. With a thought, the dagger returned to Zhou Hong's hand. In the plaza, everyone was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that the situation would develop to this extent. Zhou Hong was very strong, but Fong Chen was even stronger. At this moment, no one dared to recklessly guess who would be the final victor. Fong Chen floated in the sky, looking down at Zhou Hong. 4th level of the heavenly body tier. After breaking through the pinnacle level, his battle prowess had soared. This was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. I can finally fight with all my might. As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, he waved his hand and instantly set up a 4th level formation, trapping Zhou Hong. Do you think you can trap me? Zhou Hong waved the dagger in his hand, and a powerful force heavily bombarded the formation. Instantly, the formation shook violently. Seeing this, Fong Chen sneered and said, "It's enough to deal with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the true meaning of time and space, and Fong Chen silently entered the formation. Then, he used the 2nd level of the mysterious sky sealing technique. A huge sword net instantly appeared in the sky, and under Fong Chen's control, it enveloped Zhou Hong. Die! Zhou Hong held the dagger in his hand, blocking the sword light from the sword net. Then, he launched a domineering attack. 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. Fong Chen felt the threat of the dagger in Zhou Hong's hand, and used the 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. Although it was only the 1st level, its power had increased greatly. Dong! Lightning fiercely collided with the dagger, directly sending it flying. Zhou Hong's body also instantly retreated. "I'm going to kill you." Zhou Hong fell into a state of rage. He used a forbidden technique, but he still couldn't defeat this person. Once the time limit was up, his cultivation level would drop, and he would definitely lose to him. "No, Ching Ching is my woman," Zhou Hong roared in his heart. Then, he forcibly used the strongest attack of the forbidden technique. A small sphere appeared in his hand. This small sphere was formed by the accumulation of vast amounts of star energy. The small ball grew bigger and bigger, and in the end, it directly imprisoned the entire space. "Fong Chen, you should be proud to have seen this move of mine." The small ball contained a terrifying power of the stars. Zhou Hong used a special method to control the small ball. Suddenly, The small ball left his hand and blasted towards Fang Chun. Dong! The whole world was trembling. Zhou Hong's attack was too strong. The complexions of the 36 city lords on the rostrum all changed greatly. Bai Qingqing was very nervous. Her small hands tightly held the hem of her skirt, and she secretly prayed in her heart. In the front row, the Bai family patriarch's face was solemn as he watched all this. The Zhou family patriarch's eyes were filled with killing intent. The successor of the Sky Demon Sword Light deserves to die. On the martial arts arena, the small ball blasted towards Fang Chun. Everyone in the square sucked in a breath of cold air. Once the small round ball hit Fang Chun, he would definitely die. However, Fang Chun's face showed a bright smile. The leader of the 8 heavenly prides is just so. As soon as Fang Chun's voice fell, the terrifying small ball instantly drowned him. Oh no! Everyone in the crowd shouted. Zhou Hong's face was filled with madness. The energy waves emitted by the small round ball instantly collided with the Tier 4 array formation, causing the array formation to shatter. As for Fang Chun, he had long been submerged in the small sphere. Bai Qingqing almost screamed. She wanted to ask her father to save Fang Chun first. However, just when everyone thought that Fang Chun was dead for sure, a voice suddenly rang out. A large hand of stars appeared in the sky. Soon after, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the large hand of stars stretched out and grabbed the small ball that enveloped Fang Chun. Gotcha! The hand of stars crushed the small ball forcefully. A terrifying, explosive force instantly swept over. Seeing this, the Bai family patriarch waved his hand and immediately sealed the martial arts arena to prevent the terrifying force from affecting the crowd. Dong! The martial arts arena shook and was about to shatter. After the star giant hand crushed the small ball, it gradually broke apart as well. Impossible! Seeing this, Zhou Hong shouted crazily. At this moment, Fang Chun slowly walked out from the dense power of stars. His clothes were slightly disheveled, but there was a hint of mockery on his face. Now, what other tricks do you have? Fang Chun asked. Silence. The square was as silent as death. All the cultivators looked at this scene in disbelief. Fang Chun really defeated Zhou Hong. A 9th layer Heaven Dipper tier cultivator defeated a 4th layer Heavenly Body tier cultivator. In the history of Clear Isle, Fang Chun was the strongest Heaven Dipper tier cultivator. Too strong. Waves of shock surged in everyone's hearts. Bai Qingqing, who was originally crying, quickly wiped away the tears on her face and laughed wildly. I'm going to kill you. Zhou Hong was completely crazy. This was the strongest attack he could use so far, but it was broken by his opponent. Hong Long Long. Zhou Hong wanted to kill Fang Chun as if he had gone mad. Your heart is in chaos. There's nothing to fear. Seeing Zhou Hong charge over, Fang Chun sent him flying with a kick. However, Zhou Hong still didn't give up and continued to charge over. Fang Chun frowned and punched out. Gotcha! Zhou Hong's arm instantly broke, and his body flew out and fell on the square. Stop! Suddenly, the Zhou family patriarch roared. His figure flashed and instantly landed on the martial arts arena. The terrifying power of stars instantly locked onto Fang Chun. Brat, Zhou Hong has already lost. Why are you still so vicious? The Zhou family patriarch glared at Fang Chun, wanting to tear Fang Chun into pieces. He attacked me, so I can't retaliate? Fang Chun asked. You're courting death. The Zhou family patriarch waved his hand, and a terrifying power attacked Fang Chun. At this moment, the Bai family patriarch attacked. With a wave of his hand, he dissolved the Zhou family patriarch's attack. Old Zhou, there's no need for you to interfere in the battle of the younger generation, the Bai family patriarch said. Chapter 1257. Is this how the Zhou clan behaves? When a young one gets beaten up, the old one jumps out. What a joke. 8 studies, 23. Oh. Fang Chun did not hide his disgust for the Zhou clan and said coldly. There was a manifestation realm expert behind the Zhou clan, but Fang Chun was not afraid. He knew that the Bai clan also had a manifestation realm expert behind them. If he was forced into a corner, he did not mind taking out the divine feather fan. At that time, not to mention the Bai clan leader Even the manifestation realm expert in the Bai clan would help him at all costs. Junior, do you think that I can't do anything to you if you hide behind the island master? The Zhou clan leader said eerily. Zhou Hong had already been carried down from the square. The Zhou clan leader had also secretly informed the patriarch. When the patriarch arrived, Fong Chun would definitely die. Fong Chen's potential was too great, and he had severely injured Zhou Hong. No matter what the reason was, he could not be left alive. Therefore, he would definitely die. Island Master, this kid has severely injured Zhou Hong. Our Zhou clan and he are irreconcilable. The Zhou clan leader said in a deep voice. He was pressuring the Bai clan leader. The meaning behind his words was obvious. If the Bai clan insisted on stopping them, then the Zhou clan would not mind going to war with the Bai clan. Although the Zhou clan was the second most powerful clan on Qingyi Island, their power was only second to the Bai clan. If they really went to war, no one knew who would emerge victorious. The Zhou family patriarch also recognized this point, which was why he said such words. However, the Bai clan leader's attitude surprised him. Fong Chun defeated Zhou Hong and took first place in this competition. He should be the son-in-law of the Bai clan. If I, the Bai clan leader, give my son-in-law to an outsider, won't I be laughed at? Hearing her father's words, Bai Qingqing, who was on the rostrum, felt extremely happy. Her face was full of smiles. With her father's help, the Zhou clan leader would not dare to say anything. Island Master, are you really going to go against the Zhou clan for a Heaven Star Border Realm guy? The Zhou clan leader's face changed as he said coldly. The Zhou clan is too much. The Bai clan leader said slowly. Good. Very good. The Zhou clan leader laughed wildly. What happened? Many warriors in the square fell to the ground, unable to withstand such pressure. On the rostrum, the 36 city lords activated the power of the stars to protect themselves. The Bai family patriarch's face was extremely gloomy as he waved his hand and enveloped Fong Chen's body. Forefather Zhou. Who else but Forefather Zhou could cause the Bai family patriarch to feel fear? Forefather Zhou was a white-haired elder. The moment he appeared, he intimidated everyone in Qingyi City. Forefather Zhou landed in front of a Zhou family patriarch. Trash, the Zhou clan has become like this because of you. Forefather Zhou scolded coldly. Zhou family leader's heart shook, and he was a little afraid. Patriarch, the Zhou family patriarch wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Forefather Zhou's sharp gaze. Is the one of the younger generation that I think the most highly of. He was seriously injured by someone, and, as the patriarch, you are unable to avenge him. How shameful. After Forefather Zhou finished speaking, his gaze landed on Fong Chun, who was standing behind the Bai family patriarch. Kid, to be able to break through the extreme realm at such a young age, you really exceeded my expectations. When Forefather Zhou saw Fong Chun, he was clearly stunned. Then he smiled and said, If you join my Zhou clan, today's matter will end here. From then on, all the resources of my Zhou clan will be given to you to nurture you into an expert of the generation. Even the grudge between my Zhou clan and the Sky Devil Sword Monarch can be forgotten. Forefather Zhou's words caused everyone to exclaim in shock. Cultivators of the Blessed Realm were the strongest fighters on Clear Isle. Such a powerhouse could kill an ordinary martial artist with just a glance. They could destroy Qingyi City with a wave of their hand. And now, the Creation Realm forefather of the Zhou clan was actually trying to rope in Fong Chun. This meant that Fong Chen's potential was too strong. Even a Creation Realm expert attached great importance to him. Forefather, the Zhou clan leader, said upon hearing this. Shut up, Forefather Zhou scolded. Then he looked at Fong Chun with a gentle smile. There was no trace of a Creation Realm expert's domineering attitude. How about it? Are you willing to join my Zhou clan? Forefather Zhou asked. Fong Chen's heart trembled when he heard this. He didn't expect the Sky Devil Sword Light to have a grudge with the Zhou clan. No wonder when he used the Sky Devil Sword technique, the Zhou family patriarch's expression changed. At that time, he was fighting and didn't pay attention. He didn't expect there to be such a thing. Senior, Fong Chun has already joined my Bai clan. How about this? The The Bai clan patriarch spoke. If a genius who broke through the extreme realm was roped in by the Zhou clan, Qingyi Island would still belong to the Zhou clan in the future. He definitely wouldn't do this. The reason why he wasn't afraid of forefather Zhou was because the Bai clan patriarch had secretly informed the forefather who was in seclusion. The forefather should be on his way now. Kid, you don't have a choice. If you don't join my Zhou clan, based on the grudge between my Zhou clan and the Sky Devil Sword Emperor, you will definitely die, forefather Zhou threatened. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me, forefather Zhou added. The moment forefather Zhou finished speaking, the Bai clan patriarch appeared. Buzz! A terrifying power swept through the entire Qingyi Island. The Bai clan patriarch wore a long blue robe and had a gloomy expression. Old monster Zhou! Old monster Bai, why aren't you dead yet? Forefather Zhou's expression changed when he saw this. No matter what, I can't die before you, forefather Bai said with a smile. Two of the three creation realm experts of Qingyi Island appeared at the same time, shocking everyone. The appearance of the Bai clan patriarch made Bai Qingqing's worried heart relax. Old monster Bai, this kid hasn't joined your Bai clan yet. It's not too much for me to rope him in, right? Forefather Zhou asked. You trying to steal from my Bai clan? Old monster Bai asked. Forefather Zhou didn't waste any more words and looked at Fong Chun with a burning gaze. Being stared at by a creation realm expert, Fong Chun felt great pressure. Kid, have you thought it through? Forefather Zhou asked coldly. Sorry, I don't want to join the Zhou clan. Fong Chun refused. A powerful aura surged around Forefather Zhou when he heard this. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Fong Chun. Then, he attacked at lightning speed. Old monster Zhou, you're looking down on me too much. Forefather Bai easily blocked Forefather Zhou's attack. Forefather Zhou's expression darkened when he saw this. This kid is the successor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Old monster Bai, don't tell me you don't know the grudge between the Sky Devil Sword Emperor and my Zhou clan. I want to kill this kid. I hope you won't stop me. Forefather Bai was truly shocked when he heard this. He looked at Fong Chun in surprise and then nodded. He didn't expect this kid to be the successor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. This kid has already joined my Bai clan, Forefather Bai stated. Forefather Zhou laughed heartily when he heard this. Good, very good. Old monster Bai, you'll regret this. Forefather Zhou turned and left after he finished speaking. Then, the Zhou clan members also left. In the end, only the Bai clan members were left in the square. Thank you for your help, Senior. Fong Chun cupped his hands. He originally thought that the creation realm expert of the Bai clan wouldn't attack the Zhou clan for him. Fong Chun had already made the decision to use the Divine Feather Fan, but things were out of his expectations. A genius who has broken through the extreme realm is worthy of my help. With that, the Bai family's patriarch waved his hand and shifted Bai Qingqing onto the martial arts practice stage. Kid, what do you think of my granddaughter? Forefather Bai asked directly. Bai Qingqing's face instantly flushed red when she heard this. She lowered her head shyly. Grandfather, Bai Qingqing said sweetly. The Bai family's patriarch chuckled and looked at Fong Chun. Fong Chun was also stunned and a little embarrassed. Kid, since you came to participate in this competition, you must be interested in my granddaughter. Coincidentally, you also won first place. Why don't I make the decision and choose a date for your wedding? Forefather Bai said. Although Bai Qingqing was shy, she secretly observed Fong Chun from the corner of her eye. She was a little nervous and didn't know if Fong Chun would refuse. Senior, Qingqing is so outstanding. I'm not worthy of her, Fong Chun said. Forefather Bai waved his hand and chuckled. There's no need to say this. A genius who has broken through the extreme realm is enough for my granddaughter. As a creation realm expert, he knew how difficult it was to break through the extreme realm. There's no need to say anymore. I'll personally host your wedding in 3 days. Forefather Bai's attitude was very strong. He didn't allow Fong Chun to object and left. The son-in-law selection competition came to an end. No one had expected the final result to be like this. Fong Chun's name resounded throughout the entire Qingyi Island. What followed was the news that Fong Chun was going to marry Bai Qingqing in 3 days' time. Qingyi Island instantly exploded. Countless martial artists were envious. It was such an honor to be able to become the son-in-law of the Bai family. Of course, everyone also knew that only an outstanding genius like Fang Chun was worthy of the Bai family's beloved daughter. However, the person involved, Fang Chun, was extremely depressed. In Bai Qingqing's courtyard in the Bai family's mansion, the two of them stood side by side, admiring the beautiful scenery in the courtyard. After a long time, Bai Qingqing spoke. "My grandfather's decision has troubled you." Fang Chun was silent. "If it has caused you trouble, I'll go to my grandfather now and explain the situation clearly." Bai Qingqing finished speaking and prepared to leave. Fang Chun grabbed Bai Qingqing's fair hand. "Qingqing," Fang Chun said. There was a complicated expression on his face. "You don't have to be troubled. I'll go talk to my grandfather. He probably won't make things difficult for you," Bai Qingqing said. She was a little sad, but she didn't want to force Fang Chun. "Your grandfather is happy. If you go and talk to him now, it will undoubtedly be a slap to his face. A creation realm expert is temperamental. If he gets angry, the consequences will be unimaginable," Fang Chun said. But she originally just wanted Fang Chun to help. Who would have thought that there would be such a change in the end? Even her grandfather, who was in seclusion all year round, was alarmed. Chapter 1258. 3 days later, the Bai clan was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was very lively. All the elites of the Clear Isle came to congratulate the Bai clan. Today was a joyous day for the Bai clan. The pearl of the Bai clan, Bai Qingqing, was getting married to the legendary prodigy Fang Chun. Moreover, the Bai clan's ancestor was personally hosting the wedding. The Bai clan's ancestor was a creation tier elite. His strength was extremely high. In the entire Clear Isle, there were only 2 people who could compete with the Bai clan's ancestor. One of them was a lone cultivator. He didn't join any forces and didn't have any disciples. The other person was the Zhou clan's ancestor. The 3 creation tier elites were already the peak battle power of the Clear Isle. However, because the 3 of them were old, their chi and blood were a little dried up. They couldn't advance any further, so they didn't go to the Old Hua Islands. Instead, they stayed on the Clear Isle. The Bai clan's ancestor personally announced that today was the day of the wedding. High-level heavenly body tier elites all came to congratulate them. The Bai clan's patriarch and the others were all happily welcoming the honored guests. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing, who was waiting in her room, was very nervous. She was a little conflicted. After a long time, Bai Qingqing shook her head hard. The thoughts in her mind instantly dissipated. She didn't want to think too much. She would take one step at a time. After all, this was a fake marriage that she and Fang Chun had discussed. After the wedding, she would ask her grandfather to let Fang Chun leave and go to the Old Hua Islands. "I'm sorry." Bai Qingqing felt a little guilty. At this moment, Fang Chun, who was in another courtyard, appeared incomparably calm. He had already thought it through. This was a fake marriage to save Bai Qingqing. He had a clear conscience toward his wife, the Star and Moon. As the #1 clan on the Clear Isle, the Bai clan was extremely powerful. It was amazing. Holding a wedding would affect the entire Clear Isle. However, what everyone didn't expect was that someone dared to cause trouble at the Bai clan's wedding. Moreover, the troublemaker wasn't an ordinary person. It was the Zhou clan's ancestor. Boom! Fang Chun was thinking when he suddenly felt a powerful aura that instantly locked onto him. Immediately, he became alert. He used the time intent without hesitation to escape. In this moment, Fang Chun was greatly alarmed. The person who had come had sealed the space. He did not need to think to know that it was forefather Zhou. Only a creation realm elite could lock onto the void in such a short period of time. Damn it! Fang Chun cursed and struggled with all his might. In the sky, a large hand stretched out and directly enveloped Fang Chun. In the front yard of the Bai family estate, the ancestor of the Bai family who was receiving guests suddenly sensed that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and he roared furiously before vanishing. "What's going on? Who's causing trouble?" Many martial artists were shocked. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Dong then, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. "Old monster Zhou, do you want to die?" In the sky above Fang Chen's courtyard, the furious roar of the Bai family patriarch could be heard. Immediately, the many martial practitioners who had come to attend the wedding understood that the newcomer was Forefather Zhou. The two powerful manifestation practitioners faced each other in the sky. Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. With the Bai family's ancestor here, he was finally safe. Old monster Bai, I want to kill him. You can't stop me, Forefather Zhou said coldly, as though he was ready to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Bai family. Today is a joyous day for my Bai family. You came to cause trouble, which means you are an enemy of my Bai family. From today onwards, my Bai family and your Zhou family will fight to the death. The Bai family's ancestor roared furiously. If the other party was not a Creation Realm elite, he would have killed him with one slap. Old monster Zhou came to cause trouble for his granddaughter's wedding in front of everyone. Wasn't this a slap in the face? The Bai family's ancestor was completely enraged. His words were like rolling thunder that entered everyone's ears. Everyone in the Bai family quickly went on alert and evacuated the crowd. Once the Creation Realm experts started fighting, the Bai family estate would be reduced to rubble. In the sky, Forefather Zhou heard the Bai family's ancestors' words and sneered. Old monster Bai, if I want to kill him, he cannot be saved. He must die today. Forefather Zhou pointed at Fang Chun below. His attitude was firm. I want to see what ability you have to kill someone in front of me, the Bai family's ancestors said coldly. Boom! Forefather Zhou waved his hand. Immediately, a powerful wave of star power poured down. You are courting death. The Bai family's ancestor acted and blocked Forefather Zhou's sneak attack. Old monster Zhou, since you want to fight, I will fight with you, the Bai family's ancestor said in a deep voice. The Bai family elder said gravely. With a flash, he arrived in front of Forefather Zhou. The two manifestation realm experts instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Go up and fight, the Bai family's ancestor said. Bai family's patriarch said. With that, his figure flashed, and he charged into the clouds. Forefather Zhou followed closely behind him. They all knew that once they started fighting, Qingyi's city would suffer great losses. Boom! Above the clouds, the two Creation Realm experts started fighting with all their might. Even though they were so far away, the aura they emitted made the people below feel suffocated. Is this the strength of a Creation Realm expert? Someone exclaimed. A Creation Realm expert was truly too powerful. They could control the clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. Ha ha! Old monster Bai, you are only a so-so. Forefather Zhou's laughter came from the clouds. The battle had reached its climax. Below, Fang Chun's expression changed. Fang Chun, are you all right? When she heard that Forefather Zhou had arrived, Bai Qingqing was very worried and ran over immediately. Today, Bai Qingqing wore a red dress and was very beautiful. There was a trace of worry in her beautiful eyes as she stared at Fang Chun. Her small white hand pulled on Fang Chun's arm. I am fine. Fang Chun smiled brightly. Dong! A deafening voice came from the clouds in the sky. Forefather Zhou spoke immediately after. Why aren't you attacking? Hearing Forefather Zhou's words, everyone paled in fright. Then, a figure with a similar aura to Forefather Zhou appeared out of thin air. Old Mo, are you also going to be enemies with my Bai family? When Forefather Bai saw this, he suddenly punched out and forced Forefather Zhou back. Then his figure flashed and landed on the ground. Opposite him, there was an old man in gray clothes. This person was Old Taoist Mo, one of the 3 Creation Realm experts of Qingyi Island. I was entrusted by someone, Old Taoist Mo said with a smile. The situation immediately became extremely complicated. Forefather Bai's expression was dark. If it was only Forefather Zhou, he could still deal with him. But now, Old Taoist Mo was also here. Even he would not be able to fight against the combined might of 2 powerful manifestation realm practitioners. He turned around and glanced at Fang Chun. At the same time, he saw an anxious Bai Qingqing. Old monster Bai, I said that you can't stop me today. Forefather Zhou came down from the clouds and sneered. In order to invite Old Taoist Mo, his Zhou family had paid a heavy price. This time, Fang Chun had to die. Old Taoist Mo, My Bai family can double what the Zhou family gave you, as long as you don't interfere in today's matter, Forefather Bai said. Old Taoist, Mo, shook his head and said, I still have my reputation. Since I promised old monster Zhou, then I'm sorry, my mission is only to stop you. Forefather Bai was furious when he heard old Taoist Mo's words. Old Taoist Mo, stop him for me. Forefather Zhou's figure flashed, wanting to attack Fong Chun. Forefather Bai could not sit by and do nothing. He waved his hand and blocked Forefather Zhou's path. Old Taoist Mo attacked when he heard Forefather Zhou's words. Old Taoist Mo neutralized Forefather Bai's attack and appeared in front of him. He said with a smile, Old Monster Bai, why make things difficult for me? You're the one making things difficult for me. I finally found such a young genius to be my Bai family's son-in-law, but you want to help old monster Zhou. Forefather Bai did not say anything else and launched a fierce and domineering attack. Forefather Bai, who was blocked by old Taoist Mo, could not care about Fong Chun. Fong Chun prepared to take Bai Qingqing and flee this place, but was stopped by Forefather Zhou. Brat, blame yourself for being too outstanding. Forefather Zhou sneered. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. If that old thing Sky Devil Sword Emperor knows that I killed such an outstanding disciple, I wonder if he will go crazy. Forefather Zhou laughed wildly when he thought of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Back then, his Zhou family had a great grudge with the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. However, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor was too strong, and even he could not stop him. In the end, he allowed the Sky Devil Sword Emperor to leave. After so many years, he actually met the successor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. This was karma. Today, killing the successor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor could be considered revenge. A creation realm cultivator attacking me, a heaven star border realm. Fong Chen's face was filled with mockery. However, Forefather Zhou did not care at all. He walked towards Fong Chun step by step, his aura surging. Brat, no matter what you say, you must die today. Are you sure you can kill me? Fong Chun stopped in his tracks and stopped retreating. He pushed Bai Qingqing behind him and asked in a deep voice with a serious expression. Hearing this, Forefather Zhou hesitated for a moment. He thought that Fong Chun had some tricks up his sleeve, but after thinking for a while, he was relieved. The other party was only a Heaven Star border realm martial artist. Even if he had some tricks up his sleeve, he could not threaten him. Go to hell. Forefather Zhou attacked. A thunderous hand instantly pressed down on Fong Chun. In the distance, Forefather Bai, who was fighting with old Taoist Mo, roared into the sky. He wanted to save Fong Chun, but he could not free himself. Old monster Zhou, if Fong Chun dies today, I swear that I will kill you no matter where you are. Forefather Bai roared furiously. Rumble. The attack of a creation realm martial artist was too powerful. Fong Chun felt his body tremble. His expression was serious, and the divine feather fan appeared in his hand. No! Bai Qingqing appeared in front of Fong Chun, wanting to block Forefather Zhou's attack for Fong Chun. Fong Chun, leave quickly. Bai Qingqing shouted. In a flash, Fong Chun pulled Bai Qingqing behind him. Then, before the thunderous hand descended, he activated the divine feather fan. Boom! A terrifying aura shot out from the divine feather fan and immediately hit the thunderous hand. Crack! The thunderous hand shattered instantly. Chapter 1259. The divine feather fan contained a powerful pressure that instantly disintegrated Zhou family's patriarch's attack. How was this possible? Zhou family's patriarch cried out as he retreated. He did not recognize the divine feather fan, so he did not know what it meant to the Bai family. He was just shocked that a mere folding fan could actually block his attack and even force him to retreat. Most importantly, he felt a trace of fear in his heart. One could imagine how powerful an aura that could make a creation realm expert feel fear was. This was the remnant consciousness of the Bai family's 18 ancestors. It was fused into the divine feather fan to protect the fated person. Now, Fong Chun had no choice but to take out the divine feather fan. Hearing the commotion, the Bai family's patriarch and old Taoist Mo, who were fighting, turned around at the same time. When they saw the divine feather fan in Fong Chen's hand, they were instantly dumbfounded. The divine feather fan. The Bai family's patriarch cried out in disbelief. Then his figure flashed, and he instantly arrived beside Fong Chun. He grabbed the divine feather fan and carefully examined it. Then he said excitedly, "Yes, this is the real divine feather fan." Ha! The divine feather fan was the Bai family's heirloom treasure. It had always been kept by the Bai family's patriarch. However, the divine feather fan had mysteriously disappeared a long time ago. Who would have thought that it would appear in Fong Chen's hands now? "Fong Chen, where did you get the divine feather fan?" the Bai family's patriarch asked urgently. "Senior, this junior went through a trial in the ancestral land and comprehended the pressure of the 18 statues. Then, I seem to have triggered some kind of mechanism and obtained the divine feather fan," Fong Chen said truthfully. Hearing this, the Bai family's patriarch laughed wildly. This was the will of the heavens. The divine feather fan that had been missing for so many years had been obtained by Fong Chen. "Old Taoist Mo, stop him," Zhou family's patriarch said coldly. However, old Taoist Mo fell silent and did not attack. "Old Taoist Mo, have you forgotten our agreement?" Zhou family's patriarch turned his head and roared furiously. At this moment, old Taoist Mo looked up at Zhou family's patriarch. "Sorry, old Taoist Mo, what do you mean?" Forefather Zhou questioned, his expression changing greatly. His Zhou family had paid such a huge price to ask old Taoist Mo to help. But now, old Taoist Mo had already received the benefits, but he was not attacking anymore. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that he was bullying his Zhou clan for having no one? Divine feather fan. This child possesses the divine feather fan. I cannot do anything to him, old Taoist Mo said in a serious tone. Old Taoist Mo's words shocked the Bai family patriarch. The divine feather fan belonged to the Bai clan. What did it have to do with old Taoist Mo? I only asked you to stop old monster Bai. I didn't ask you to kill him. The old man from the Zhou clan realized how mysterious the divine feather fan was. However, he was not in the mood to ask about it. He only wanted to quickly kill Fong Chen. Old Taoist Mo shook his head and walked towards Fong Chen step by step. When Patriarch Bai saw this, he blocked old Taoist Mo's path, afraid that old Taoist Mo was up to no good. However, he was overthinking it. Old Taoist Mo came in front of Fong Chen and stared at the divine feather fan with a burning gaze. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "I'm sorry. Because of my obstruction, you almost lost your life." Hearing this, Fong Chen was very surprised. However, old Taoist Mo's following words shocked Fong Chen and the rest. "When I was in the Heaven Star border realm, I met a mysterious expert. At that time, I did not know that he was one of the ancestors of the Bai family. I was in danger, and he saved me. I wanted to repay him, but he did not tell me his name. He only told me that if I stepped into the creation realm in the future and saw the owner of the divine feather fan in danger, I should help." Old Taoist Mo recalled. "Until now, I have never forgotten that if it were not for that expert, I would have died long ago. It would be impossible for me to have my current achievements. Although I am an itinerant cultivator and my actions are a little strange, I am not ungrateful." After saying that, old Taoist Mo looked at the divine feather fan again. Everyone suddenly realized that old Taoist Mo and the Bai family were connected. The happiest person was the Bai family's patriarch. He was very happy that the divine feather fan had reappeared and could resolve the crisis. Zhou family's patriarch's expression was very gloomy. "Old Taoist Mo, you took my Zhou family's things and did not do anything for my Zhou family. You are a traitor," Zhou family's patriarch chided. Old Taoist Mo looked at Zhou family's patriarch and said, "Old monster Zhou, I have already helped you stop old monster Bai. You can only blame yourself for being too useless and not killing Fong Chen." Old Taoist Mo's attitude was very clear. He was on Fong Chen's side. He wanted to ensure that the owner of the divine feather fan would not be harmed. Under the threat of the two creation realm experts, Zhou family's patriarch did not act rashly. "Old Taoist Mo, are you going to break ties with my Zhou family?" As long as you do not make things difficult for this child, I will not break ties with your Zhou family. Old Taoist Mo was an itinerant cultivator and had his own principles. He only wanted to protect Feng Chun and would not join forces with the Bai family because of this. He was a creation realm expert and disdained to do that. Good, very good. Zhou family's patriarch sneered. He looked at Feng Chun and said, "Kid, count yourself lucky." After Zhou family's patriarch left, old Taoist Mo and the Bai family's patriarch looked at Feng Chun. Feng Chun, the divine feather fan, is the Bai family's heirloom treasure. It can command the entire Bai family. If you give the order, the Bai family will kill old monster Zhou for you at all costs, said the Bai family's patriarch. Feng Chun played with the divine feather fan and handed it to the Bai family's patriarch. Patriarch, this divine feather fan originally belonged to the Bai family. It is now returned to its rightful owner. The Bai family's patriarch did not rush to take the divine feather fan. Instead, he looked at Feng Chun in surprise. With the divine feather fan in hand, he was equivalent to the Bai family's patriarch and could command the Bai family. Yet this child gave up such a good opportunity and gave the divine feather fan to the Bai family. At this moment, the Bai family's patriarch had to reevaluate Feng Chun. After a long while, the Bai family's patriarch sighed. It seems that we are already old. The Bai family's patriarch took the divine feather fan and held it in his hand, grinning. A martial artist who could break through the extreme realm was indeed extraordinary. At the side, old Taoist Mo also nodded in satisfaction. If Feng Chun held the divine feather fan and ordered the Bai family around, he would also look down on Feng Chun. However, he was very satisfied with Feng Chun's performance. As long as I'm still on Qingyi Island, old monster Zhou will definitely not hurt you. This was old Taoist Mo's promise to the owner of the divine feather fan. With that, he turned around and disappeared. Everyone in the Bai family was very happy that they had obtained the divine feather fan. However, the wedding venue had already been reduced to ruins. The wedding could not be held today. In the end, the Bai family's patriarch decided to hold the wedding another day. After settling Feng Chun and Bai Qingqing, the Bai family's patriarch took the divine feather fan and entered the Bai family's ancestral land. Zhou family's headquarters, meeting hall. Patriarch, did you kill him? The Zhou family's patriarch asked with a laugh. Bang! The Zhou family's patriarch slammed his palm on the table. Instantly, the table shattered into pieces of wood. In his heart, he was extremely angry. Old Taoist Mo dared to trick me. This matter is not over, the Zhou family's patriarch said coldly. Patriarch, what happened? The patriarch asked, puzzled. Contact Demon Island's Tao ancestor magic, the disciple of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. He has appeared on Qingyi Island, the Zhou family's patriarch instructed. Patriarch, don't worry. I'll contact him right away. With that, the Zhou family's patriarch quickly left. Magic Fantasy Island was an island not too far away from clear Tranquil Island. On this island, there was only one creation realm expert, and that was Tao Ancestor Magic. However, Tao Ancestor Magic's strength was extremely tyrannical. He was almost invincible under the same realm. His illusory arts had already reached the realm of being able to penetrate heaven and earth. The reason why the Zhou family's patriarch knew Tao Ancestor Magic was because of one person, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Back then, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor had gone to Qingyi Island and Demon Island. There was a huge grudge between him and the Zhou family and Tao Ancestor Magic. After so many years, he still hadn't forgotten the grudge from back then. And today, he originally thought that he could kill Feng Chun. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would happen in the end? Even old Taoist Mo came out to help Feng Chun. The Zhou family's patriarch was furious. He thought of Tao Ancestor Magic. Brat, the day Tao Ancestor Magic arrives will be the day you die. Clear Sky Island, Mysterious Een Mountain. Ever since Tao Ancestor Black Een appeared, the top experts on Clear Sky Island knew that there was such an existence on Clear Sky Island. During the turmoil on Clear Sky Island, Tao Ancestor Black Een had been in seclusion. Recently, Tao Ancestor Black Een had made a breakthrough and ended his seclusion. After he came out, he heard everything about Fang Chun. He frowned slightly and was somewhat displeased. However, when he learned that many of the upper echelons of the Xia clan had been killed by the willpower, the anger in his heart lessened a little. Sect Master Xian Tian, that brat has become the island master. This made Dao Ancestor Black Yin somewhat surprised. He took a step forward and arrived in the void. With a slight sense, he discovered the siblings Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing. They were tempering themselves in a certain desperate situation. Clear Sky Island only had two super sects left, Black Heaven Sect and Pillview Temple. As for Flamewing Temple, Daoist Temple, and Green Spirit Sect, the three sects no longer had their former glory and were no longer super sects. Under the leadership of Black Heaven Sect Master, Clear Sky Island was thriving day by day. Dao Ancestor Black Yin's primordial spirit swept across Guillotine Cliff and found that the demon sword was no longer there. Who took the demon sword? The demon sword was too strange. Dao Ancestor Black Yin had gone to Guillotine Cliff before, but the sword refused to follow him. Now that the demon sword had left, Dao Ancestor Black Yin was shocked. I don't know who took the demon sword, Dao Ancestor Black Yin said softly. However, he was certain that the person who took the demon sword was not on Clear Sky Island. It could be an outsider or a local martial artist who took the demon sword and left Clear Sky Island. After thinking for a moment, Dao Ancestor Black Yin took a step forward and quickly arrived at Black Heaven Sect. Dao Ancestor. Black Heaven Sect Master sensed Dao Ancestor Black Yin's aura and hurried to greet him. Dao Ancestor Black Yin nodded and asked, "How's the situation on Clear Sky Island?" "Everything is fine." Black Heaven Sect Master cupped his hands. "Did anything happen at Guillotine Cliff?" Chapter 1260. Xian Inao, Zhu asked, and finally understood the current situation of Clear Sky Island. However, just as Xian Inao, Zhu was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He hurriedly took out the communication jade pendant. This communication jade pendant was quite complicated and was given to him by a close friend. Only that close friend knew about his communication jade pendant. Ever since the last expedition, when his close friend went missing, the communication jade pendant had not been touched. Xian Inao Zhu opened the communication jade pendant. Instantly, he heard a voice come out from inside. A moment later, Xian Inao Zhu felt as if he was struck by lightning. Immediately, an ecstatic smile appeared on his face. Haha, he didn't die. Today was the happiest day for Xian Inao Zhu in all these years. Then, he impatiently prepared to leave Clear Sky Island. Before leaving, he instructed the Mystic Heaven Sect Master to take care of Ouyang Hong and his sister. Then, he secretly informed some peak stage Heavenly Body Tier elites to take care of the siblings if they encountered them. After doing all this, Xian Nao Zhu left Clear Sky Island and headed for the Old Hua Islands. He was going to find his good brother. With old Daoist Mo's help, Fang Chun was not in any danger. Even if he, Zhou clan's ancestor, had a lot of guts, he would not dare to come to the Bai clan estate. Now, the Bai clan estate had two creation tier elites overseeing it, so who dared to make trouble? Fang Chun also lived a leisurely life, but he really wanted to leave Clear Sky Island. Of course, he also knew that with Zhou clan's ancestor spies, once he left Clear Sky Island, he would definitely be robbed and killed, and it would be very dangerous. Fang Chun fell into a dilemma. Everyone in the Bai clan was waiting for the ancestor to preside over Fang Chun and Bai Qingqing's wedding. However, the ancestor seemed to have something that he did not say. In the blink of an eye, he had already lived in the Bai clan estate for a month. On this day, Fang Chun kept feeling uneasy and very irritable, as if some danger was about to descend. He paced back and forth in the courtyard. At the same time, in the Zhou family's mansion, Dao Ancestor Demonic Illusion came in disguise. Apart from Patriarch Zhou, no one knew that a Creation Realm expert had come to the Zhou family. Dao Father Dream World. Seeing Dao Ancestor Demonic Illusion, Forefather Zhou revealed a brilliant smile. Old Zhou, the Celestial Devil Sword Emperor's successor, really is on Clear Escape Island? Asked Dao ancestor fantasy. He had an irreconcilable grudge with the celestial devil sword emperor, so when he received the news, he hurriedly rushed over from the enchanted island to the tranquil isle. He wanted to kill the successor of the celestial devil sword emperor. Forefather Zhou nodded. Yes, that boy's strength is not bad. In the son-in-law selection that the Bai family held a while ago, he defeated that boy Zhou Hong and took first place. Oh, then why aren't you attacking, old Zhou? Father Fantasy's eyes flashed as she asked. Hearing this, old ancestor Zhou's expression changed. He said awkwardly, speaking of this makes me angry. For that kid, the Bai family even sent out that old bastard. With that old bastard stopping me, I cannot attack that kid. So my Zhou family paid a heavy price to find old Taoist Mo. Who would have thought old Taoist Mo tricked you? Asked Tao Ancestor Fantasy. Old Taoist Mo helped me block old Monster Bai while I went to kill that kid. Who would have thought that at the critical moment, that kid would take out a folding fan and actually neutralize my attack? Said Forefather Zhou, the divine feather fan. Clearly, Tao Ancestor Fantasy had heard of the legend of the divine feather fan. You know about this fan? Asked Forefather Zhou. Tao Ancestor Fantasy nodded. Of course I've heard of it. A long time ago, the Bai family was very powerful. The islands near Clear Escape Island were all ruled by the Bai family. At that time, the Bai family's inheritance treasure was the divine feather fan. However, how did the successor of the celestial devil sword emperor obtain the divine feather fan? Tao Ancestor Fantasy was somewhat puzzled. He seemed to have obtained it when he entered the Bai family's ancestral land. What made me even angrier was that when old Taoist Mo saw the divine feather fan, he actually jumped out to protect that kid. He said that the owner of the divine feather fan had once done him a favor and that he wanted to repay it. It really pissed me off. Forefather Zhou was very angry. If old Taoist Mo hadn't gone back on his word, he would have already killed Fong Chun. Hearing this, Tao Ancestor Fantasy finally understood. The appearance of the divine feather fan was the key. Tao Ancestor Fantasy, let's discuss a countermeasure to eliminate that kid. Forefather Zhou shook his head and stopped thinking about these unhappy things. There was a layer of illusory aura on Tao Ancestor Fantasy's face that was constantly changing. Indeed, we need a foolproof plan. They had two Creation Realm experts on their side, but so did the other party. It was too difficult to get rid of Fong Chun under the obstruction of two Creation Realm experts. Tao Ancestor Magical Fantasy and Patriarch Zhou discussed for the entire afternoon and only finished at night. At this moment, their faces were filled with sinister smiles. Let's do it, said Tao Ancestor Fantasy. Early the next morning, Forefather Zhou arrived at the Bai family's residence. Old Zhou, why are you here? The ones who welcomed Forefather Zhou were Forefather Bai and Old Taoist Mo. Forefather Zhou's sudden arrival was probably disadvantageous to Fong Chun. I'm here to sue for peace. Let's talk inside, said Forefather Zhou. After all, he was a Creation Realm expert. Old Taoist Mo. and Forefather Bai were not willing to fall out with each other. The three of them entered the meeting hall. However, what Forefather Bai and Old Taoist Mo. did not notice was that the moment they entered the meeting hall, the hall's surroundings were covered by a layer of illusory aura. This illusory aura was exclusive to Tao Ancestor Fantasy. If one did not observe carefully, it would be impossible to discover it. The three Creation Realm experts sat on the armchairs. Speak, said Forefather Bai in a deep voice. Old Monster Bai, from now on, my Zhou family will not attack Fong Chun. How about we ally with your Bai family? Said Old Monster Zhou. Old Taoist Mo stood at the side and did not speak. Yes, ally with my Bai family. Forefather Bai raised his eyebrows slightly, not knowing what Old Monster Zhou was up to. At the same time, Tao Ancestor Fantasy disguised himself as a servant and came to Fong Chen's courtyard. Young Master Fong, this is the tea you asked for. Tao Ancestor Fantasy entered the courtyard and said softly with a pot of tea in his hand. Fong Chen was a little puzzled. He clearly did not ask for tea. So why would a servant send it over? Could it be that Bai Qingqing asked him to send it over? At that time, Fong Chen did not think too much about it. He waved his hand, indicating for him to leave. When Dao Ancestor Fantasy turned around, Fong Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his face immediately turned gloomy. Just now, this person had called him Young Master Fong. After living in the Bai family for so long, the servants all called him son-in-law and never Young Master Fong. Moreover, the tea was sent carelessly. Subconsciously, Fong Chen used the true meaning of space-time. Swoosh! Just as Fong Chen disappeared into the void, Dao Ancestor Fantasy immediately removed his disguise and punched the place where Fong Chen had just been. Creation Realm Expert. Fong Chen, who was hiding in the void, was shocked. His figure flashed continuously, wanting to escape. Dao Ancestor Fantasy was also somewhat surprised. He did not expect this child to dodge his attack. At this moment, the Bai family's patriarch was discussing matters in the meeting hall. Suddenly, he felt an obvious vibration. Immediately, he sensed the aura of a creation realm expert. Not good. Old Taoist Mo also felt that something was wrong. He shouted and rushed outside. Old Monster Zhou, the Bai family's patriarch, roared angrily. Then, he waved his hand and immediately broke the illusory aura around the meeting hall. Old Monster Bai, why are you in such a hurry? Patriarch Zhou stood up, bared his fangs, and blocked Patriarch Zhou's path. If anything happens to Fong Chen, I will definitely kill you. The Bai family's patriarch launched a fierce attack. At the same time, Old Taoist Mo instantly appeared in the sky above Fong Chen's courtyard. Dao Ancestor Fantasy. Old Taoist Mo recognized Dao Ancestor Fantasy at a glance. At this moment, Dao Ancestor Fantasy clenched his fists and locked onto Fong Chen. He was attacking. Bang! Old Taoist Mo appeared in front of Fong Chen and grabbed Fong Chen. With a forceful swing, he sent Fong Chen flying while he clashed head-on with Dao Ancestor Fantasy. Dong! The two creation realm experts clashed, and the courtyard instantly turned into ruins. Dao Ancestor Fantasy, how dare you come to my Qingyi Island to kill people? Old Taoist Mo roared angrily. Dao Ancestor Fantasy sneered. Old Taoist Mo, you can't stop me. As soon as Dao Ancestor Fantasy finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he launched a powerful attack. Even among the manifestation stage practitioners, there was a difference in strength. For example, Xian Inao, Ancestor, was a martial artist at the 3rd level of the creation realm. Dao Ancestor Fantasy, Zhou family's patriarch, and Bai family's patriarch were all creation realm experts. As for Old Taoist Mo, he was relatively weaker. He was only at the 2nd level creation realm. Under Dao Ancestor Fantasy's full-powered attack, Old Taoist Mo was at a disadvantage. Damn it, Dao Ancestor Fantasy was best at illusions. His illusions had reached the acme of perfection and were very powerful. Whoosh! Dao Ancestor Fantasy used his illusions and instantly enveloped Old Taoist Mo. Old Taoist Mo struggled desperately in the illusion, trying to break out. A mere 2nd level creation realm expert wants to break out of my illusions. What a joke. Dao Ancestor Fantasy sneered and ignored Old Taoist Mo, charging at Fong Chen. After being saved by Old Taoist Mo, Fong Chen quickly fled Qingyi City. At this moment, he had already appeared in the wilderness outside Qingyi City. Damn it! Fong Chen cursed inwardly. The one who attacked him just now was a Dao Ancestor with high attainments in illusions. Whoosh! Before waiting for Fong Chen to recover to his senses, Dao Ancestor Fantasies chased after him. At the same time, the battle between Bai family's patriarch and Zhou family's patriarch had also shifted here. Fong Chen, Bai family's patriarch, roared loudly when he saw the situation. He wanted to break free from Zhou family's patriarch's entanglement, but there was nothing he could do. His eyes were scarlet, and killing intent surged around him. Old Monster Zhou, Bai family's patriarch, roared angrily. Old Monster Bai, Fong Chen must die today. Zhou family's patriarch tried his best to stop him. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Dao Ancestor Fantasy caught up to Fong Chen. With a wave of his hand, Fong Chun fell into an illusion. Seeing Fong Chun struggling in the illusion, Tao Ancestor Fantasy sneered. Celestial Devil Sword Emperor, I can't kill you, but I'll kill all your successors. Chapter 1261. Inside the illusory realm, Tao Ancestor Magic was the ruler. 8 Study. His every move could trigger a disaster inside the illusory realm. Fong Chun fell into a crisis. Illusory realm? Fong Chen's heart trembled. What he majored in was the illusory sword Dao. But his illusory arts simply paled in comparison in front of Tao Ancestor Magic. Must go out. Fong Chun was very anxious. He felt the aura of death approaching. Rumble. Tao Ancestor Magic's large hand reached out, directly suppressing the illusory realm. Once it suppressed Fong Chun, the latter would die without a doubt. Fong Chun raised his head, his face filled with horror. Demon sword. Fong Chun roared, and the demon sword immediately appeared. Buzz. A series of sword hums resounded through the 9 heavens. At the same time as the sword hum sounded, the demon sword's sword body emitted waves of sword chi. These sword chi waves instantly enveloped Fong Chen's body. After that, the demon sword trembled, and the surrounding illusory realm immediately shattered. Tao Ancestor Magic, who was attacking, was very surprised when he discovered that the illusory realm shattered. However, when he saw the demon sword in Fong Chen's hand, his expression changed drastically. Intuition told him that this sword was very dangerous. Demon sword. Fong Chun communicated with the demon sword, and then held it in his hand. Immediately, the demon sword's sword body skyrocketed. In a blink of an eye, it skyrocketed to 10,000 feet in size. Fong Chun dragged the 10,000-foot demon sword and slashed fiercely at Tao Ancestor Magic. The power of the demon sword was too strong. With Fong Chen's strength, he was unable to unleash the power of the demon sword at all. Therefore, when Fong Chun communicated with the demon sword, the latter let him activate the golden heart. The aura emitted from the golden heart made the demon sword somewhat shocked. The golden heart cooperated with the demon sword, erupting with a world-destroying attack. Crack! The 10,000-foot demon sword ruthlessly slashed on Tao Ancestor Magic's large hand, instantly shattering that illusory large hand of his. How is this possible? Tao Ancestor Magic was shocked and cried out involuntarily. Even a martial artist who had just entered the manifestation realm would not be able to withstand his attack head-on. However, this kid's sword was actually able to block it. What sword is this? Even if Tao Ancestor Fantasy was experienced and knowledgeable, he did not recognize this sword. The moment the demon sword attacked, it forced back Tao Ancestor Dream World. However, at the same time, a voice rang out from the demon sword. This person is too strong. With your strength, you won't be able to hold on for too long. Although the demon sword was strong, it still depended on whether the wielder could withstand it. The demon sword had expended too much energy. After executing just one attack, Fong Chun already felt weak. Boom! With the demon sword in hand, Fong Chun slashed out a second time. This sword strike directly shattered Fantasy Tao Ancestor's defense, causing the latter's body to retreat. Forefather Bai and Forefather Zhou, who were fighting in the distance, were also shocked. That is, Forefather Zhou shouted with a dark expression. As for the Bai family patriarch, he was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect Fong Chun to have such a trump card. In an instant, the situation of the battle changed. Under the attack of the demon sword, Tao Ancestor Fantasy constantly flew and dodged. When the demon sword hacked down for the third time, Tao Ancestor Fantasy's body was sent flying. Tao Ancestor Fantasy roared at the sky, letting out a furious cry. However, the demon sword was too strong. Such a powerful supreme treasure. I don't believe that a Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist can control it. Tao Ancestor Fantasy said coldly. At the same time, he dodged Fong Chen's attack. He was waiting for the moment when Fong Chun could not hold on. Bang! Inside the Bai family residence, old Taoist Mo finally broke out of the illusion and hurriedly left Qingyi City. Tao, ancestor fantasy. Old Taoist Mo roared, his body whistling over. Originally, he thought that Fang Chun had suffered a mishap. However, when he saw Fang Chun chasing after Tao ancestor fantasy with the demon sword in hand, he was instantly stunned. This old Taoist Mo, go help Fang Chun. My family patriarch roared. Old Taoist Mo instantly woke up from his shock. Immediately, his figure flashed and joined the battle, launching a fierce attack on Tao ancestor fantasy. In an instant, Tao ancestor fantasy retreated in defeat. Damn it! Tao ancestor fantasy had already discovered that Fang Chen's face was pale and seemed to be unable to hold on. However, with old Taoist Mo joining in, Fang Chen recovered. Go! Tao ancestor fantasy flew rapidly in the sky, wanting to temporarily leave Qingyi Island. Want to leave? Old Taoist Mo quickly chased. Fang Chen held the demon sword in his hand and sped behind. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet, and he had already fallen into a state of madness. The demon sword was too demonic. Fang Chen was unable to completely control it. He knew that once he was unable to support the demon sword, Tao ancestor fantasy would definitely make a comeback. Therefore, killing him was the best way. Along the way, Tao ancestor fantasy was constantly fighting, so the mountain peaks below were constantly destroyed. Wherever Tao ancestor fantasy passed, it was a mess. Not long after, Tao ancestor fantasy saw the void ocean. Tao ancestor fantasy, where do you think you're going? Old Taoist Mo punched out, forcing Tao ancestor fantasy to retreat. In the sky, the 10,000-foot demon sword whistled over. This time, the demon sword emitted a resplendent luster. Seeing this, Tao ancestor fantasy waved both hands, and the strongest illusion instantly appeared. Crack! The pressure of the demon sword was too strong, directly shattering Tao ancestor fantasy's strongest illusion with the sword, making Tao ancestor fantasy continuously retreat. At the same time, Fang Chen's body was also on the verge of collapse. The 10,000-foot demon sword kept shrinking and finally drilled into Fang Chen's interspatial ring, disappearing. The demon sword had already completed its mission. Fang Chen no longer had the strength to support its operation, so it was unable to save Fang Chen. A sigh came from the demon sword. Did not expect that just as it chose a master, the latter was about to perish. Ha ha! Finally can't hold on anymore? When Tao ancestor fantasy saw this scene, he no longer dodged and attacked with all his strength. Under Tao ancestor fantasy's concentrated attacks, old Taoist Mo was instantly defeated. Boom! Tao ancestor fantasy's punch blasted old Taoist Mo into the sky above the void ocean. Splash! The seawater in the void ocean set off boundless waves. Tao ancestor fantasy walked step by step towards Fang Chen, killing intent overflowing. Fang Chen's body was incomparably weak, and he could not even move. In the void ocean, a starfield flying ship was rapidly moving forward. On the starfield flying ship was Xian Inao Tao ancestor, who was heading to the Old Hua Islands. Yes, a battle between creation realm experts. Xian Inao Tao ancestor felt the aura fluctuations of a creation realm expert and immediately looked up. That's Qingyi Island. Xian Inao Tao ancestor was somewhat familiar with Qingyi Island. Tao ancestor fantasy. Xian Inao Tao ancestor fantasy recognized Tao ancestor fantasy, but when he saw the figure below Tao ancestor fantasy, he immediately turned pale with fright. Why is Fang Chen here? Tao ancestor fantasy is going to attack him. Old Taoist Mo desperately tried to stop him, but he could not resist Tao ancestor fantasy's attack at all. Fang Chen was about to be killed by Tao ancestor fantasy. Xianao Tao ancestor drove the starfield flying ship with all his strength and instantly approached Qingyi Island. Then his figure flashed, and the aura of a creation realm expert instantly spread out. Tao ancestor fantasy, stop! Xian Inao Dao ancestor roared. At the same time, the mysterious baleful qi around his body instantly emerged and quickly condensed into a mysterious true dragon in the void, whistling towards Dao ancestor fantasy. Crack! Dao ancestor fantasy's illusion was shattered by the mysterious true dragon. Dao ancestor fantasy, who was originally preparing to attack Fang Chun, had no choice but to turn around and resist with all his strength. The mysterious true dragon shattered in front of Dao ancestor fantasy, and at the same time, Xiananao Dao ancestor also appeared. Xiananao Dao ancestor, what are you doing here? Dao ancestor fantasy was also a little surprised. Wasn't Xian Inao Dao ancestor living in seclusion in Clear Sky Island? Why would he come to Qingyi Island? This little friend is fated with this old man. As Xian Inao Dao ancestor spoke, he arrived in front of Fang Chun. Dao ancestor. Fang Chun cupped his hands and called out, "Are you okay?" Xian Inao Dao ancestor asked. Fang Chun shook his head. He was just a little weak. Xian Inao Dao ancestor fantasy said in a deep voice, "You want to stop me?" He lowered his status to kill a Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist, but there were problems time and time again. He was very angry. "With me here, you can't kill him." Xian Nao Dao ancestor's attitude was firm. I'm afraid you can't stop me." Dao ancestor fantasy said coldly. "What if you add me?" Old Daoist Mo whistled over and stood side by side with Xian Nao Dao ancestor, exuding a terrifying aura. In an instant, Dao ancestor fantasy's expression changed, and he looked at the two of them with some fear. Although old Daoist Mo's strength was not strong, Xiananao Dao ancestor's strength was unfathomable. Damn it! Dao ancestor fantasy kept cursing in his heart. Xiananao Dao ancestor, is it worth it to go against me for a Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist? Dao ancestor fantasy did not give up. "I can't just watch him die," Xiananao Dao ancestor said. Hearing this, Dao ancestor fantasy glared fiercely at Fang Chun. "Brat, you're lucky this time. I want to see how long Xiananao Dao ancestor can protect you. If you have the ability, don't leave Qingyi Island for the rest of your life." With that, Dao ancestor fantasy turned and left Qingyi Island. After Dao ancestor fantasy left, old Daoist Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He and Xian Inao Dao ancestor looked at each other and smiled. "Fang Chun, why are you here?" Xian Inao Dao ancestor asked. "Senior, it's a long story." Fang Chun said, "You should go and help my family's ancestor first." Xian Inao Dao ancestor nodded. The two Dao ancestors quickly returned with Fang Chun. Soon, they saw the battle between Bai family's ancestor and Zhou family's ancestor. "Ha ha ha, Fang Chun is probably dead by now." Zhou family's ancestor laughed wildly. "Old monster Zhou, my Bai family and you are irreconcilable." Bai family's ancestor's attack was very fierce. Whoosh! Old Daoist Mo returned with Xian Inao Dao ancestor. "Old monster Zhou, Dao ancestor fantasy has already left. Why aren't you surrendering?" Old Daoist Mo roared. Old monster Zhou, who was in the middle of battle, was very puzzled when he saw Fang Chun safe and sound. "Impossible. If Dao ancestor fantasy attacks, he will definitely die." He didn't believe it. Boom! Taking advantage of his distraction, Bai family's ancestor sent him flying with a punch. Then he arrived in front of Xian Inao Dao ancestor. "Thank you for saving me, fellow Daoist. Fang Chun and I are old friends." Xian Inao Dao ancestor said. Old Daoist Mo told Bai family's ancestor what had happened. After hearing this, the latter laughed wildly. At the same time, he looked sharply at old monster Zhou. Chapter 1262. Since it was already a battle to the death, there was no need to be merciful. Now that Fang Chun's danger had been resolved, the Bai family's patriarch could completely let loose. Boom! The Bai family's patriarch launched a wild attack against the Zhou family's patriarch. The battle between the creation realm experts was unusually intense. The two of them fought from the ground to the clouds. About an hour later, the battle ended. The two of them were in an extremely sorry state. However, from Fang Chun's point of view, the Zhou family's patriarch was clearly at a disadvantage. After the two creation realm experts landed on the ground, the Zhou family's patriarch's expression was extremely gloomy. Old monster Bai, don't forget your promise. With that, the Zhou family's patriarch turned and left in a flash. Only the three creation realm experts and Feng Chun were left on the plane. The danger has been resolved. That old monster Zhou won't dare to attack for a while, the Bai family's patriarch said with a smile. Hearing this, Feng Chun understood. The Bai family's patriarch must have reached some kind of agreement with the Zhou family's patriarch. Old monster Zhou promised to give 30% of his assets to the Bai family, and the Bai family will not attack him for 100 years, the Bai family's patriarch said with a smile. Old Taoist Mo also grinned when he heard this. Since Feng Chen's danger has been resolved, I should also leave. Old Taoist Mo was an itinerant cultivator and did not want to be restricted. Now that his mission was completed, he could naturally leave. Old Taoist Mo cupped his hands at the Bai family's patriarch and ancestor Xian before leaving. Brother, come to the Bai family for a visit, the Bai family's patriarch said with a smile. Ancestor Xian nodded. Although he could not wait to go to the Old Hua Islands, he was not in a hurry. The three of them returned to the Bai family in Qingyi City. After the previous battle, Qingyi City was in a sorry state. Fortunately, the Bai family's patriarch led the experts in the family to repair it at full speed. It would not be long before Qingyi City regained its peace. Ordinary martial artists had no idea what was going on. They only knew that there was a battle between experts. In the meeting hall of the Bai family's residence, Ancestor Xian and the Bai family's patriarch sat on the armchair, while Feng Chun sat on the seat below. I see. After listening to Feng Chen's explanation, the Bai family's patriarch chuckled. He looked at Feng Chun in astonishment. Not only did he have great potential, but even a manifestation realm elite was willing to fight for him. Feng Chun, why have you come to Qingyi Island? Asked Ancestor Xian. Feng Chun told Ancestor Xian about how he had been forced to leave Clear Sky Island, return to Scar Island, and then come to Clear Sky Island. Hearing that, the latter nodded slightly. It's all my fault. Back then, I was in secluded cultivation and was unable to stop Emperor Xia. Ancestor Xian felt rather guilty. Dao Ancestor, it's not your fault, Feng Chun hurriedly said. By the way, Dao Ancestor, why are you here? Feng Chun was also very surprised. Wasn't Ancestor Xian in seclusion on Clear Sky Island? Why would he come to Clear Sky Island? Speaking of which, it was a close call. If not for Ancestor Xian's appearance, he would have probably died at the hands of Dao Ancestor Fantasy long ago. I have some matters to attend to and need to go to the Old Hua Islands. As I was passing by, I saw Dao Ancestor Fantasy attacking you. So, I can take a look, said Ancestor Xian. Feng Chun was startled for a moment, but then he said, what a coincidence. I'm also heading to the Old Hua Islands. Oh, you're also going? Then let's go together. Ancestor Xian chuckled. The Bai family's patriarch wanted to say something, but hesitated. Fellow Taoist, what do you want to say? Asked Ancestor Xian. Fellow Taoist, I want to speak with Feng Chun in private. Ancestor Xian nodded and left the meeting hall. Only Feng Chun and the Bai family's patriarch were left in the hall. Feng Chun, you want to leave Clear Sky Island? Feng Chun nodded. Senior, before I came to Clear Sky Island, my goal was the Old Hua Islands. But when I passed by, I heard that Qingqing was in trouble, so I came to help. So you're only participating in the competition to help Qingqing? Asked the Bai family's patriarch. Senior, Qingqing is already an adult. The Bai family shouldn't marry her off to another family. Feng Chun thought for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, Zhou Hong's character isn't good. He's not suitable for Qingqing. The Bai family's patriarch fell silent. He dearly hoped that Feng Chun's grandson would become the Bai family's son-in-law. But the more he interacted with Feng Chun, the more he felt that he wasn't simple. In the future, he would definitely soar. This tiny Clear Sky Island wasn't his stage. After a long moment of silence, the Bai family's patriarch said, All right, as you wish. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come to Clear Sky Island. The Bai family's doors will always be open for you. A cultivator who had broken through to the peak realm was worth the Bai family's patriarch trying to rope him in. Many thanks, Patriarch. After convincing the Bai family's patriarch, Fong Chun felt much more relaxed. After tidying up a bit, Fong Chun prepared to leave with Ancestor Xian. Fong Chun, aren't you going to say goodbye to Qingqing? The Bai family's patriarch asked. Fong Chun was stunned. Immediately, a complicated expression appeared on his face. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. Forget it. With that, he followed Ancestor Xian and gradually left Clear Sky Island's line of sight. After Fong Chun left, Bai Qingqing appeared behind the Bai family's patriarch. Her emotions were a little off, and there were drops of tears in her beautiful eyes, even though she was trying her best not to cry. But deep down, she couldn't control herself. Seeing his granddaughter's expression, the Bai family's patriarch knew that his granddaughter had fallen in love with Zhou Hong. He walked to Bai Qingqing's side and patted her shoulder gently. Then, he comforted her. Qingqing, he will come back. Bai Qingqing clenched her fists and said in her heart, he will come back. Originally, the Bai family was in some danger and needed to join forces with the Zhou family to get through it. This was also the reason why the Bai family chose to join forces with the Zhou family through marriage. As long as Bai Qingqing married Zhou Hong, the Bai family and the Zhou family would be the best allies. When the time came, the two families could join forces and get through the crisis together. But now there was no need for that. After this battle, the Zhou family's power was greatly reduced, and they couldn't threaten the Bai family in a short period of time. The Bai family had truly become the absolute overlord of Clear Sky Island. Most importantly, the Bai family had the ability to get through the crisis on their own. Speaking of which, they had to thank Fong Chun for this. If Fong Chun hadn't taken the divine feather fan from the ancestors' land, the Bai family wouldn't have been able to get through the crisis. The divine feather fan was the Bai family's heirloom treasure. In the hands of the Bai family's patriarch, it was very useful. Fong Chun left the divine feather fan for the Bai family, and the Bai family was very grateful. The trip to Clear Sky Island had finally come to an end. The final result was beyond Fong Chun's expectations. He didn't expect the heavenly demon's sword principle to bring him so much trouble. If he had known, he wouldn't have used this sword principle. On the Starfield flying ship, Fong Chun and Ancestor Xian stood on the deck and looked at the vast void ocean. Fong Chun, you have to be careful when you go to the core of the Old Hua Islands. Ancestor Xian reminded him. The Old Hua Islands have 36 islands, and there are countless geniuses on each island. The top geniuses are all gathered at the core of the Old Hua Islands. You have great potential, especially after breaking through the extreme state. You are destined to become one of the top overlords in this world. Don't push yourself when you go to the Old Hua Islands. Ancestor Xian reminded Fong Chun to be patient and not offend the geniuses. Sky Island, the core of the Old Hua Islands, was the most prosperous island among the 36 islands. It was also the place where the geniuses gathered. There were trillions of martial artists in the Old Hua Islands, and there was no lack of geniuses gathered at Sky Island. One could imagine how fierce the competition was on Sky Island. Thank you for the reminder, Ancestor Xian, Fong Chun said. There are less than 5 martial artists who have broken through the extreme state in the Old Hua Islands. Once a martial artist has broken through the extreme state, he or she will be hunted down by the powerful sect. Of course, a martial artist like him or her will also become a thorn in the side of some sections. Ancestor Xian continued, I suggest that you hide your aura and don't let anyone know that you are a martial artist who has broken through the extreme state. You have just arrived at the Old Hua Islands and don't have anyone to rely on. Once people know that you are a martial artist, they will definitely assassinate you, Ancestor Xian continued. At the same time, Ancestor Xian taught Fong Chun a secret art to hide his aura. I found this secret art by accident. Once you hide your aura, even martial artists of the creation realm won't be able to detect the changes in your body. Fong Chun was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately used the secret art according to Ancestor Xian's instructions and hid his aura. Even he couldn't detect it. However, there are many powerful martial artists on the Old Hua Islands. If you meet a martial artist who has surpassed the creation realm, they will be able to recognize you immediately, Ancestor Xian reminded him. But you don't have to worry. You can meet those martial artists anytime you want. Along the way, Ancestor Xian explained many things about cultivation to Fang Chun. Fang Chun also humbly asked some questions about cultivation. Fang Chun learned a lot over the past few days. His Qi Si was almost filled to the brim with vital essence. Once it was full, he would be able to advance to the heavenly body tier. Once he reached the heavenly body tier, he would be considered a powerful martial artist in the outer universe. Of course, that was only on islands like the Scar Island. If he went to an archipelago, he wouldn't be worth mentioning. The more Fang Chun came into contact with the higher realms, the more he realized that there was no end to the path of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. On this day, Ancestor Xian suddenly opened his eyes. "Ancestor Xian, have we arrived?" Fang Chun asked. Ancestor Xian shook his head. His expression was serious as he looked around. Voila! The void was torn apart, and a giant hand reached out and instantly enveloped the Starfield flying ship. Bang! Ancestor Xian's attack landed on the giant hand. The giant hand instantly retreated, and Ancestor Xian's expression became even more gloomy. Who on earth is it? Ancestor Xian was very confused. Who on earth was ambushing him? That giant hand just now gave him an illusory feeling. It didn't feel like it was at the creation realm. However, it didn't feel like it was at the creation realm. The puzzled Ancestor Xian turned his head and was suddenly stunned. Where's Fang Chun? Chapter 1263. It was a strange environment and a strange place. When Fang Chun opened his eyes, he realized that he was in a very mysterious place. He could clearly feel the pressure coming from above. As far as the eye could see, there were countless buildings here. At this moment, there were 7 cultivators beside him. They were all panicking. They didn't seem to understand why they were here. What is this place? Why am I here? Suddenly, one of the cultivators asked. As he spoke, the other cultivators also made their moves one after another. "Brother, you look a little familiar," the yellow-robed martialist said with a chuckle. "My name is Tai Izuan," the cultivator in black said. Hearing this, the people around him were shocked. "What? You're Tai Izuan from the unparalleled Iron Sword? Are you really Tai Izuan?" Tai Izuan is one of the elites of the younger generation on the Old Hua Islands. Fang Chun stood at the side and listened to the discussion of the 7 people. After a while, Fang Chun discovered something. The 7 people beside him all had powerful backgrounds. They were all outstanding geniuses. Tai Izuan was one of them. Although he wasn't a cultivator who had broken through the pinnacle level, he was extremely powerful. He killed 33 martial artists at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Body tier when he was only at the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper tier. This battle shocked the world. From then on, Tai Izuan's name, Tai Izuan, was extremely famous on the Old Hua Islands. The man in yellow who asked Tai Izuan also had a powerful background. He was a genius from a remote island in the Old Hua Islands called Savage Island. The Savage Island was at the edge of the Old Hua Islands. It was adjacent to the other islands. The environment there was very bad, and it was often attacked by the Demon Blood Tribe and other hostile forces. Therefore, the cultivators who could walk out of the Savage Island were all very powerful. This person was the #1 genius of a younger generation on the Savage Island. Manlong was also at the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper tier, but his strength was no weaker than Tai Izuan. Fang Chun didn't know about the other 5 people. However, the 7 of them had one thing in common. They were all at the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper tier. "How did you get here?" Tai Izuan asked. "I was on my way to the Old Hua Islands, but a giant hand suddenly appeared on the void ocean and grabbed me. Then I lost consciousness," the barbaric dragon said. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. "It's the same for us. Why did that hand bring us here?" After all, the 7 of them were all geniuses. Their mentality was much better than the average martial artist. They were pondering what kind of place this was. The owner of that hand was too powerful. If he wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have been able to keep them alive until now. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chun had been standing to the side, quietly waiting. He had a feeling that someone was watching them. Sure enough, just as the few of them were chatting, a figure suddenly appeared. The 8 of you, welcome to the demon subduing realm. This person was wearing a green robe, and there was no aura fluctuation around his body. However, Fang Chun guessed that this person's cultivation level should be at the high level of the heavenly body tier. It didn't give him too much pressure. Who are you? You're the one who captured us and brought us here. The few martial artists questioned one after another. Hearing this, the green-robed martial artist laughed loudly and said, I don't have the ability to capture people at will in the void ocean. Then who is it? What's the purpose of capturing us here? Tai Izuan asked in a low voice. The one who captured you here is the realm master of our demon subduing realm, the green-robed man said faintly. Of course, it's just a clone. Everyone, including Fang Chun, fell into silence, waiting for the green-robed man to speak. The green-robed man looked at the 8 of them, then nodded and said, You can call me Gu Chuan, or Senior Brother Gu, because from today onwards, you'll all be my junior brothers, and we'll cultivate together. Who is the realm master of the demon subduing realm? Did he capture us just to make us join the demon subduing realm? Fang Chen's face didn't change at all as he asked. Gu Chuan's gaze landed on Fang Chen's face with a hint of admiration. Nodding at Fang Chun, Gu Chuan said, Firstly, with your current strength, you won't know the real demon subduing realm. You only need to know that the demon subduing realm is the strongest force in the entire universe below the realm of the gods. The strongest force under the realm of the gods. Fang Chen's mind shook when he heard this. His emotionless face revealed a trace of excitement. Of course, what shocked him wasn't the strength of the demon subduing realm, but the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods. Was it the place where the legendary gods lived? Senior, is the realm of the gods where the gods live? Fang Chun asked. Gu Chuan had a good impression of Fang Chun and replied, That's right. In our universe, there are many islands, and above the islands is the realm of the gods. To the realm of the gods, we're just ordinary people. The core of the universe is the realm of the gods. Any one of the people living in the realm of the gods can overturn rivers and seas and destroy an island with ease. As for what the realm of the gods was like, Gu Chuan didn't know. He only knew that when one's cultivation reached a certain level, one could break through the shackles of heaven and earth and enter the legendary realm of the gods. After hearing Gu Chuan's words, Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. After so many years, he finally got some news about his wife. The realm of the gods, his wife, Star and Moon, must be in the realm of the gods. Wait for me. I will definitely go to the realm of the gods to find you. Fang Chun clenched his fist and said in his heart. His heart was burning with a raging fire, and he desperately wanted to raise his cultivation. Although the realm lord of the demon subduing realm isn't from the realm of the gods, he can easily enter the realm of the gods. Gu Chuan continued. Instantly, the 8 people's faces were filled with shock. Not from the realm of the gods, but he could easily enter the realm of the gods? How strong must he be? Needless to say, the realm lord of the demon subduing realm must be the strongest under the realm of the gods. All right, the realm of the gods is too far away for you. What you need to do now is to join the demon subduing realm. Gu Chuan's voice pulled the 8 people back from their thoughts. Senior, what's the benefit of joining the demon subduing realm? Someone asked. The demon subduing realm is the strongest force under the realm of the gods, but it has always been hidden in the dark and not known by outsiders. First, you have to know that not everyone is qualified to join the demon subduing realm. The demon subduing realm has always recruited martial artists with battle prowess of the heavenly body tier at the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. Even some geniuses who have broken through the limit will join the demon subduing realm, Gu Chuan said. Hearing this, the 8 people were shocked, especially Fang Chun, who was even more shocked. In the entire Old Hua Islands, there were less than a handful of geniuses who had broken through the limit, and there were actually some in the demon subduing realm. Since the demon subduing realm isn't known by outsiders, then how do they recruit disciples? Don't tell me that the realm lord is the one who catches them every time? Tai Izuan asked. Gu Chuan nodded and said, That's right. The Realm Lord's clone is in charge of the demon-subduing realm, and he travels to every corner of the universe. As long as he finds a genius, he will capture them. Of course, he can't capture them by force. Only geniuses that appear in the void ocean can be captured, Gu Chuan explained. Feng Chun and the other side. The demon-subduing realm only accepted elite disciples, and the disciples that the Realm Lord captured were all geniuses among geniuses. Joining the demon-subduing realm can provide protection, Gu Chuan said. The few of them pondered for a moment, and then Man Long asked, "What if we don't want to join the demon-subduing realm? If you don't want to join, then we can only erase your memories and send you out of this place," Gu Chuan said. Such a situation had happened before, and in order to not expose the demon-subduing realm, they would definitely erase the relevant memories. The disciples of the demon-subduing realm, if placed in the outside world, any one of them can suppress a feudal lord, Gu Chuan said. Indeed, the demon-subduing realm didn't accept mediocre people. Every disciple was an exceptionally talented person. I agreed to join the demon-subduing realm. Feng Chun was the first to speak. After knowing about the immortal realm, Feng Chun couldn't wait to increase his cultivation. And the demon-subduing realm gave Feng Chun an unfathomable feeling. Perhaps he could obtain extraordinary resources in the demon-subduing realm, and his cultivation would increase faster. After the other 7 discussed with each other, they also agreed readily. The number one great force under the immortal realm. There was no way to regret it if they missed it. Senior brother Gu Chuan. The few of them clasped their hands and greeted Gu Chuan. When Gu Chuan heard that, he was overjoyed. Since you guys have already agreed to join the demon-subduing realm, then I'll explain it to you guys in detail. The demon-subduing realm has a total of 9 heavens, and there's a huge gap between each heaven. With your current strength, you can at most become a first heaven disciple. Demon-subduing realm's 9 heavens. The first heaven disciples were all low-level heavenly body tier martial artists. The second heaven disciples were middle-level heavenly body tier, and the third heaven disciples were high-level heavenly body tier. Disciples from the 4th to the 6th heaven corresponded to the 9th heaven of the creation realm. As for 7th to 9th heaven disciples, those were all elites that surpassed the creation tier. Every one of them had the power to overturn heaven and earth, and was very powerful. After listening to Gu Chuan's introduction, Feng Chun and the others were even more shocked. The strength of the demon-subduing realm was too powerful, right? Especially the 9th heaven disciples. Wouldn't they be much stronger than the master of the archipelago? Today was a very shocking day. What you guys understand now is merely a part of the demon-subduing realm. When you guys step into the creation tier, you'll understand how powerful the demon-subduing realm is, Gu Chuan said with a smile. He joined the demon-subduing realm a little earlier and was already a 3rd heaven disciple now. All right, each of you, swear a martial Dao oath to not mention the matters of the demon-subduing realm to outsiders, Gu Chuan said. The 8 of them swore a martial Dao oath in succession, and after going through a process, they were considered to have truly joined the demon-subduing realm. Chapter 1264. Feng Chun and the others had joined the demon-subduing world. They had become disciples of the first heaven. Disciples of the demon-subduing world must help each other. If anyone is in trouble, you must rescue them immediately, Gu Chuan said to the 8 of them. He gave each of them a communication jade pendant. This was a special communication jade pendant of the demon-subduing world. Once it sensed a disciple of the demon-subduing world in the outside world, the jade pendant would vibrate. Those who join the demon-subduing world are brothers. If anyone betrays the demon-subduing world, you can imagine the consequences. The demon-subduing world was very good to its disciples. As long as one was a disciple of the demon-subduing world, they would be protected by the demon-subduing world. Of course, if one died in a normal battle, the demon-subduing world wouldn't appear, because the more they appeared, the easier it was to be exposed. After an hour, Gu Chuan explained the rules of the demon-subduing world to the 8 of them. Because the rules of each heaven were different, he explained the rules of the first heaven to them temporarily. After he finished, Gu Chuan brought the 8 of them to a square. Every time the Realm Lord brings back martial artists, they will fight here. After the winner is decided, they can officially enter the first heaven. Gu Chuan smiled and said, "Next, the 8 of you will fight. As for the rules, the 8 of you can decide by yourselves. The winner will receive a celestial pill," said Qin Wentian. Hearing about the star pill, the 8 of them looked very excited. They were all at the peak of the Heaven Dipper realm. If they could get the star pill, they would enter the heavenly body realm much faster. Gu Chuan sat on a rock, waiting for the winner of the competition. The 8 of them stood together. "How about a one-on-one battle?" Tai Yizun asked. 2-on-2 battles. 4 will be eliminated in the first round, 2 will be eliminated in the second round, and the winner will be decided in the third round. "How about that?" Man Long asked. The 8 of them had no objections and nodded. Then the battle began. The first battle was between Tai Yizun and another martial artist. Tai Yizun was indeed the unparalleled Iron Sword. At the beginning, the battle was very intense. However, when Tai Yizun took out his Iron Sword, he defeated his opponent with just one strike. This Tai Yizun sword technique is really powerful. Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of an outstanding genius of the old Hua Islands. The second battle was Man Long Barbarian Dragon's strength exceeded everyone's imagination. He sent his opponent flying with a single punch. The martial artists that came from the Savage Island were all extremely berserk. This point was even more vividly reflected on the Savage Dragon. The winner of the third round was a girl named Murong Bing. This woman looked weak, but her strength was too strong. Even Fang Chun felt a sense of oppression. The fourth match was finally Fang Chen's turn. When Gu Chuan saw Fang Chun going up the stage, his eyes lit up as he paid close attention to Fang Chun. Of the 8, he's the only one who has broken through to the peak realm. I wonder how strong he is. It turned out that Gu Chuan already knew that Fang Chun had broken through the extreme boundary. No wonder he treated Fang Chun so well. Boom, the battle was about to start. Fang Chen's opponent was a warrior who used a saber. The saber shadows that filled the sky howled as they approached. Fang Chen's face was calm as he clenched his fist. Seeing that the saber shadow was about to stab him, he suddenly punched out. Rumble. This punch caused Barbarian Long's expression to instantly change greatly. Fang Chen's physical strength was too strong. With a punch, he instantly shattered the saber shadow that was whizzing toward him. Then, the powerful fist directly landed on his opponent's body, forcing him to retreat. I admit defeat. This person's expression changed as he directly admitted defeat. The way Barbarian Dragon and the others looked at Fang Chun had greatly changed. When they first came here, Fang Chun hadn't said anything. They thought that Fang Chun was very weak. Who would have thought that Fang Chun was so strong? What a strong physical strength. Barbarian Dragon, this person's strength isn't any weaker than yours, said Tai Yizun. I really want to compete with this guy in terms of strength. Barbarian Dragon was overflowing with battle intent. The Savage Islands martial artists were naturally warlike. The stronger they encountered, the more they wanted to fight. This was also the reason why the Savage Islands' martial strength was tyrannical. In the past, countless experts came from the Savage Island. At its peak, there were dozens of Blessed Realm experts on the Savage Island. Barbarian Dragon was the strongest among the younger generation of the Savage Island. Naturally, his strength was extremely strong. Among the younger generation, there were very few who could surprise Barbarian Dragon with their physical strength. Fang Chun had successfully attracted Barbarian Dragon's attention. When Fang Chun walked down from the martial arts stage, Barbarian Dragon took the initiative to walk over. He stretched out his hand and grinned. My name is Barbarian Dragon. Fang Chun, your physical strength is very strong. I hope to have a chance to spar with you, said Barbarian Dragon with a smile. Fang Chun nodded. The first round of battle ended. Tai Yizun, Barbarian Dragon, Murong Bing, and Fang Chun advanced. The remaining 4 were eliminated. It wasn't that the 4 of them weren't strong, but that Fang Chun and the other 3 were too strong. It was hard to find an opponent in the same realm. After the first round of battle, it was time for the second round. Gu Chuan was satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. Looks like this junior brother isn't simple, said Guchuan with a smile. To be able to break through the extreme realm, one had to have great determination. There were many geniuses who had broken through the extreme realm in the demon-subduing boundary. Their achievements made Guchuan sigh. The first battle of the second round was between Tai Izuan and Barbarian Dragon. Brother Barbarian Dragon, please show mercy, said Tai Izuan with a smile. Ha ha! Barbarian Dragon laughed wildly. The two sky prides instantly clashed. Rumble. On the martial arts stage, deafening noises erupted one after another. This Barbarian Dragon is very strong, and he can sustain it for a long time. His punches are very coherent. Impressive, said Fong Chun. However, Tai Izuan isn't weak either. His swordsmanship is exquisite. Fong Chun sighed. He had underestimated Tai Izuan. Only when he walked out could he see the wider sky. Dong! Barbarian Dragon's punches were thrown out one after another. The fist radiance in the sky was like a river flowing endlessly. Tai Izuan's iron sword was pushed to the extreme. The sword radiance shone brightly, piercing through the fist radiance. Huh! Barbarian Dragon roared. The power of his bloodline was activated, and he threw out a punch. Bang! Barbarian Dragon's fist collided with Tai Izuan's iron sword, forcing Tai Izuan to retreat. This is the bloodline of the Barbarian God. Tai Izuan stabilized himself and looked at Barbarian Dragon. At this moment, Barbarian Dragon was brimming with vitality. Powerful energy surrounded his body. Even Guchuan was slightly surprised. I didn't expect Barbarian Dragon to possess the bloodline of the Barbarian God. However, he was only slightly surprised. After all, there were too many outstanding geniuses in the demon-subduing boundary. There were countless geniuses who were stronger than Barbarian Dragon. I didn't expect Brother Barbarian Dragon to possess the bloodline of the Barbarian God. I admit defeat, said Tai Izuan with a smile. He had lost the battle, but he was relieved. Brother Tai, your sword technique is also very powerful. If I don't activate my bloodline, I won't be able to defeat you, said Barbarian Dragon directly. After the battle ended, it was Murong Bing and Fong Chen's turn. However, Murong Bing didn't even go up the stage. Instead, she admitted defeat. What? Fong Chen was also surprised. Why would Murong Bing admit defeat? Murong Bing, we haven't even fought. How do you know you're not his match? Asked Barbarian Dragon. Murong Bing's hair covered her face. No one could see her expression. Murong Bing didn't reply to Barbarian Dragon's question. Guchuan nodded. Murong Bing was smart. She admitted defeat, even though she knew she wasn't his match. Guchuan's eyes were very sharp. He could tell that Murong Bing wasn't Fong Chen's match with a single glance. He didn't expect Murong Bing to be able to see that. All right, since you've admitted defeat, then I'll fight with this brother over here for first place. Barbarian Dragon jumped onto the stage. Brother Fong Chun, I can see that you're very strong. Why don't we just compete in strength? Asked Barbarian Dragon. Fong Chun nodded. As you wish. Straightforward. Seeing Fong Chun agree so straightforwardly, Barbarian Dragon was very happy. Boom! The power around him instantly spread out. Then, he clenched his fists and charged at Fong Chun. Facing Barbarian Dragon, Fong Chun didn't dare be careless. He activated his perfect sword physique and condensed all his strength into his fist. Bang! Their fists collided, causing the entire stage to tremble. A vast airflow instantly spread across the place. The two of them both retreated several steps. Barbarian Dragon steadied himself. His expression was grave. That exchange just now had caused his innards to churn. Brother Fong Chun, you're really strong, said Barbarian Dragon. Brother Barbarian Dragon's strength isn't weak either, Fong Chun said. Actually, Fong Chun also admired Barbarian Dragon. Barbarian Dragon was able to cultivate his physical body to this level with his own efforts. He was really impressive. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. The reason why his physical body was so strong was because of his perfect sword physique and breaking through to the pinnacle level. Barbarian Dragon hadn't broken through to the pinnacle level, but his physical body was infinitely close to his. Brother Fong Chun, be careful with my next punch. Barbarian Dragon activated his barbarian god bloodline. Instantly, the wild power of his bloodline wrapped around his fist. With a low shout, a fist that could destroy heaven and earth instantly shot out. Feeling the power of this punch, Fong Chen's 3,980 meridians exploded with a vast amount of power. The 785 golden bones emitted a dazzling golden light. The power of breaking through to the pinnacle level instantly surged out. This was Fong Chen's strongest punch so far. Once this punch was unleashed, an ordinary martial artist at the third level of the heavenly body tier would instantly die. One could imagine how powerful it was. Dong! Their fists fiercely collided. The aura emitted from their fists engulfed the entire ground. Below, 6 figures stared at the two of them with burning gazes. Dong, dong, dong. A series of vibrations rang out. The power of the pinnacle level and the power of the barbarian god bloodline continuously clashed. Boom! In an instant, the fists of the two men separated. Chapter 1265. Man Long's body quickly retreated. When he steadied himself, his face was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that there was someone in the same cultivation level who was stronger than him. Man Long's heart was extremely shaken. On Savage Island, there were countless killings. Cultivators were constantly on the verge of life and death. And he, Man Long, was one of the elites among the younger generation of Savage Island. His cultivation level had reached the 9th level of Heaven Dipper Realm. His battle prowess could even challenge heavenly body tier elites. On Savage Island, Man Long was the totem of the younger generation. It was acknowledged that his physical strength was tyrannical. There was once a peak level creation tier elite who predicted that Man Long's physical strength would rarely be a match for him in the same cultivation level. And now, he actually lost. Seeing Man Long's shocked expression, Gu Chuan could completely understand. This brat, Gu Chuan grinned. Among the 8 people this time, Fong Chun was the strongest. Most importantly, he was also the youngest. From this point, it was enough to see how heaven-defying Fong Chen's potential was. After pondering for a moment, Gu Chuan shook his head lightly and stopped thinking about it. After all, Fong Chun was a cultivator who had broken through the limit. His future was limitless. He would definitely surpass him in the future. Brother Fong Chun, I, Man Long, admit defeat. After a long while, the shocked expression on Man Long's face disappeared and was replaced by wild laughter. On Savage Island, his physical body was invincible in the same cultivation level. Man Long already couldn't find an opponent. And now, Fong Chen's appearance caused Man Long's heart to become restless again. Brother Man Long's physical body is indeed strong, Fong Chun said seriously. If he didn't break through the limit and undergo a rebirth, it would be almost impossible to defeat Man Long with pure strength. Brother Fong Chun, we'll be brothers in the future. I hope to exchange more knowledge about the cultivation of the physical body with you, Man Long said with a smile. Man Long was a forthright person. Seeing this, Fong Chun gladly agreed. The battle ended. The final result was out of Tai Izuan and the others' expectations. Truly formidable, Tai Izuan said solemnly. After this battle, the other 7 people looked at Fong Chun with respect in their eyes. After all, in this world, the strong were respected. All right, the battle is over. Fong Chun is the champion of this competition. Gu Chuan jumped down from the green rock and waved his hand. Instantly, a pill flew towards Fong Chun. Fong Chun subconsciously reached out and caught it. When he opened it, he saw that it was a star pill. Let's go. Follow me to the first heaven. Gu Chuan led the crowd and left the welcoming square. There was a portal in the reception square. After passing through the portal, Fong Chun and the others arrived in an independent space. This place looked just like a sect. There were countless buildings inside, and it was very prosperous. This is the first heavenly layer of our subduing devil world. You guys are already staying here. Remember, don't wander around the first heavenly layer. There are some places that you guys can't enter. Gu Chuan reminded. Right at this moment, a voice came from afar. Gu Chuan, are these 8 the disciples that the realm lord captured? The person who came was a martial artist in green robes. His entire body was emitting a strong pressure, giving Fang Chun and the others a strong feeling. Not bad. These 8 people are pretty strong. There's even a genius that broke through the extreme realm. Gu Chuan smiled. When the martial artist in green robes heard this, his eyes lit up as he looked at the 8 people. Which one is the genius that broke through the extreme realm? The martial artist in green robes did not notice Fang Chun and looked at Gu Chuan. It's him, Fang Chun. Gu Chuan pointed at Fang Chun. The martial artist in green robes stared at Fang Chun and narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Kid, you used a special method to hide your aura? The martial artist in green robes asked. Fang Chun nodded and told the martial artist in green robes the truth. The martial artist in green robes smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. You're very smart. Although a genius that broke through the extreme realm is dazzling, you're also a thorn in the eyes of countless large powers. It's very dangerous. Your method is very good at protecting you. Fang Chun curled his lips. It seemed that the martial artist in green robes had discovered his identity after capturing his hidden demon realm lord clone. When they heard the words broke through the extreme realm, Tai Yizuan's group of 7 widened their eyes and looked at Fang Chun in disbelief. Brother Fang Chun, you broke through the extreme realm? Torvosaurus asked in shock. The others were also staring at Fang Chun. Fang Chun chuckled, tacitly agreeing. No wonder your physical strength is so strong. I, Torvosaurus, didn't lose unjustly. Ha ha. Torvosaurus laughed. A genius that broke through the extreme realm was reborn. The strength of their physical body was not something that ordinary people could compare to. His loss to Fang Chun in terms of physical strength was not unjustified. If it was any other martial artist that cultivated their physical body, they would have lost as well. This is the person in charge of the first heaven. You can call him Senior Brother Qing. Don't disturb him unless necessary. If there's something important, you can look for him. Gu Chuan said. The martial artist in green robes nodded. After communicating with Gu Chuan, he looked at the 8 and said, 8 junior brothers, the most important thing for you now is to break through to the heavenly body tier. Only those that have stepped into the heavenly body tier are qualified to live in the first heaven. The martial artist in green robes said. Fang Chun and the others were shocked. Torvosaurus was straightforward and asked in confusion. Since only those that have stepped into the heavenly body tier are qualified to live in the first heaven, why doesn't the realm lord directly capture heavenly body tier cultivators? Our hidden demon realm wants geniuses, not mediocre people. Although there are geniuses that have stepped into the heavenly body tier, they're not the ideal targets of our hidden demon realm. The martial artist in green robes explained. Since the establishment of the hidden demon realm, the disciples we've taken and have all started from the peak stage of the heaven dipper tier. Why is that? Tai Yizuan asked. Disciples at the peak stage of the heaven dipper tier who can possess battle prowess at the low level of the heavenly body tier are geniuses among geniuses. This kind of genius is malleable, the martial artist in green robes said. Actually, you'll know in a few days that stepping into the heavenly body tier in our hidden demon realm and stepping into the heavenly body tier in the outside world are 2 different things. The martial artist in green robes seemed unwilling to say more, and Fang Chun and the others didn't ask anymore. The 8 of them lived in a very large courtyard with 8 rooms. They couldn't help it. They hadn't stepped into the heavenly body tier, so they weren't qualified to enjoy all the resources in the first heaven. Little guys, you only have 3 months' time. If you still can't step into the heavenly body tier after 3 months, then I'm sorry, I can only send you out. Gu Chuan smiled meaningfully and turned to leave. Then, the martial artist in green robes also left. What kind of force is the hidden demon realm? Tai Yizuan asked. I think this hidden demon realm is the same as what Senior Brother Gu Chuan said. Torvosaurus said. Murong Bing by the side remained silent. Don't think so much. Since we're here, let's just take things as they come, Fang Chun said. They had experienced too much today, and even Fong Qian was a little tired. After a while, they all went to rest. In the outside world, in the core of the Old Hua Islands, Skyflower Island, in a luxurious mansion, a creation tier elite's face was full of gloominess. Still haven't found him? Lord, we've searched the entire Skyflower Island, but we still haven't found young Master Torvosaurus, a heavenly body tier subordinate said in a low voice. It's as if young Master Torvosaurus disappeared into thin air. Trash, a bunch of trash. Mobilize all forces and search for Torvosaurus. This creation tier elite attached great importance to Torvosaurus. Originally, according to the time, Torvosaurus should have arrived at Skyflower Island today. Who would have thought that there would suddenly be news of Torvosaurus' disappearance? He was distraught. At the same time, he was guessing who was the culprit. At the same time, in several places on Skyflower Island, some creation tier elites were very angry. The disappearance of Fong Chun and the others caused a small disturbance. However, the 8 of them didn't know it all. The demon-subduing realm was isolated from the world. Even Fong Chun and the others didn't know where the demon-subduing realm was. In fact, their communication jade pendants couldn't even contact the outside world. It was as if they had suddenly lost their effect. After resting for a night, a cultivator at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier came to the courtyard of Fong Chun and the others the next day. 8 junior brothers, I'll be in charge of your cultivation for the next 3 months, the cultivator at the 3rd level of the heavenly body tier said. May I know your name, senior brother? Torvosaurus asked. Just call me Senior Brother Chun, Senior Brother Chun said with a smile. Quickly pack up. I'll bring you to the cultivation area in a while. Cultivation area? Fong Chun and the others were a little surprised. After a while, the 8 of them finished packing, and under Senior Brother Chen's lead, they arrived at the cultivation area. On the way, they didn't see a single person. In the next 3 months, if you want to cultivate, enter this pond, Senior Brother Chun said as he pointed at the huge pond in front of them. Senior Brother Chun, what's so special about this pond? Tai Izuan asked. You'll know once you enter, Senior Brother Chun said. Fong Chun and the others entered the pond one by one. As soon as they entered, Fong Chun felt a scorching aura instantly invade him. Not good, Fong Chun exclaimed in his mind. Immediately, he activated his perfect sword body to block this scorching aura. Immediately afterward, Fong Chun discovered in shock that the scorching aura actually ignored the defense of his perfect sword body and entered his body. Wong. The vital essence in his Qi surged wildly. Fong Chun looked inwardly into his Qi and was shocked. The scorching aura emitted by the pond was actually tempering his vital essence. The other 7 people also discovered the miraculous nature of the pond. However, they weren't as lucky as Fong Chun. Some couldn't withstand the scorching aura's invasion, and they grimaced in pain. Senior Brother Chun stood at the edge of the pond and looked at the 8 people. Finally, his gaze landed on Fong Chun. This child is not bad. Senior Brother Chun had a very high opinion of Fong Chun. The pond was very miraculous. Fong Chun guessed that the demon-subduing realm should be using this pond to cultivate heavenly body tier disciples. As time passed, Fong Chun gradually adapted to the pond. He simply put away his perfect sword body and actively absorbed the scorching aura. Instantly, the tempering speed of his vital essence was extremely fast. 2 hours later, his Qi shook. Chapter 1266. Fong Chun had already accumulated enough energy, and now he was being tempered by the scorching aura in the pool. As the star elixir took effect, the vital essence in his Qi started to fuse with every corner of his body. In the blink of an eye, his sea of vital energy was empty. If it was any other time, Fong Chun would be shocked when his sea of vital energy dried up. However, he wouldn't make a fuss now, because he was breaking through. Wong. The scorching aura in the pool kept pouring into his sea of vital energy. At the same time, the astral essence in heaven and earth was being absorbed by Fong Chun. Fong Chun's breakthrough affected the other 7. Murong Bing was the first to discover the abnormality. Her pretty face revealed a trace of surprise, but she immediately closed her eyes and continued to cultivate. as expected of a genius who broke through to the pinnacle level. Brother Fong Chun is really amazing. Man Long smiled. Among the 8, besides Fong Chun, Man Long was the most relaxed. His physical defense was too strong, and he could withstand the scorching aura's attack. Tai Izuan and the others also opened their eyes and looked at him enviously. They didn't expect Fong Chun to break through in just 2 hours. Breaking through from the Heaven Dipper tier to the Heavenly Body tier was a very slow process. During this time, the sea of vital energy had to absorb enough astral essence. Moreover, the physical body had to digest all the astral essence in the sea of vital energy. However, Fong Chun was well prepared. He had already taken the most difficult step, and the rest was only a matter of time. Whoosh! Fong Chun also felt the changes in his body. The astral essence was tempering his body, and he felt extremely comfortable. Then he closed his eyes. On the shore, Senior Brother Chun was also stunned. It's only been 2 hours. Isn't it too exaggerated? Although they knew that Fong Chun had heavenly body pills, being able to break through to the heavenly body tier within 3 days under the tempering of the scorching aura of the pond was already a feat that could be considered as a supreme prodigy. However, Junior Brother Fong Chun had actually completed it in 2 hours. Freak! At this moment, Senior Brother Chun had no choice but to admit that this junior brother of his was too monstrous. Inside the pool, rich star power was condensing into a star pagoda in Fong Chen's Sea of Qi. The symbol of advancing from the Heavenly Dipper tier to the Heavenly Body tier was to form a star pagoda. 4 Heavenly Body tier elites. The star pagoda would increase by 1 level with each increase in level. Eventually, the star pagoda would become a 9-level star pagoda. This was the source of power for Heavenly Body tier elites. After another 2 hours, Fong Chun suddenly opened his eyes. Inside his Qi Sea, the star pagoda had already taken shape and was providing him with an endless supply of energy. The pores all over his body opened up, constantly absorbing the power of the stars in the world. Fong Chun inspected his body with his inner vision and found that his physical body had become even stronger. Crash! Fong Chun came out of the pool, feeling full of energy. The current me should be able to kill a cultivator at the 4th level of the Heavenly Body tier with a single punch, right? Fong Chun mumbled to himself. Senior Brother Chun walked to Fong Chen's side and said with a smile, Junior Brother's potential has shocked me. Senior Brother Chun, please excuse me, Fong Chun said with an awkward smile. Junior Brother Fong, since you've broken through to the Heavenly Body tier, I'll take you to a place, Senior Brother Chun said with a smile. Fong Chun glanced at the 7 people in the pool and left with Senior Brother Chun. On the way, Fong Chun finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked Senior Brother Chun, Senior Brother Chun, why is the first heaven so quiet? The demon-subduing realm only recruits elite disciples, so there aren't many disciples. So far, there are only about 300 disciples in the first heaven, Senior Brother Chun said. Fong Chun was shocked. The disciples in the first heaven were all geniuses who could challenge Heavenly Body tier elites when they were in the Heaven Dipper tier. There were more than 300 of these geniuses. Then what about the 2nd heaven and the 9th heaven? Just thinking about it was terrifying. However, many of them are out on missions, and there aren't many who really stay in the demon-subduing realm to cultivate, Senior Brother Chun explained. Fong Chun nodded, finally understanding. The first heaven was very large, but it was eerily quiet. Senior Brother Chun, where are you taking me? Fong Chun asked. After stepping into the Heavenly Body tier, every disciple has to go out on missions. This is the demon-subduing realm's test for you, Senior Brother Chun said. I'll take you to the mission hall. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the mission hall. Beginner's mission, Senior Brother Chun said to the elder of the mission hall. The elder of the mission hall chuckled, and then threw a token to Senior Brother Chun. Senior Brother Chun was a little surprised after seeing the token. Senior Brother, change the mission, Senior Brother Chun said. The elder of the mission hall shook his head and said, Junior Brother Chun, this is what Junior Brother Ching told me to leave for Junior Brother Fong. Fong Chun was also a little surprised when he heard this. Of course, what he was surprised about was not what the mission was, but that the elder of the mission hall was actually of the same generation as him. As if knowing Fong Chen's doubts, the elder of the mission hall smiled and said, "Junior brother Fong, you don't know, but in our demon-subduing realm, apart from the higher-ups, everyone else calls each other senior and junior brothers. You'll get used to it in the future." So it's what senior brother Qing told me. Senior brother Chun handed the token to Fong Chun, and then warned, "Junior brother Fong, the difficulty of your mission this time is a little high. Be careful." Fong Chun took the mission and was a little dumbfounded when he saw it. Are all the beginner's missions of the demon-subduing realm so difficult? Fong Chun asked. Senior brother Chun shook his head and said, "No, their missions are all very simple and can be completed almost easily." Fong Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was it because he was a genius who broke through the pinnacle level that he received special treatment? Sure enough, Senior Brother Chen nodded. It should have something to do with your identity, but since Senior Brother Qing gave this mission to you, he must be very confident. Senior Brother Chen patted Fong Chen's shoulder and said, "I'll take you away." After that, the two left the mission hall. They came to the teleportation array of the first heaven. There are 36 teleportation arrays in the demon-subduing realm, and you can teleport to 36 islands in the vast universe at will. Your mission is at the Old Hua Islands. Go in, Senior Brother Chen said. Fong Chun was very shocked. The more he came into contact with the demon-subduing realm, the more he felt that it was too mysterious. After completing the mission, activate your identity token, and you can return to the demon-subduing realm. Remember, you must complete the mission. If you fail, there will be a punishment. Senior Brother Chen reminded. Fong Chen nodded and entered the teleportation array. In the next moment, a white light flashed, and Fong Chun disappeared. Whoosh! In the sky, a figure appeared. It was the person in charge of the first heaven, Senior Brother Qing. Senior Brother Qing. Senior Brother Chun cupped his hands and greeted. This mission is very difficult. What if? Senior Brother Qing shook his head. His gaze was distant, and he said softly, "He's a genius who broke through to the pinnacle level, so he can't be nurtured like ordinary people." Fong Chen opened his eyes and found that he had appeared in the void. His body was falling rapidly, and his mind was filled with many thoughts. "This is Sky Island?" Fong Chun muttered to himself. Below, on a certain plane, two cultivators at the first level of the heavenly body tier were fighting. "Little Five, you're no match for me. I don't believe you." The two cultivators were fighting, and suddenly, there was a pung, and their battle was forced to stop. Beside them, a huge crater appeared. "What's going on?" A precious treasure fell from the sky. The cultivator called Little Five stopped fighting, and his eyes shone with a golden light. When the two cultivators approached the large pit, Fong Chun slowly climbed out of the pit. "There's someone." The two cultivators were shocked. Did this person fall from the sky? Fong Chun stretched his body and climbed out of the large pit. He saw the two cultivators looking at him strangely. "Cough, cough." Fong Chun explained awkwardly. "I was cultivating and didn't control my power well." "I see. Seeing that you've just broken through to the heavenly body tier, you must be very excited." "Brother, we can understand. We've also been like you." The two martial artists were unperturbed, lecturing Fong Chun as if they had been through this before. Fong Chun scratched his head awkwardly. If the two of them knew that the person they were talking about could shatter their heads with a single punch, what would they think? "This is my first time here, so I don't know where this is." This is the heavens lightning region of Sky Island. Fong Chun chatted with the two cultivators for a while, and then hurriedly left. Fong Chun took out the mission token, and the mission was listed. Kill the only disciple of the Black Demon Ancestor. This was Fong Chen's mission this time. If it was just to kill the disciple of the Black Demon Ancestor, it would be easy. According to the information, the disciple of the Black Demon Ancestor was a Heaven Dipper tier cultivator. For Fong Chun, he could kill him with a single punch. However, the difficult part was the Black Demon Ancestor. The disciple of the Black Demon Ancestor was inseparable from him. It was almost impossible to find a situation where he was alone. Under such circumstances, If he wanted to complete the mission, the Black Demon Ancestor would definitely be alerted. Fang Chun didn't have the confidence to escape from the Black Demon Ancestor. The Black Demon Ancestor was a 7th-level Heavenly Body Tier cultivator. Although Fang Chun had stepped into the Heavenly Body Tier, he didn't have the confidence to withstand the fury of a high-level Heavenly Body Tier cultivator. We need to consider this at length, Fang Chun said to himself. Fortunately, there was no time limit for this mission, so he could carefully think of countermeasures. The Heaven's Lightning region of Sky Island was a region near the Void Ocean. The Black Demon Ancestor was cultivating in seclusion on a mountain peak in the Heaven's Lightning region. Fang Chun came to a city in the Heaven's Lightning region and entered an inn. The easiest place to gather information was naturally an inn. Fang Chun found the largest inn here. There are all sorts of people inside, as expected of the core of the Old Hua Islands. There are Heavenly Body Tier cultivators everywhere, Fang Chun thought to himself. Heaven Dipper Tier cultivators were nothing here. Fang Chun drank leisurely. At the same time, he listened to the movements in the inn. After a while, Fang Chun heard some useful news. Have you heard? In 3 days, the disciple of the Black Demon Ancestor will fight the disciple of the Soldier Star Lord. At that time, the Black Demon Peak will be open to the public for everyone to watch. Is the Black Demon Ancestor trying to promote his disciple? Isn't the Black Demon Ancestor afraid of embarrassing himself? What if the Soldier Star Lord's disciple wins? Fang Chun, who was drinking in the corner, was secretly happy. 3 days later, the Black Demon Peak will be open to the public? Chapter 1267. Skyflower Island was the core island of the Old Hua Islands. It was also the place where all the powerful cultivators of the Old Hua Islands gathered. Therefore, Skyflower Island was very vast. It was several times larger than ordinary islands. There were 13 districts on Skyflower Island. The Sky Thunder District was one of them. There were many cities in each district. The city Fang Chun was in was called Purple Thunder City. A 7th-level Heavenly Body Tier cultivator was considered a powerful cultivator in the vicinity of Purple Thunder City. As long as there weren't any Creation Tier cultivators, he would be considered a powerful cultivator. Of course, this was only limited to the vicinity of Purple Thunder City. 3 days later, the disciple of Patriarch Black Demon battled with the disciple of Soldier Star Lord. Black Demon Peak was open to the public. Patriarch Black Demon was building momentum for his disciple. After receiving the news, Fang Chun immediately returned to his room in the inn and started to plan. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Fang Chun followed the crowd to the foot of Black Demon Peak. The crowd wasn't here to watch the battle between the two young disciples. They want to see Patriarch Black Demon and Soldier Star Lord. There are so many people. Most of them were low-level Heavenly Body Tier cultivators. Fang Chun blended in with the crowd and reached the middle of the mountain. There was a temporary martial arts arena at the middle of the mountain. There were many cultivators below it. Fang Chun looked over and saw Patriarch Black Demon standing on a martial arts arena with his hands behind his back. There was a hint of joy on his face. Beside him was the disciple he was proud of. Patriarch Black Demon's disciple was wearing a black robe and had a cold expression on his face. Whoosh! While the crowd was in the midst of their discussion, a powerful aura suddenly swept toward them. Everyone cried out in alarm. The Soldier Star Sovereign had arrived. Is he Soldier Star Lord? Fang Chun looked up and stared at the newcomer. The newcomer was wearing a purple robe. His body was like a sharp weapon, giving off a cold feeling. It said that Soldier Star Lord's sea of vital energy can nurture weapons. Yes, when Soldier Star Lord was young, he accidentally obtained an ancient inheritance. His body mutated and his sea of vital energy became extremely powerful. However, Soldier Star Lord's sea of vital energy won't nurture weapons for others. Is that the disciple of Soldier Star Lord? The weapon in his hand should have been made by Soldier Star Lord. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Fang Chun was curious about the weapon Star Lord. The Sea of Qi nurtures a divine weapon. Fang Chun was astonished. After reaching the Heavenly Body Tier, a star pagoda would float in his Sea of Qi. The Star Pagoda was the source of a martial artist's power, but Weapon Star Sovereignty of Qi was able to nurture a divine weapon. How'd he do it? Unable to figure it out, Feng Chun could only sigh. The world was vast and full of wonders. Finally, Feng Chun's gaze fell on the weapon in the hands of the Soldier Star, Lord's disciple. It was a saber. It looked ordinary, but it gave Feng Chun a feeling of shock. This weapon, Feng Chun frowned and stared at the saber. Vaguely, the saber gave him a sense of confusion. What's going on? Feng Chun shook his head and stared at the saber. It was as if he had entered an illusion. This saber is not simple. Feng Chun was even more convinced that the Soldier Star Lord was extraordinary. However, just as Feng Chun was sighing, something even more unexpected happened. In his spatial ring, the communication jade pendant vibrated. Feng Chun immediately checked his spatial ring. This communication jade pendant was special to the demon subduing realm. It would only vibrate when he met someone from the demon subduing realm. There are disciples of the demon subduing realm nearby, Feng Chun thought. At this moment, a burning gaze swept over Feng Chun. He looked up and saw the Soldier Star Lord looking at him. Why is the Soldier Star Lord looking at me? The Soldier Star Lord glanced at Feng Chun. Then, he turned his head away as if nothing had happened. However, Feng Chun was shocked. It turned out that the Soldier Star Lord was a disciple of the demon subduing realm. Feng Chun looked at the Soldier Star Lord with burning eyes. The rules of the demon subduing realm were strict. No one was allowed to mention the demon subduing realm to others. Feng Chun suppressed the excitement in his heart. If the Soldier Star Lord was a disciple of the demon subduing realm, the success rate of his mission would increase greatly. Black Demon, can we start now? The Soldier Star Lord asked with a smile. Okay, the Black Demon Patriarch said. The two heavenly body tier elites left the martial arts arena, leaving the two disciples to fight. Boom! The Black Demon Patriarch's disciple attacked first. His body was filled with the powerful aura of the Black Demon. His attack was very fierce. It was obvious that he had inherited the Black Demon Patriarch's legacy. However, no matter how powerful the attack was, the Soldier Star Lord's disciple remained motionless with a disdainful look on his face. Die! The Black Demon Patriarch's disciple rushed to the side of the Soldier Star Lord's disciple and attacked. Shio! A dazzling saber light tore through the void and instantly enveloped the Black Demon Patriarch's disciple. Pucci! The Black Demon Patriarch's disciple was instantly sent flying. There was an uproar below the martial arts arena. Countless cultivators were shocked. Was the Soldier Star Lord's disciple so powerful? No, the problem seemed to be with the weapon. Sure enough, the Black Demon Patriarch shouted, Soldier Star Lord, you cheated. Black Demon, how can I cheat? The Soldier Star Lord said with a smile. His disciple was already standing beside him. As his master, he was also very happy that his disciple had defeated the Black Demon Patriarch's disciple with a single strike. You actually gave your disciple the weapon you nurtured? Isn't that cheating? The Black Demon Patriarch roared furiously. Everyone knew that the Soldier Star Lord's Sea of Qi was special. The divine weapon he nurtured was extraordinary. Didn't you also teach your disciple your ultimate technique? The Soldier Star Lord said. The Black Demon Patriarch was furious, but he knew that there was no turning back now. Soldier Star Lord, just you wait. 3 years later, I will make my disciple pay for this humiliation with his own blood. The Black Demon Patriarch flung his sleeves and said viciously. To Feng Chun's surprise, the Black Demon Patriarch's disciple was severely injured by the Soldier Star Lord's disciple. His body flew out and landed at his feet. The other heavenly body tier cultivators retreated. Feng Chun looked at the Black Demon Patriarch's disciple at his feet. Killing intent surged in his heart. However, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he reached out to help him up. Are you all right? Feng Chun pretended to ask about her well-being. The Black Demon Patriarch's disciple shook his head. His face was filled with pain. While the Black Demon Patriarch and the Soldier Star Lord were arguing, Feng Chun secretly activated the black flames. The flames passed through his palm and instantly entered the disciple's body. The Black Demon Patriarch's disciple sensed that something was wrong. He wanted to speak, but he found that his body was being corroded by the black flames. He couldn't speak. Fang Chun helped the Black Demon Patriarch's disciple up. Then, he laughed mischievously and entered the crowd. No one paid attention to Fang Chun. Using the crowd as a cover, Fang Chun quickly rushed down the mountain. At this moment, the Black Demon Patriarch's disciple fell to the ground with a bang. He had lost all signs of life. Seeing this, the Black Demon Patriarch turned pale with fright. His figure flashed and arrived beside his disciple. When he checked his pulse, his face instantly turned gloomy. There's a scorching flame in his body. In an instant, the Black Demon Patriarch realized that there was something fishy about his disciple's death. Then, he thought of the martial artist who had just helped his disciple up. "Stop!" the Black Demon Patriarch roared. His figure flashed, and he gave chase. Fang Chun knew that he had been exposed. He no longer hid and used the true meaning of space-time to escape. Halfway up the Black Demon Peak, the soldier Star-Lord looked at his junior brother and nodded slightly. It seemed that he was on a mission. Whoosh! The soldier Star-Lord gave chase. In the wilderness outside the Purple Thunder City, Fang Chun used the true meaning of space-time to escape. But the Black Demon Patriarch chased after him like a madman. "Brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces." The Black Demon Patriarch launched powerful attacks from time to time, disrupting the space and hindering Fang Chun's escape. Soon, Fang Chun arrived at the edge of the void ocean. This Black Demon Patriarch is like a mad dog. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Black Demon Patriarch arrived, baring his teeth as he waited for Fang Chun. His palm contained a powerful aura as he prepared to kill Fang Chun. "Black Demon, let me help you." The Soldier Star-Lord appeared out of thin air. Then, he quickly threw a punch, sending Fang Chun into the void ocean. Plop! The void ocean splashed, and Fang Chun's figure was instantly submerged. Soldier Star-Lord, the Black Demon Patriarch, was displeased. "Black Demon, this brat dared to kill your disciple. He's too bold, but he's dead for sure now that I've sent him into the void ocean." The Soldier Star-Lord laughed. The Black Demon Patriarch's face darkened. The Soldier Star-Lord had helped him, so he couldn't say anything. But when he thought of his disciple's tragic death, he was furious. "Who is it that wants to kill me?" The Black Demon Patriarch clenched his fists. His eyes were scarlet. He was furious. "Black Demon, the assassination of your disciple was targeted. Who did you offend?" The Soldier Star-Lord pretended to ask. The Black Demon Patriarch fell silent. Boom! After being submerged in the void ocean, Fang Chun felt like he was about to suffocate. He tried his best to take out his communication jade pendant and activated it. Suddenly, the pressure on him decreased and his body disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back in the demon subduing realm. That was close. Fang Chun felt a lingering fear. If not for the Soldier Star-Lord's help, it would have been very difficult for him to escape safely. He had underestimated the Black Demon Patriarch's strength. He couldn't expose the demon subduing realm, so he couldn't use the communication jade pendant in front of outsiders. He was afraid of being detected by the Almighties. Soldier Star-Lord knew this as well. Hence, when he threw out a punch, it seemed powerful, but there was a hidden meaning behind it. He helped Fang Chun along the way. Chapter 1268. Junior Brother Fang. Senior Brother Chun happened to pass by the square and saw Fang Chun. "Senior Brother Chun." Fang Chun greeted him. "Junior Brother Fang has completed the mission." Senior Brother Chun was a little curious. He had only left for 3 days, but Junior Brother Fang had already completed the mission. This was too exaggerated. Sure enough, Fang Chun's next words made Senior Brother Chun even more shocked. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Fang Chun handed the mission token to Senior Brother Chun. Senior Brother Chun took a look and indeed completed the mission. "Freak." Senior Brother Chun shook his head and said freak. Then, he took Fang Chun a hand in the mission. The novice mission was a mission that every martial artist had to go through. This was also a test for new disciples in the demon subduing world. If they couldn't even pass the test, they could only be eliminated. The competition in the demon-subduing world was very fierce. After completing the mission, one would naturally receive a reward. Generally speaking, the rewards in the demon-subduing world were very generous. Junior Brother Fong, you have completed a very difficult novice mission. This is your reward. Take a look and see what you need. Senior Brother Chen said. There were a total of 2 types of rewards. The first type was a divine weapon, and the second type was a secret technique. High-level secret techniques. Fong Chun was shocked when he saw these secret techniques in front of him. In the outside world, high-level secret techniques were very precious. But in the demon-subduing world, disciples in the first heaven could cultivate at will. If it's a divine weapon, I can't have the hidden star sword. Fong Chun said. Sword cultivators were different from other martial artists. In their life, they only needed one battle partner. Besides, the hidden star sword could be upgraded. As long as the grade was upgraded, it would be enough. After thinking for a moment, Fong Chun decided to choose the secret technique. Senior Brother Chun, there are many secret techniques here. Senior Brother Chun, help me choose. Fong Chun smiled. After all, Senior Brother Chun had been in the first heaven for a long time and knew more about secret techniques. Senior Brother Chun chuckled when he heard this. He then asked, Junior Brother Fong, what do you specialize in? Sword Dao, soul cultivation. Fong Chun didn't hide it and said directly, I never would have guessed that Junior Brother Fong was a soul cultivator. Senior Brother Chun was a bit surprised. After pondering for a moment, he said, You are a genius who has broken through to the extreme boundary. Your defense is already strong enough. What you need to improve now is your attack power. Therefore, an attack secret technique is more suitable for you. Then, Senior Brother Chun picked up a file and handed it to Fong Chun. This is a high-level secret technique, Absolute Heaven Phantom Sword. You can cultivate it for a while. Fong Chun took the file and said, Thank you, Brother Chun. Junior Brother Fong, now that you've completed the newbie mission, you can cultivate in the first layer of heaven with peace of mind. If you need anything, just look for me directly, Senior Brother Chun said. Fong Chun nodded and returned to his residence. When he had reached the heavenly body tier, he had already been allocated a separate courtyard. After returning to the courtyard, Fong Chun immediately entered a state of cultivation. Now that he knew about the existence of the realm of the gods, he naturally had to seize every second to increase his cultivation. Right now, he was still a long way away from the creation realm, let alone the realms above it. Therefore, the most important thing for him now was to cultivate. The Absolute Heaven Phantom Sword was more complicated than Fong Chun had expected. After all, it was a high-level secret technique. Fong Chun looked at it for a whole 3 days before he completely understood this high-level secret technique. In the following time, he began to comprehend the Absolute Heaven Phantom Sword. However, what Fong Chun didn't understand was that no matter how he cultivated, he couldn't cultivate it successfully. He kept feeling that he was lacking something, but he couldn't figure it out. In the end, he simply put the Absolute Heaven Phantom Sword aside and focused on the Mysterious Heaven Sealing Technique. The Mysterious Heaven Sealing Technique was a mid-level secret technique, but when cultivated to the extreme, it was also comparable to a high-level secret technique. Previously, Fong Chun had cultivated to the 3rd layer, and there were still 6 layers to go. It could support a cultivator to cultivate to the peak of the heavenly body tier. This cultivation lasted for several months. Time passed bit by bit. Fong Chun had been cultivating all this while. 4th layer, 5th layer, 6th layer. Until 3 months later, Fong Chun successfully cultivated the Mysterious Heaven Sealing Technique to the 7th layer. Voila! One day, Fong Chun opened his eyes. 7th layer, huh? At first, he wanted to cultivate the Mysterious Heaven Sealing Technique to the consummate level of the 9th layer, but it was interrupted. The 8th and 9th layers were very difficult to cultivate. If the sect leader of the Mysterious Heaven sect knew that he had cultivated to the 7th layer in 3 months, he would definitely be extremely shocked. Fong Chun's speed could be described as the fastest in the history of the Mysterious Heaven sect. Senior Brother Fong Chun. Just as Fong Chun prepared to test the power of the 7th layer of the Mysterious Heaven Sealing Technique, a forthright voice suddenly sounded. Fong Chun looked, and shockingly, it was Man Long. Man Long, senior brother Fong Chun, you finished cultivating? Man Long asked. Fong Chun nodded. Man Long chuckled and said, I'm really envious of senior brother Fong Chun. Your cultivation speed is much faster than ours. Haven't you also stepped into the heavenly body tier? Fong Chun said. He could tell at a glance that Man Long had already stepped into the heavenly body tier. Among the 8 of us, you're the most dazzling genius, stepping into the heavenly body tier in merely 2 hours. After you, it's Morong Bing. That little girl took half a month, and her speed is also quite fast. Man Long sighed. As a genius of the Savage Island, his physical strength was extremely powerful, but his comprehension of the path of cultivation was slightly lacking. This also caused him to step into the heavenly body tier much later than the other 8. Tai Izuan is the 3rd to step into the heavenly body tier, and I'm the last. I only stepped into the heavenly body tier a few days ago when the time was almost up. So close, I was almost thrown out of the demon subduing realm. Man Long grinned. Fong Chun was very clear that although Man Long was the last to step into the heavenly body tier, however, there was no doubt that his strength was stronger than the others. This was the natural advantage of the geniuses of the Savage Island. Senior brother Fong Chun, I want to compete with you. Man Long finally spoke his purpose. Sure, Fong Chun agreed readily. Firstly, Fong Chun had also benefited from the battle with Man Long. Secondly, Fong Chun liked Man Long's personality very much. Simple and forthright. Senior brother Fong Chun, you have to be careful, Man Long warned. I've stepped into the heavenly body tier, and my power has increased in all aspects. Fong Chun nodded, activating his perfect sword body. Huh, Man Long roared, and the bones in his body cracked. He clenched his fists and suddenly threw a punch at Fong Chun. Dong! The 2 fists collided, and a deafening sound rang out. Immediately afterward, the 2 of them each took a few steps back. After Man Long steadied himself, he looked a little disappointed. It's still not enough. Your power is already very strong. Among low-level heavenly body tier cultivators, there's no one who can resist your power. Fong Chun consoled him. It's also because I've broken through the pinnacle level that I possess power that ordinary people can't imagine. That's why I'm able to match you. Fong Chun patted Man Long's shoulder lightly and said with a smile. Hearing this, Man Long instantly became very confident. Thank you, senior brother Fong Chun, for your guidance. Man Long smiled foolishly. The 8 of them had entered the demon subduing realm at the same time, but Man Long had the best relationship with Fong Chun. He felt that Fong Chun was not like the others and had a very good personality. Cultivate well, Fong Chun said. Suddenly, Man Long asked, Oh, right, senior brother Fong Chun, have you been to the Rising Dragon platform? Fong Chun shook his head. Although he had been in the demon subduing realm for 3 months, he had always been immersed in cultivation and knew nothing about this so-called Rising Dragon platform. Many senior brothers of the First Heaven go to the Rising Dragon platform, and we've also been there. Do you want to try? Man Long asked. Oh, what exactly is this Rising Dragon platform? Fong Chun asked, confused. Let's walk and talk, Man Long said. The 2 of them left Fong Chun's courtyard and went to the Rising Dragon platform. The Rising Dragon platform was located at the center of the First Heaven. It tested a cultivator's strength. Before long, the 2 of them arrived in front of the Rising Dragon platform. This is the Rising Dragon platform, said Man Long. It looked like a sacrificial altar. There was a circular platform on top of it. Next to the platform was a stone stele with some data recorded on it. The one ranked 5th on the stone stele is me, said Man Long. Fong Chun looked at the stone stele and saw that there were only numbers on it. There was no name. It seemed the demon subduing realm was deliberately not letting cultivators know who they were. In the First Heaven, there are 5 people stronger than me. Oh, wait, including you, that's 6, said Man Long. Senior brother Fong Chun, go up to the altar and channel all your strength into the Rising Dragon platform. Let the Rising Dragon platform float. Let's see how high it can float, Torvosaurus explained. The higher the Rising Dragon platform floated, the stronger it was. Let's give it a try. Fang Chun was also very curious about the rising dragon platform. How heavy could a small round platform be? Coming to the altar, Fang Chun suddenly poured all his strength into the rising dragon platform. Originally, Fang Chun thought that he could make the round platform float casually. However, he was wrong. So heavy. Suddenly, Fang Chun's face changed drastically. He immediately activated his perfect sword body. There's a formation engraved on the platform. Fang Chun immediately sensed the abnormality of the platform. There was a formation engraved on it that increased one's strength. Even a 7-star formation master might not be able to engrave such a formation. Thinking of this, Fang Chun was even more curious about the demon subduing realm. Rise! Fang Chun shouted, and the rising dragon platform slowly rose. In a short while, it surpassed Man Long's result. Then, it continued to float. 15 minutes later, Fang Chun finally felt that he had reached his limit and was panting. Bang giving up supporting the rising dragon platform, Fang Chun walked down from the altar. The rising dragon platform landed on the altar. Buzz the stone steel on the side emitted a bright light. Immediately, Fang Chun's results appeared on the stone steel. One after another, he surpassed the martial artists on the stone steel. In the end, Fang Chun's result was fixed at second place. Senior brother Fang Chun is really amazing, said Man Long in admiration. In the first heaven, there were hundreds of geniuses. To be able to rank second was enough to show how strong Fang Chun was. It's a pity that he didn't reach first place. It's said that he can get a generous reward if he reaches first place. Man Long said with some regret. Hearing this, Fang Chun spread his hands. He wanted to reach first place, but the higher the rising dragon platform was, the heavier it was. Chapter 1269. At this moment, in a secluded place in the first layer of heaven. 8 reading. 23 Senior Brother Ching stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him was Senior Brother Chun. Senior Brother Ching, Fang Chun has completed the newbie mission, Senior Brother Chun said. Senior Brother Ching nodded. He already knew. Senior Brother Ching, what do you plan to do next? Senior Brother Chun asked. Senior Brother Ching said slowly, there is a relic in the heavenly thunder region of Tianhua Island that opened a month ago. Let the few of them go and train in the relic. Senior Brother Chin's expression changed drastically. Senior Brother Ching, with their strength, aren't they too weak to enter the ruin? Senior Brother Ching shook his head and didn't say anything else. He naturally had his reasons for making this decision. Seeing this, Senior Brother Chun didn't ask anymore and nodded heavily. Then, he quickly went to find Fang Chun and the others. After Senior Brother Chun left, Senior Brother Ching's eyes seemed to see through the void and saw the two people in front of the rising dragon platform. Cultivators who have broken through to the pinnacle level need different methods to train. Fang Chun was very strong. He ranked second on the rising dragon platform on his first try. He thought highly of Fang Chun. The demons subduing realm valued geniuses who had broken through to the pinnacle level. Senior Brother Chun called the 8 people over. There's a ruin in the Sky Lightning region of Skyflower Island. Your mission this time is to enter and train, Senior Brother Chun said. Senior Brother Chun, are there any requirements for the mission? Tai Izuan asked. Come out alive, Senior Brother Chun said. All right, pack up and enter the teleportation formation. Everything had been arranged properly. The 8 people looked at each other and then went to pack up. An hour later, the 8 people entered the teleportation formation. Voila! White light flashed, and the 8 people disappeared. In the next instant, the 8 people appeared in the Sky Lightning region of Skyflower Island. Let's gather information first, Tai Izuan said. The 8 people came to Purple Thunder City. After asking around, they found out where the ruin was. This ruin had restrictions. Only heavenly body tier cultivators could enter. Although it had opened a month ago, there were still people entering from time to time. Fang Chun and the others successfully entered the ruin. On a mountain peak, Fang Chun's group of 8 stood quietly. The air here is so stifling, Torvosaurus said. Be careful. Let's check out the situation inside the ruins first, Tai Izuan said. However, Before the others could say anything, they encountered danger. Rumble on the distant plain, three figures discovered Fang Chun and the others. A cultivator at the first level of the heavenly body tier dares to enter the ruins? He is truly seeking death. These three people were three brothers. They were evil martial artists who specialized in cultivating with the flesh and blood of martial artists. Thus, to them, the flesh and blood of low-level heavenly body tier cultivators was the most delicious. Little fellows, you can only blame yourselves for being too weak. The three figures attacked separately. What should we do? Asked Tai Izuan. Do you really think we are pushovers? The 8 of them were all prodigies. Although they were facing cultivators at the middle level of the heavenly body tier, they were completely unafraid. Kill! Following Tai Izuan's roar, the 8 of them instantly unleashed a fierce and domineering attack. Tai Izuan teamed up with Torvosaurus to deal with one of them. Fangchen teamed up with Murong Bing to deal with the other. The remaining person was dealt with by the other 4. Pung, pung, pung. As soon as they exchanged blows, the 3 of them felt that they had encountered a tough opponent. Big brother, this one is a bit tough. One of the people fighting Fangchen called out. What are you afraid of? They're only at the low level of the heavenly body tier. Kill them. The cultivator called Big Brother was blocking the violent attacks of Torvosaurus. All along, Murong Bing had not been good with words. However, Fang Chun was very curious about her. This was the first time he had teamed up with Murong Bing. Although the latter was a woman, her attack power was extremely domineering. A dagger appeared in Murong Bing's hand. Her body appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Even Fang Chun could not catch her movements. Seeing this, Fang Chun decided to restrain this person and create an opportunity for Murong Bing. Boom! Berserk power instantly erupted. Fang Chun clenched his fists and punched out wildly. Pung! The person fighting was caught off guard and was sent flying by Fang Chun. Damn it! How can a low-level heavenly body tier cultivator be so strong? Dong, dong, dong. This cultivator kept blocking Fang Chun's fists and ignored Murong Bing. At a certain moment, Murong Bing found an opportunity and appeared behind this cultivator like a ghost. With a wave of her small hand, a dagger instantly pierced the cultivator's head. His eyes widened as he looked at this scene in disbelief. Ah! Immediately afterward, a miserable scream came from his mouth. With a pung sound, his head exploded, and he died here. Third brother. Seeing their third brother die, Big Brother and second brother were furious. However, Fang Chun and Murong Bing quickly helped after dealing with one of them. Soon, second brother also died in battle. In the end, only Big Brother was left. The 8 of them joined forces and severely injured Big Brother. Then, they captured him alive. Just as Torvosaurus was about to punch out, he was stopped by Tai Izuan. Don't kill him yet. Ask him about the situation in the ruins. Hearing this, Torvosaurus withdrew his fist. You'll all die, Big Brother said crazily, his eyes scarlet. Pung! Tai Izuan stabbed Big Brother's leg with his sword, instantly shutting him up. Now, your life is in our hands. If you want to live, answer our questions honestly, Tai Izuan said. Big Brother's expression was ferocious, and he wanted to tear Tai Izuan into pieces. However, he was very rational. As long as you let me go, I'll answer any question. Big Brother finally compromised. What kind of ruins are these? Fang Chun asked. The blood ruins. How much do you know about these ruins? Torvosaurus asked. I once heard from a blessed realm expert that the blood relic was once the residence of the bloodthirsty clan and the demonic blood clan. Although they were defeated in the war with the humans, there are still many descendants of the 2 clans left. This time, the blood ruins were open to train the cultivators of Skyflower Island. On the other hand, it was to completely eliminate future threats, Big Brother answered honestly. The bloodthirsty tribe and the demonic blood tribe were once the enemies of the humans. I see. Everyone nodded. What else do you know? Tai Izuan asked. I'm too weak, so my knowledge is limited. However, this blood ruins seems to be divided into the outer, inner, and core regions. Middle-level heavenly body tier cultivators are almost safe in the outer region. High-level heavenly body tier cultivators are safe in the inner region. As for the core region, it's said that the corpses of the ancestors of the two tribes are extremely terrifying. Even peak stage heavenly body tier cultivators don't dare to enter recklessly, Big Brother said. Even peak stage heavenly body tier cultivators don't dare to enter. So how can they completely destroy the two tribes? Torvosaurus asked. It said that the 9 great star kings of Skyflower Island have entered the blood ruins this time, Big Brother said. Hearing this, the 8 of them were all moved. Star kings were the strongest cultivators of the heavenly body tier. The 9 great star kings of Skyflower Island were publicly acknowledged as the strongest cultivators of the heavenly body tier. To be able to become a star king, their battle prowess was unimaginable. The 9 great star kings have all entered. Fongchen asked. It seems so. Big Brother nodded. What else do you know? Tai Izuan threatened. Big Brother was a little scared, and he hurriedly said, 300 miles from here, there's a strange place. I once saw the geocentric magma fruit in the distance there. Geocentric magma fruit. Hearing this, the 8 of them were shocked. They didn't expect to hear about the geocentric magma fruit as soon as they entered the ruins. As expected of the blood ruins, precious fruits like the geocentric magma fruit could be seen everywhere. However, there were powerful demonic beasts guarding the geocentric magma fruit, so I didn't dare to act rashly, Big Brother said. Tai Izuan then asked a few more questions, but he couldn't get any answers. In the end, Torvosaurus killed Big Brother with a punch. Senior Brother Tai said that he wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say that. This kind of evil cultivator was the most hated by human cultivators. Killing him wouldn't be a pity. Are we going or not? Tai Izuan asked. The 8 of them looked at each other and finally decided to go and take a look. The blood ruins are destined to be very dangerous, Tai Izuan said. What we need to do is increase our strength. Only by becoming powerful can we walk out alive. After the 8 of them reached a consensus, they quickly followed Big Brother's instructions and headed to the geocentric magma fruit's location. Demon Subduing World, First Heaven. Senior Brother Qing was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. Suddenly, Gu Chuan hurried over. Senior Brother Gu Chuan, why are you so flustered? Senior Brother Qing opened his eyes and asked. Gu Chuan was a disciple of the Third Heaven, and his status was higher than Senior Brother Qing's. Junior Brother Qing, where are Fongchen and the others? They went out to train, Senior Brother Qing said. Where did they go? Gu Chuan asked anxiously. The blood ruins. As expected, Gu Chuan's face was filled with helplessness. Senior Brother Gu Chuan, what happened? Senior Brother Qing asked, puzzled. I just received news that the blood ruins have changed, and the danger has greatly increased. Originally, there was only a slim chance of survival, but now there is no chance of survival. Even the 9 great star kings might die in there, Gu Chuan said. What's going on? Senior Apprentice Brother Qing cried out. The blood ruins has automatically closed. Something bad seems to have happened inside. Some of the Skyflower Island's manifestation realm experts have already rushed over to check it out. I was worried that you would send Fongchen and the others to the blood ruins, so I came to remind you. I didn't expect it to be too late, Gu Chuan said. No chance of survival? Doesn't that mean? Senior Brother Qing was filled with regret. If it was someone else, he wouldn't care if they died, but Fongchen had broken through to the extreme realm. The death of such a genius would be a great loss to the demon subduing world. There is no other way now. We can only pray that they can safely survive this calamity, Gu Chuan said. Even the 9 great star kings might die in there. With the strength of Fongchen and the others, could they come out alive? It's all my fault, Senior Brother Qing blamed himself.